Homeboys baru menang 2-0. Alright, so hari ni, first of all, what's your name? Hana. Yeah. Alright, Hana. Okay, Hana hari ni datang sokong pasukan Homeboys. Tapi, siapa idola awak dalam Homeboys?
Kau sempat.
Sepat. Kenapa sepat?
Because the way you start the gameplay, I just suka dia punya the way dia join war dengan dia punya item. I suka dia punya style game lah.
Oh, okay. So, tadi Homeboys baru menang lawan Todak 2-0.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Happy lah, of course.
Happy. Since you happy, I rasa Sepat pun happy. Apa kata kita ajak dia buat TikTok?
Okay.
Boleh? Okay. Alright, jom. Hai. Hello. Nak pinjam? Nak pinjam Ipan sikit? Alright. Come. Okay, Ipan. Nama dia Hana.
Okay.
Hana cakap dia suka awak.
Suka dia punya game.
Suka play style lain korang ni kan? Okay. Apa nak cakap dekat Hana? Tanya, I pegang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you lah sebab suka game saya.
Okay, tahulah dia terharu kan? Alright, Sepat. So, untuk meet and greet kali ni, semalam ada buat dengan Cibi.
Okay.
Hari ni I nak buat dengan Sepat.
Boleh.
Kita buat TikTok.
Boleh.
Dah tahu tak kita buat
Tak
apa?
tahu.
Tak tahu tapi kita buat.
Okay.
Alright. Okay, so macam ni kamera tengok lepas tu nanti I point kat Sepat akan menari.
Okay.
Lepas tu I point tu Hana akan menari. Alright. Alright, sini. Alright guys, kita dah buat TikTok dengan Hana and of course Sepat. Tapi sebelum tu, Sepat nak bagi something dekat Hana.
Okay, nah.
Ni apa?
Ni merchandise Homeboys.
Oh, merchandise Homeboys. Nak tengok?
Okay.
Wow. Okay, tunjuk dekat kamera. Ni Sepat punya ke?
Bukan.
Takut.
Alah, comelnya.
Oh, ini.
Alright guys, jangan lupa join the official fan club of Homeboys. And with that being said, thank you so much for watching the Hot Link Meet and Greet. We shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah!
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah!
You have been slain. An enemy has been first blood. Double kill. Legendary. Gas. has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Tak, boleh. Nice.
Welcome to Mobile Legend. An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Killing spree. Mega kill. Victory. You have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree. Mega kill. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh.
An
Gas.
enemy has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan tas korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
Slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku dah push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey!
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah di minggu keempat, hari ketiga. Untuk semua orang yang tak tahu lagi, minggu keempat ni kita panggil Minggu Diraja sebab semua pasukan-pasukan gergasi akan bertemu. And semalam kita sudah nampak dekat seru Saturday kita semua game yang hebat. Tapi mestilah Sunday pun akan jadi sangat-sangat seru sebab kita ada 3 perlawanan lagi untuk hari ini. So with that, mari kita tengok jadual untuk hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang Team Hak. Dua-dua pasukan yang pernah jadi juara dekat MPL Malaysia. Tapi siapa yang lagi hebat? Kita akan tengok sekejap lagi. Untuk match kedua, kita akan tengok RSG MY yang akan menentang Team SMG. Dua-dua pasukan tengah win streak sekarang. Tapi what I'm more excited to see is the battle of the mid laner. Bukan gold laner, bukan EXP laner, tapi mid laner. Sebab RSG ada Izanami, the Mage Prince of Malaysia. SMG pula ada Stormy, the Mage Prodigy of Malaysia. Mid laner mana yang lagi hebat? Kita akan tengok lagi. And untuk match ketiga, match ni sangat-sangat crucial untuk kedua-dua pasukan, which is Red Esports dan juga Team Secrets. Dua-dua pasukan perlu kemenangan untuk keluar dari zone elimination. Alright guys, so sebelum I invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, kita tengok ramai orang tengah tengok dekat Dewan Sri Putra. So kita buat vibe check. Alright? So, let me ask, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. So, marilah kita menjemput Raja Lautan MPL Malaysia. Give it up for Todak! Kembali untuk membuktikan mereka juara yang sebenar, pasukan Todak kini hadir dengan membawa line up baru. Strategi Coach Kuja dan Ajim menjadi taruhan. Mampukah pasukan Todak membawa pulang mata kemenangan? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Give it up for Team Hak! Membuat kejutan dengan berjaya kembali dari qualifier setelah tersingkir musim lalu, Team Hak bersedia menghadapi sebarang cabaran. Semangat dan line up menjadi pegangan. Adakah bekas juara ini mampu menumpaskan Raja Lautan? Mari kita nantikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita, inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Tengok, baru match pertama tapi vibes dekat Dewan Sri Putra dah sangat-sangat seru. I'm in love, I'm pretty sure the audience is in love and the players boleh rasa the energy. So, korang rasa juara mana yang akan dapat kemenangan untuk perlawanan ni? Adakah Team Todak akan end lose streak dorang? Ataupun Team Hak akan end lose streak dorang? So, one last time, I nak tanya, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Semua dah ready. So mari let's show to the casters. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's Super Sunday Time 3 series that we had to settle the scores for today. And we have an exciting one to kick off this Sunday. It's Todak against Team Hak, and you're here with us on the desk. My name is Husky, and alongside me, I have Kid and Q.
As we're coming to an end of week number 4, we're seeing that the top 4 teams are setting themselves apart while the bottom 4 are struggling to keep away from the relegation zone. And let me tell you, the Ultras are hoping that Team Hak make it to the top spots.
And honestly, we call this a royal weekend, and there's no better way to look at this first series and kind of jog our memories a bit. Season 10 champions, Team Hak. Season 11 champions, Todak. both of them on the second half of the leaderboard. And especially for Todak, if they don't win the series cleanly, they're going to be in danger of relegation.
Currently, Todak is in a position where it feels like it's safe, right? You know, they're technically 2 spaces away from relegation zone, but worst yet, they're only at 6 points. Tying up against a team like Team Lunatics, it can be pretty tough here. But guys, MVPs, what are your predictions? Scan that QR code, let us know who it's going to be, because I'm feeling more like Momo is going to take it. Or Iris, it could be tough.
It could be between the XP laners, right? Iris also is looking for a bounce back moment because Week 1 and Week 2, phenomenal performance, and afterwards we see it go downhill a little bit, so this is a redemption arc for Iris. But for all of you guys out there, have you ever wondered how to get cheap skins, but the skins are of epic quality? Well, don't worry, I have the solution for you right here. Get your epic skins with Hotlink for only 1 ringgit. It's the easiest way for you to unleash your style and upgrade your hero. And at the same time, if you want to win your games with lightning fast internet speed, you can just get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now. So it's a 2-in-1 package. Great deal. Good skins, win games.
So easy, so convenient, and all you gotta do is quickly hop onto the Hotlink app right now, and you can save a lot of time. With that being said, right, for our very first match here today of Team Hawk versus Todak, I don't think anybody's really doubting the fact that maybe Todak, this should be a relatively simple game considering the overall performance of Hawk in the past 2 weeks. I mean, don't get me wrong, Iris is great, but once RSG kind of highlighted a couple of facts, and most importantly, how to actually approach the draft against Hawk, they have not been able to kind of get back into that pacing.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same of what happened with SRG, right? RSG MY also exposed their Achilles heel to the rest of the team. But for all of you guys, I want to expose you to something that is going on right now, but you might not have noticed, which is the Nostalgia event that is ongoing in the client. All you gotta do is log into your game and complete the Nostalgia task, and you can earn 1 out of the 4 skins. It's the Yi Xunshin Rogue Ranger, the Cyclops Super Adventurer, the Hanzo Undead King, or the Tigreal Fallen Guard. So don't miss out your chance, because this could be the one and only time you get to claim one of these skins.
It's been a while since the Roguish Ranger has come out, and I'm glad it is coming out, because that's the one missing Nishan Shin, other than the collector, that I need to secure for myself. Then I have the full collection, and I feel good about myself.
Which means you'll play more Yi Xunshin in the jungle?
Look, it's I've been trying, not very good at it, I'm not gonna lie. I may have all the skins, I'm getting close to all the skins, pretty terrible at it still. Regardless, I think in terms of today's picks, and based on what we saw yesterday, Todak haven't really been, you know, experimenting with the meta as much as I was hoping that they would.
Yeah, and I think you can say the same for Team Hawk, right? And to Team Hawk's credit, they have shown a slightly wider hero pool when you put aside the unorthodox hero picks, right? But at the same time, you also have to look at the jungler match, our rival and Gary, who has had their moments when they debuted, I think 2 seasons ago. They were rising stars, but right now it seems like they've been put in the hot seat, and it leaves people wondering how much more can they do for the team. We're gonna check out Todak's lineup for the day, because again, rival is one of the highlights for the series, but you have to also remember that he has his teammates with him. He has Yums, he has Shiku guys, he has Zyme Senpoi, and Momo.
Now, here's the thing. In the meta as of right now, it's difficult for the jungle to really push the momentum for themselves. They can set things up, but it really depends on their support system to make sure that they can shine. And I think in this particular case, Zyme Senpoi has been a key addition to the team. So far, we've seen that his Gord has been performing phenomenally as of right now, but the real question comes down to whether or not that's going to be targeted, or are they going to force him onto something else, like the traditional Farsa.
And especially during his debut, right, they did review their cards a little bit for Zyme Senpoi, give him artillery mages like Novaria, Farsa, and Gord. That could be a point of contention for this game, because we have Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, and Iris from Team Hawk side. And guess what? They are the first team to pick the core and actually win the game.
Yep, it's great. It's great to see that, you know, Hawk continue to evolve, but right now they're in a very volatile position, right? People have kind of figured out that Iris is the big playmaker for the team and really kind of helps the team get into spaces which they're not allowed to. And Gary, he works very well as a follow-up to that type of momentum. We're hoping to see people like Yura or even Noir be able to kind of open up that same amount of space if Iris gets targeted in the draft.
Even when we go down to the goal lane, you also have the comparison between Chiku guys and Panda, right? And Panda, you know, we have been giving some criticisms for the first 2 weeks, but we have seen that improvement for him. He's a lot more cohesive, his spacing is a lot more better, but he's facing off against Chiku, guys, which is still considered one of the best gold laners we have in Malaysia.
Look, he's beat him once in Season 10. We're looking for that
Yeah.
same performance coming up later today, and we'll see whether that's going to be it, because really, the battle starts right at the draft. And Kujan as well as Ajim have been going back and forth. I don't think people have been too hypercritical on their drafts overall because they haven't been as experimental as before. But then we jump back to Team Hawk side, right? We're seeing that Amox is taking more of an analyst role now, with June taking the full brunt of it, deciding, hey, if I am going to lose, it's on me. It's not because of my team.
And it's good to see a coach taking responsibility. And don't get me wrong, I think Amox has taken a lot of that flag last season when he was with Team Secret. But you also got to look at Team Hawk right now, where ever since Amox took the back seat, they have not been winning their games.
I don't know. It could be one of those things where it's like, hey, I've left you the problem, now you got to figure it out from here on out. Or it's like, this has always been a problem and we haven't been able to solve it ever since. So I think that Team Hawk has a lot of things to kind of think about here, and we're hoping for the improvement compared to the previous games that we saw earlier this week, maybe even an evolution of themselves.
Yeah, I suppose both teams came into the series bearing some red flags, right? You look at the games that they have actually lost, the series that they've lost. Team Hawk actually lost to Team Lunatics 2-0, and I think that was a big surprise to a lot of people. Whereas for Todak, 2 weeks ago, they lost to Red Esports 2-1, and I think this does leave a bit of that black stain on their record, because it defies expectations, and now both of them are put in the hot seat, with Team Hawk just 1 series ahead of Todak.
Yeah, and honestly, when we look at the groupings overall, in the overall standings, right, it tells us a bigger story, because for the early start for Todak, they had to take on some top teams right off the get-go. So if they're looking to scrape up points, it's from week 4 onwards, where they still have how many games after this one? This would technically be their 6th game, so therefore they will only have 3 more games after that.
Yeah, and I think this could be Team Hawk's best chance to get some final points before they face off against teams like Homeboys, like SMG, which would definitely be harder opponents, right? And of course, again, the hot topic for the day, Season 10 versus Season 11 champions. And there has been, this kind of theories going around in a parallel universe. Season 11 champions got relegated. Are we going to see the same for Todak? I think that is on a lot of people's minds.
I mean, I would like to believe that that's not going to be the case. Todak is very much so a team that likes to be a little bit more consistent. But at the very least, let's look at the regular season match history, right? Notice, Homeboys, SRG, Red was a big surprise. Team Secret, they got the result that they were actually looking for, and then SMG. Out of these matchups, 3 of them were already very big highlight matches. Coming after Team Hawk, they have to face MPNC, which is they're expected to win. RSG, who have been looking to continue to break win streaks after win streaks, and Lunatics, who haven't been doing great as well.
And Lunatics is probably the toss-up in the air, right? They had games where they were crushing it, and there were games that they were getting absolutely crushed. Like yesterday, Lunatics didn't put up a fight at all against MPNC, which honestly, it was a big surprise. But when you look at Todak's record, I think SRG was the one that a lot of people were putting as 50-50, and they lost to SRG. And then yesterday, oh boy, Homeboys gave them a spanking.
Yeah, they did. Again, it's like when you expect a team like Todak to actually go toe-to-toe with some of the top teams or up and rising teams here at the MPL, they put up a pretty good fight. And then there's other times where teams who have been doing poorly all of a sudden flip it over. So I don't know if it's just bad timing. I don't know if it's just like, we weren't prepared for that kind of draft. There could be a lot more factors that are outside of their control.
Well, the thing that's good for both teams is that their opponents' weakness points have been exposed by other teams, right? When Todak lost to SRG, RSG in particular, they're really good at finding those weak points. We're going to take a look at Momo's stats in the XP lane. And so far, when you look at the rankings, obviously his average kill participation is sitting at 11th place, which is the highest out of everything else. But also the heroes, Paquito, Xborg, very common pick. Not a big Terizla fan so far in this team. And also he's played the Martis XP lane once.
Yeah, I would have put Terizla past him. I definitely think that this Martis is very interesting in terms of Momo's pocket picks, because he can throw people off the draft very, very quickly. And I think at the very least, Todak has done some extensive research as to what lane matchups you actually thrive in, especially when you get that snowball. It's very difficult to deal with a 5-0, 6-0 KD style of a Martis in the EXP lane. It just feels like you can't win those trades.
And both XP laners have their pocket pick. Momo's pocket pick is the Martis, but for Iris, it is the Lapu Lapu, which he has played 3 times, but lost at what, two games that he played, and the one game that he won, he performed very, very well, but that was off of the fact that Team Hawk were snowballing the game. But if all else fails, he's going to fall back to the Paquito or the Terizla.
Yep, those are his two go-tos, and RSG just make sure that they let the entire world know those are his two heroes. You ban it out, there's a lot less things to worry about in the game. So that's why I'm looking for more lethal weapons for the side of Team Hawk. What else can they provide that really disrupts an enemy composition?
I think this is where you also look at Gary, right? Can you find the prime Gary back in the series? If there's any series to unleash him, this is going to be it. We've seen him perform. When he first debuted, he was one of the up and rising stars. You can say he was one of the 3 tier 2 destroyers, and right now he's struggling to get that title back. This is redemption time, draft pick for game 1 kicking off. And just like you mentioned, right, RSG exposed the Paquito Terizla, Todak follows up with the bans.
Yeah, I mean, every single time. We've seen this for pretty much every one of Team Hawk's matchups, right? You just make sure that Iris doesn't get this impactful EXP laner, and all of a sudden Team Hawk don't have a lethal weapon, a hidden right hook out of nowhere.
We did have this discussion backstage. Is it time for them to consider the Yuzhong pick?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about as well, right? Now, Yuzhong is a little dangerous to play. It's very mechanically dependent, but also at the same time, it kind of depends on whether Todak has a composition that has really good peel. Because we've seen Valir show up in the MPL already, and that's already one of those hero picks that, well, personally for me, as a Yuzhong, I would hate to go against.
It was also picked by MPL SG earlier this morning, I believe, by Bleed Esports, and JPL picked it, so that was very interesting as well. Grok Joy banned by Team Hawk. See what the third one is going to be. In fact, even without the Yuzhong, I think Arlot was also an interesting option, right? We see Stone play him in the Rome in their recent match, but the XP lane is where a lot of people are scratching their head. Where is this hero going to go? But for now, the Yeef is going to be the last ban by Team Hawk.
Well, let's find out. The fact that they're getting rid of an artillery mage, Team Hawk doesn't want to actually get zone control. More importantly, they want to make sure that Panda actually has a good time. They could be setting up for a potential Irithel, but we'll see what this is going to start looking like. With the first pick coming into Todak going to be the Edith. Once again, fun fact, Edith been doing really well in MPL MY overall.
But the past 11 games, she has been banned 8 times.
Oof.
And most of the time, Edith has played in the Rome. I think she has been playing XP like once or twice. Not the best showing. Rome just gives her a lot more impact because you achieve so much by having so less resources anyways. But for Team Hawk, they're also a team that loves the Gourd. They second phase the Gourd mostly, but against Todak, I feel like there's an incentive for them to go for it. Maybe not this game. Valentina and Fredrin will be the standard opening.
Okay, standard opening for the side of Team Hawk. I've never seen Gary get so warmed up and pumped about playing Fredrin. For all we know, it could just be a flex pick into the EXP. We'll see what that's going to be like later on, but as of now, Todak looking to reply.
Oh, actually, it's 9 out of 11 games, so 8 of them were phase 1 bans.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense here. And I think it makes a lot more sense for MPL MY team specifically. Once you kind of compile the group, not the group data, but the overall regular season data, only in week 4 do people start applying it. Week 1 to 3, as I mentioned before, this usually is a more experimental phase where teams are looking for their identity. But now, with so much on the line, and more importantly, trying to get a spot deeper in the playoffs, based on for your standings, collecting points now to secure that spot is going to be so much more vital.
And that is without considering the matchups you have afterwards, right? Some teams are getting harder matchups and some teams are getting easier opponents. Azam Senpai will get his Farsa. We've seen how that pans out. Even in the losing game, he went deathless, but you also get Kaja, one of the 2 heroes with a suppression ultimate over to Toda.
Rather interesting that they want to reveal their mid duo. It kind of devalues the flex pick just a little bit, but I guess they're confident. They're really confident that Momo can actually walk out of that lane generally okay. He's going to be very, very independent, like Chico likes to mention a lot. But the fact that they want to pair the Kaja with the Farsa specifically, they want Zaim Senpai to really do a lot of work this game.
I was wondering if they will go for the export into, now that they've seen the Edith XP lane, but they're going to prioritize Panda's hero first, so take the Claude away.
I like it. I like the draft. At least they have the counter pick for the Farsa. If you need somebody who can go really deep into the enemy lines, Claude can absolutely do that, but on condition that the Divine Judgment has been taken away. Team Hawk, smartly enough, want to make sure that they get rid of marksmen who play safe or enable players to play hyper safe, super difficult to catch, multiple dashes and inbuilt Purify, get them out of there. I'm also guessing that Team Hawk's also going to get rid of the Irithel on top.
Yeah, I was thinking the same as well, because that 1-1 Irithel has been Chiku, guys, 2 most played heroes in recent games, and he has found varying degrees of success with it. So we might see Todak go back to the Bruno or the Beatrix, but when we look at Zyme's Sempoi stats, in his first 5 games playing for Todak, he has a crazy 17.0 KDA with only 2 deaths. And remember, even in games that they lost against teams like SRG, he did went deathless in one of his games with Farsa.
Yeah, I mean, he's a solid player. He's a consistent legacy player. Having played in multiple MPLs for a very, very long time, it's great to see him actually, you know, thrive in a environment like Todak. I would have imagined that he would have, you know, butt heads with Chiku specifically because, again, a lot of vocal voices becomes very, very chaotic. Nobody can actually focus on what the actual call looks like.
Crazily enough, they have been working like a well-oiled machine, right? His debut is one of the most flawless debuts we have seen. Hellcurt banned out by Todak. We've seen this hero pop up more often thanks to Chibi from Homeboys, who has been sporting this hero and has been winning his game so far. 2-0 on Hellcurt. Team Hawk will take out the Irithel, like you mentioned earlier on, Gideon. So no Irithel, no 1-1 for Chiku.
All right, so they get rid of all the safe marksmen and now forces a more volatile matchup for Chiku, guys. At the end of the day, Team Hawk, they don't mind it. They've got the Claude, and he's so safe in the lane. If he needs a bit of extra support, don't worry. Mid lane duo should generally be the ones to support you out. Todak, as you can see, they're still getting rid of picks that are really threatening this Farsa specifically. They also get rid of the Atlas, which I don't know whether they have some insider information on that one, or Todak just wants to play a more team fight oriented style.
To be honest, if we want to go to the backline again, Yuzhong is a good option. I would even argue the glue if Team Hawk really wants to go for it, right? Also another hero that reaches the back, and realistically, Todak, for now, with the first 3 picks, don't have a solid option to do the glue. It depends on what they go for Chiku, right? If you want to play fast alongside the Kaja and Farsa, I think the Brody is not a bad option. And Team Hawk, they're going to keep Iris' hero for last, then pick up the Lancelot for Gary.
Oh,
wait, no, actually Fredrin is going to be in the XP.
Yeah, that means Fredrin goes into the EXP lane. He's going to try and sandbag this Edith for as long as possible. So as long as Iris doesn't die in the lane, it's totally fine, right? It's a sandbag matchup. It is a little bit more favored in Edith, just because she's able to kind of clear out those waves quicker. But then Todak take a very aggressive approach. Brody as well as Dyroth to try to get through that front line, and an easy way to kind of clean up the heroes in the middle of that fight.
And we kind of talked about if they want to play fast with the Kaja, Farsa, Brody is a good option to bully the Claude and get the team ahead. But the Dyroth, you have a sandbag, you guess what, I'm going to slash it open, let it drain out, Fredrin, Kufra, whatever. If the Dyroth can get the snowball going, we've seen that devastating effect thanks to Saksa from SMG.
And now, with the lineup that they have, like Todak, I'm looking at the mid duo plus that Dyroth. It's scary. People are going to die very quickly at level 4. So I think that's something that Team Hawk really need to consider, how to play that first turtle out. It could make it or break it for them, honestly.
Battle spells, right? If the Flicker Divine Judgment is online, there's always going to be a chance that Todak finds a pick-off and gets the lead. And at the same time, as a Kufra, sure, you want to be able to stop these dashes, but whenever there's the pressure on the enemy side, you have to make sure that every engage counts.
Yep, sacrifices are going to be made by Team Hawk. They have to decide what's the value of each one of these heroes and predetermine what they're willing to lose before they get into the engagement. If not, Todak can start running down their targets, and more importantly, if Chiku guys wins out in his lane, it's going to make it that much harder for Team Hawk to recover from that type of damage.
We're looking at Todak to step on the gas and never let go of the accelerator, and for Team Hawk to try and just not let that snowball happen. We're going to hop into game 1 right now between Todak and Team Hawk on this Royal Weekend, a Super Sunday matchup to kick it off. Both teams looking to win their series and stay as far away as possible from relegation.
Well, let's see how they're going to do that. Rival going to be starting on his purple buff side. Mirrored on the opposite, Gary will do the same. Now, this bottom lane matchup, pretty boring. I don't expect anything to really happen, and Iris should be able to out-sustain the raw damage. But these early trades, though, can be scary.
Yeah, very, very scary. You are even getting terrified. So make sure that Gary doesn't get interrupted early on, gets this clear, able to get the ball rolling, because you've got to be able to match up with the Dyroth, who has insanely fast clear speed. But one advantage that I think Todak has in the XP lane in particular is the fact that the wave clear for Momo is just faster than Iris. Zoom takes copious amount of damage but was able to get away.
Yep, forced an early recall. No battle spells were used in that engagement. And interestingly enough, both junglers decided, you know what, we're not even going to walk for the Litho Water. It just isn't worth our time.
Chiku guys gonna start receiving some pressure. That's gonna be first blood. No contest at all. That recall from Yums. What's the green light?
Yep, he just got caught. He literally just got caught. There's nothing that he can really say to kind of excuse that fact. He knew that Lancelot was towards the top side of the map because of the information seen by mid, but now we might see a return.
Yeah, Rival tries to dash on at him, and Noir will have to use the flicker to get out.
A bit sad. It looks like Rival didn't know the interaction with the bouncing ball, especially when he starts leaping in towards it. He's got to be careful, and he's got to time it after the bouncing ball. If not, he's going to miss out on the damage, and more importantly, the armor shred debuff.
And his only mobility skill as well, right? I mean, Darrow deals a lot of damage, but can't take the punches. Noir's going to try again. Use target 9% point by his side. And Yu so far has not been given much room to work with. He might have to recall again. Divine Judgment stolen by Yura.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it the way that Noir is playing right now. He's just constantly just attacking you. Why not? You're not level 4. I can sustain the damage. I don't have the flicker, but at the very least, I know that I have backup behind me.
Team Ha gonna call dibs on the turtle. Iris will tank out most of the damage. Gary instantly uses the function to the back. Iris will have to get away. Does not have the combo points to use the ultimate, so he will end up going down. But it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Noir will be the second death on the side of Team Ha. Gary might end up being the third. Momo flips him back, and it's a triple kill for Momo.
Oh, one missed ability coming in from Iris really made the difference there. Had he just charged up that Praise's Wrath, that would have been great, but just no combo points and missing the dash on towards an Edith at that point of time. Oh, sad to see, but...
he's back. Gary, he's not going to make it there in time, so Todak will get the turtle, no problem.
Well, they're calling it off. They're going to power farm back on that top side, and hopefully, Gary, at the very least, Gary was able to find the kill onto the Brody on the top side of the map earlier, so that means, in terms of gold, oh no.
They're going to punish Iris again. We've seen this a couple of times, and it's the same story. This time it's going to be Rival that picks up the kill.
Great punish coming in for Todak. They know that Iris doesn't actually have his flicker, so it's actually a super easy dive for them. Only trading one flicker for it, Yums in that particular case. But then they're going to rinse and repeat, right? Now they're moving towards that top side of the map. They need to make sure that Chiku is okay.
And Yums will be there this time without the Divine Judgment, but it's no minimum way for Team Hawk to make any dives happen. Good stuff from Todak to slow it down. The fact that Momo is 3-0 at this stage of the game, almost a full level ahead of Virus. Again, Edith, when he has that Wrath charged up, he deals a lot of damage.
Oh, it does so much. You saw from at least the gold shielding, just some of the rough numbers. In the meantime, Todak, as long as they're technically they're mid trio now, including Rival, they just want to look for picks for for as long as possible, right? As soon as they get that first initial kill, they can get the ball rolling. And I don't think they even have to actually walk up to these neutral objectives without necessary.
Momo actually spotted Noir going into the bush. Momo, can he survive this? He's gonna pop that ultimate, gets terrified. There'll be a suppression use, Divine Judgment is gonna be there. They actually find Panda, who wants to join the fight, so it's 1-for-1 that far. Yura becomes the Edith himself, but does not do enough damage to close it out. It's actually an even trade for both teams.
Okay, that's actually not too bad. Woo! I feel the coffee kicking in way too much. I am jittery, and it feels like even Todak is feeling a little jittery in this game as well. Because when we see them actually go for these fights, they are clumping as closely as possible, and that could easily be punished, but nobody's willing to face check first. It's great from the side of Team Ha that Noir is willing to jump into these bushes, and more importantly, he's keeping an eye out on who he could punish whenever they use an ability or start to overextend. For an example, Momo, who went out with the onwards, and immediately punished with the flicker ult.
It was slightly unlucky that Noir was the one who got the shutdown goal. Would have been so much better if Yura was the one who got it. Second turtle on the board. Team Hawk once more posturing around this area, but there will be a Divine Judgment and flicker back up. Noir again getting caught, and he's going to be dead. Rival shreds his armor. Gary trying to dart around the battlefield as much as possible with Yura by his side, but it will be Rival securing the turtle again. Momo flickers forward, tries to look for Gary, assumes he's going to get the Divine Judgment, the kidnap onto Panda, but Yura will finish the kill, and Gary gets out.
Ooh, beautifully done coming in from Team Hawk. I mean, it's sad that Noir got punished there, and Momo was really trying his best to zone Gary out, but at the very least, Todak walked away with another turtle, and Chiku didn't have to be part of that fight.
And Panda, I believe, was also there, and thankfully, the kill went over to Yura. That was the death on Yums. But this is good news for Chico, guys, right? Good recovery ever since he got caught early on. Now we see the lane swap where Panda will go to the bottom side. just an easier matchup for him to work with.
DHS immediately purchased for the side of Panda. He wants to have a little bit more early damage. He's not looking to play a utility role for the first 10 minutes of the game by forcing out the corrosive scythe. But look, Chiku purposely just setting up this trap, hoping to bait out his target, and even using the ult early just in case to check the lane bush.
Noir is going to be there. You will see you. Who is going to get baited first? Cool, Biden and Yum holding on to the Divine Judgment. They do use the Feather Airstrike just to secure the bottom tier 1. So lovely discipline from Todak.
Now that they've unlocked Chiku from his lane, it then starts to devolve back into a siege composition, where the main idea is to play around these turrets. They found the catch. Oh!
You have good counter engage from Noir. Tyrant's revenge on the 2 of them. And now the counter Divine Judgment on the Yum. Giving the kill over to Panda. Iris, the praises right next to Chiku on the edge. Lovely, lovely angle from him.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was in Chiku guys' position, I wouldn't have flickered. It looked like he was scot-free there. He should have been, but Iris just did not let him react fast enough.
And the appraisal has still do some crazy damage, and Noir right on the edge. Better airstrike, but Momo will take care of the business.
And a good reply coming in from Todak. Again, this back and forth constantly. Team Hawk will not let Todak run away with this.
Iris is able to recover just a little bit. The fact that you're getting a kill on the goal lane himself. And just better positioning for Team Hawk. The fact that Humes had to use the Divine Judgment and they didn't find Shura at all. That is a few bad moment. What they have advantage over is the objective. Humes got to stay alive though. Divine Judgment just came back up. He does have the flicker to work with. Momo zoning Yura away. Humes taking many damage. And Gary this time will use the Retribution to secure the turtle. As Iris sticks onto Momo, Team Hawk gets to disengage.
Interesting, interesting. I think there was definitely a split focus there for the side of Todak, right? Like 4 members wanted to actually deal with the turtle, while Momo unfortunately see an opportunity to actually punish Yura, who didn't have his shadow dashes anymore. So in that case, what is the call? Do you look to kill Yura? Because there's a possibility that Yura steals the Edith ult, goes into that Primal Wrath form, and buys just as much time compared to if Momo were to do the same.
Yeah, which he did. He became the Edith himself, so can't really kill him off. The AI winning prediction says that Todak has a 56 chance of winning this. That might go up if they somehow find a cache mid-side. No flicker for Yum, so that is the unfortunate part, but Iris, very far away from home, does have the safety of Yura to fall back to.
Yeah, funny enough, based on these 3 neutral objectives that have been taken, the turtle in this particular case, Team Hawk losing 2 only because Momo was able to well, I wouldn't even say face check, but really get into Gary's face and really stall and zone him out 2 times, right? The one time he doesn't do it, Team Hawk is able to secure the neutral. So they need to take that into account when this builds up to something more important like the Lord.
Gary has caught up in that sort of level as well, but Momo is gonna find Gary and Panda by his side. Chiku guys and Yums will be dead. Team Hawk Noir not really landing a knockup, but does force out an ultimate from Momo.
That could have been so dangerous had Noir decided, you know what, I'm a flicker for this to guarantee. He might have been able to catch 3 people, or at the very least 2, with a counter conceal play.
Oh, Gary, good iframe with the Thorn Rose. They might have to sacrifice Iris for this. He can't even get his combo while Noir flickers in. Finds the ultimate onto Zion standpoint. Actually, it's Yum that gets caught. Yum ends up going down. Zion standpoint flies away. Now turns around with a better airstrike. Gary playing with the iframes and gets away. Panda able to push the rest of Todak back. Noir sensing something in the wind. Let's back off.
Yep. Good call from Team Hawk. They can't go any further than this. The majority of their big battle, their big spells, their ultimates have been utilized, and now Todak will get priority over this Lord. It's a rinse and repeat situation, but more importantly, Chiku guys, he needs to stay alive for as long as possible.
Panda doesn't have much stack on the Art of Thievery, so try that for Baby Duet. Gary goes in, doesn't get the Lord. It's gonna be rival quick on the trigger finger, but it might have to give up Momo. No, can't use his ultimate. Momo goes down, but Noir will be traded back instantly as Yura steals the Edith ultimate. He's in the Primal Wrath as well. Gary with the Thorn Rose can't find rival. They will find Yura though. Isolated, Yura goes down. Panda shows up with a big ultimate, instantly cancel for the Divine, but it's not enough. With Iris by his side, Chiku guys also drops. Penta finds a double, and Team Hawk gets 3 kills.
What a save by Iris! What a save to win out this trade. 3-2 in favor of Team Hawk, locking down Chiku guys at the perfect moment.
And Chico guys can't even get his ultimate off, right? Rest of his team was pushed away. Team Hawk, good recovery even after losing the Lord. Now there's some breathing room to work with. They can protect these structures as much as they want to. But the most important part is that Todak never really got a goal lead the entire game.
Yep, I mean, they did get a bit of a goal lead towards like the 8th to 7th minute, but even then it wasn't a very large goal lead.
It's like 1,000, right?
It was like 1,000, almost breaking into 2. But Team Hawk equalizing it at the 11th minute after the first Lord is perfect. That's what they are looking for this entire game. Team Hawk, and especially for Panda, now hitting their full stride.
It is Winds of Nature for Panda, and Team Hawk easily catch Todak off guard if they're not careful. Kind of a negative net worth in terms of Lord push, Lord advantage. Todak got nothing out of it. No turrets. 2 kills, but that's the extent of it.
Yep, Todak's composition is very much dedicated around Zaim Senpoi, right? When that Feather Airstrike hits one target, they need to kill that target. If it can hit multiple, that's definitely a bonus. So Team Hawk are very wary of it, right? As soon as the Feather Airstrike gets popped, they're looking to hold up their abilities. They're even willing to flicker out of it if necessary. And Momo wants to keep them within the range of the artillery fire.
Momo's going to hit a point where it gets slightly harder and harder for him to do his job, right? You come off with the primal form, you lose that resistance, you get bursted down instantly. Now you got to consider a bit more. What's the trade-off? Do you want to trade off some resistance for damage, or do you want to continuing be that brick wall? And Momo will find Iris in the bush. The rest of Todak again hanging around the mid side because they really want this turret down.
Yeah, and they're also taking care of like choke points in the jungle. And mid-tier 1 is super important, but look, down by bot side, they have the coverage too. Oh.
Wow, what an awareness from Gary.
He's so fast. Oh, they find the punish!
And Noir is gonna slam one into the wall, force out the flicker. Momo has to use the ultimate. Get the better airstrike. Panda in with the Winds of Nature. Ends up getting punished instead. A bit too overzealous from Panda.
He tried, but at the same time, Team Hawk can set up the bottom wave to make sure that it was consistently pushing with a fat wave and getting that tier 2 at the same time. At the very least, it doesn't put them in the negative zone, but just a very slight surplus against Todak.
They have stolen Divine Judgment from Yura, which he has not used yet. AI winning prediction at this point. Do you think that Todak is going to win this out? 60% chance in fact.
Oh. And that was only at the 12th minute, not too long ago. About a minute and 20 seconds beforehand. This this Lord is going to be so very important.
No Winds of Nature, no flicker for Panda. Iris getting caught, Immortality will be popped. Panda trying to run back to his team. They will get a kill onto Momo at least. Noir with the flicker ultimate. No follow-up so far though from Team Hawk. Panda just arriving at the scene. Yus does not have the Divine Judgment anymore. No better airstrike. So Gary, he's gonna walk up. Panda instantly unleashes the blazing duet. But it's Zaim Senpoi against the Lord of all people, and Panda dies again. Gary has to go absolutely huge. Able to find rival. Jooms is gonna use that conceal to get away. A small price to pay for Todak, and they might find more good Winter Trunks to keep Yura alive, but not enough to survive Chiku, guys.
No, this is getting too messy. It's getting too messy, and now the favor swings back into Todak's side. Feathered Airstrike really making the difference here. Being able to get 2 of them off within that interaction alone was huge for Todak.
Gary, can he get his purple buff at least? Actually, I think it's Zaim Senpoi who got it.
I mean, he's getting the Lord at this point, so it's hard to beat him.
He gets everything. But Team Hawk will be the first team that breaks that mid-tier 1. Gary, sensing some danger, will get away, and 3 seconds before Yun's flicker comes back up, so Todak can't find the catch.
Some really scary stuff in this particular matchup. It's so volatile. It could go any way. Right now, Panda has not been able to get away. Every single time he tries to dive in with the BMI, he gets locked down by people like Chiku guys, as well as Yums whenever necessary. But I think he's got to be careful. I think he can't just be looking only for Chiku guys. He needs to threaten Zaim Senpoi.
And even without the Divine Judgment, there's still a better airstrike that 2 shots in. We've seen that plenty of times. So I would not have the flicker, and just as the sleep gets times out, Todak almost launches the engage. Iris able to walk away with a sliver of health. Todak finds the first inhibitor on the top side.
Yep, Gary's holding strong for now, but if you're asking him to like try and chunk out his opponents, he has made attempts, but he can't close the distance on Zaim Senpoi without putting himself in a very compromising position. Like, he only has 2 means of getting his iframes down, and if Todak just play patient, I don't think he has enough burst damage to really threaten anybody, considering that he's going for a hybrid tank build.
So far, I mean, Gary has been holding his weight, right? He's been able to disrupt and avoid these timings from Todak, especially the flicker Divine Judgment. Zaim Senpoi will use that for the airstrike just to try and secure this mid-tier 2, which so far will be unsuccessful. Team Hawk trying to catch Todak off guard, but Todak are very well aware.
Yep, Gary going for his last item, the Rose Gold Meteor. Oh, interesting choice here. He could have gone for anything else. He could have gone for some extra damage, maybe even a Malefic Roar to start cutting down the thicker targets when he's looking to clean things up after a fight. But I think the Rose Gold Meteor is going to be important here. I think the hardest part is for Gary to survive after he dives in, especially if there isn't enough peel.
And the main target, I think, right now is going to be Zyme Senpoi, right?
He needs to go.
Yeah, Chiku, he's going to eventually fall off as a Brody when you compare it to Claude, but Zyme Senpoi, he's going to continue to one-shot your backlines.
Okay. They're setting up for an ambush. Now Momo's going to open up the map.
And they be patient though. They see the conceal, the leap in, baited out from Noir. He might end up going down. He's going to lose the immortality. Panda, be careful. The better airstrike can only get one rival. Not able to find a kill onto Panda. And so far, Team Hawk holding on pretty well, but Iris will fall. Gary now has a couple of times to go with. Yura turns into the Edith and actually finds Momo in return. So at the end of the day, it's not the worst for Team Hawk.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Gary wasn't able to get the puncture reset as he wasn't able to just latch on to any of those hitboxes. He was just ever so short. But with 2 for 2, considering everything that has happened and considering the position that Todak are in, that's quite a win for Team Hawk.
And Panda was playing on the edge of a knife. He was eating, better airstrikes on Zyme Senpoi, had to use his flicker to get out. And now they're going to try and rush down this lower rival. Will arrive in time, but it will come down to you. Can you find Divine Judgment onto Gary? He's going to look for Panda first. That's the Immortality, which he just purchased, going down. Panda now gets the Blazing Duet out. Goes to the back point. Panda still ends up going down, but Gary will secure the Lord for his team.
Dude, Panda, you can't be using your BMI like that. You can't be hoping that no one's gonna punish you. And even Yums was looking a little puzzled at him for half a second like, bro, you just used your BMI in front of me? Me? I have my flicker available. I've got Divine Judgment. You crazy, bro?
And his response was, let me show you what crazy is. I'm gonna dive your Farsa.
After my immortality. I don't know. That definitely was a mistake coming in from Team Hawk's side, especially for Panda. Like, you should never be using your BMI in a situation like that in front and disrespecting Yums as well. Like, come on.
I mean, that's the Panda we know, right? He just could not care less. He has done worse stuff. At least he's getting something done with the claw.
That's fair, that's fair.
He would have done the same with Irithel.
He just leaps in with the explosive crossbow and is like, aha, you'll never use your Divine Judgment against me now.
Do you really want to use it? I'm already in, you know. Save it for someone else, I guess. Mid-tier 2 drops. Team Hawk now has the Lord push going on the top side. Gary is syncing up the bottom wave. So good management from Team Hawk.
Yeah, Team Hawk need to stay proactive on the map. They need to be constantly communicating with each other and not go on autopilot. They've got the advantage here, and more importantly, they're almost guaranteed to secure at least one of these inhibitors.
Stolen Primal Wrath, Team Hawk going for the second inhibitor on the mid side. The bottom one will be taken care of. Wow, Team Hawk syncing up the whole base destruction. And now Todak, late bear in the open. Find a flip on the Iris Noir! Finds a 3-man knockup, and Yura follows up, and this is where we see the Divine Judgment on the Panda. He still survives thanks to the winds of nature. But use the BMI to get out. Yura finding 2 kills for himself. It's gonna flick over. Yura needs the third and finds Yums instead. Momo and Chiku gotta keep this game alive. Panda is still around. Yura looking for the fourth. Can't find it just yet, but Gary will come back with the immortality. Dashes out. Protopop memory. Not enough. Yura could have just saved this game alongside Noir, and Panda will finish the job. Team up with the first blow on the Todak.
Woo! They finally find the follow-up of a lifetime. Noir, after whiffing the mid-game, comes in strong in the late, learns his lesson. Just be a little patient. They will come to you, and he finds the knockup of a lifetime.
Absolute clinic of an engage at the end. Underneath the crystal, they saw all 3 lanes pushing in, all inhibitors fall. It was now or never, and Team Hawk, this is the one time that not being too patient paid off for them.
Yeah, honestly, what a match. What a match coming in from the side of Team Hawk. Todak fans probably are a little bit disappointed, but at the very least, you can see a strong showing for both sides. Very clear ideas, but it's hard to execute with so much nuance in the game.
I was looking at the audience and I saw Demon Kai in the audience and he was like, wow, that just happened. Team Hawk just beat Todak in game 1.
He's probably texting Storm, is like, hey, can you make this happen for us? Please?
No Arlen for you, unfortunately. We need the Kufra.
Give me Arlet, please. Stone's reply to Demon Guy. I would love to see that interaction, but man, what a game that we've just witnessed here, and that was only the very first match between Todak versus Team Hawk.
And we already highlighted the importance of the series, right? If Team Hawk wins, Todak is in a very dangerous spot. But if Todak wins, there's a chance that they overtake Team Hawk, or at least tie up with them on the leaderboard. But we also highlighted some of that late game problem for Todak, the lack of damage. It all falls onto the Farsa. Shigugai starts falling off. And when you look at the mid lane matchup, sure, Jaime Senpai had a pretty decent game, but I want to look at Yura as well because she had an amazing game on the Valentina. We're going to hit backstage and look at our MVP for game number 1. Of course, it's going to be Yura on that Valentina. He was the Edith, he was the Kaja, but most importantly, he's Yura.
He has been playing a strong game. I mean, he's been known for only playing Novaria and getting wins and successes through it, but man, his Valentina really showed off. He was playing so confidently, which is, it felt very unlike Yura almost.
Yeah, he was, most of the time he was stealing the Edith's ultimate, right? And he was like, I need an extra shield, I need some extra range damage, Edith gives me just that. He was man-fighting Momo most of the time, which is not something you usually see.
Yeah, and even towards the later half of the game, you can see him in front of Chikugai. He's like, come on, just a little bit closer. If you want to tag me, you better be ready for my pain.
Lovely, lovely stuff from Team Hawk in game 1. I mean, you are really showing up, right? We've labeled him as an artillery player, you know, Novaria, Gore, which sparked a lot of that innovation from other teams. But it's good to see him taking the front line as this Valentina, such a versatile and complex hero, and making it work.
Yeah, and you know, the craziest part is the fact that he wants to actually pull yourself together on top of the extra CDR so that he can spam his abilities whenever he wants to. But well done, Yura, well done.
Now, I'm curious to listen to what Team Hawk were communicating behind the scenes in this game 1 against Todak. We have a mic check coming up, so ladies and gentlemen, listen in.
Okay bang? Siap bang?
Okay, fine.
Draft by Yujun Parai.
Bukan.
Gua pengen
tidur.
Bisa.
Tidur lah. Ntar di viral, Cok.
Nah ni.
Nah, kau Riz, kau ambil Ali berkipas ni. Ambil dah.
Aku ingatkan kita main MPL bukan main padang tau. Tutup aircon lah.
Tiba-tiba aku melayang.
Lah.
Leka! Mati! Aku tak ambil. Careful. Mati! Nice! Bilang Cok, sumpah. Last Gary! Ni. Brody, tengok Brody. Nice! Lagi. Tiga dapat. Nice, 2! Mata 2! Dia tarik.
Boleh.
Aku yang.
Yeah, my favorite line in any Team Hawks mic check is nice Gary.
Nice Gary, not Mantap Noir! I think that has to be my second favorite one. Honestly, great game coming in from both of these sides. Really, honestly, so much closer than I thought it was going to be. The fact is that Todak was taking full control, or at the very least, we're on the cusp of taking full control the early to mid, and then it just went back and forth, and nobody could break out of the stalemate until Team Hawk finds the Lord.
And at the same time, when you look at the XP lane matchup, I think we've seen this coming from a mile away when Iris got shafted to the sandbag row. He did a pretty decent job, don't get me wrong, although there are times where he gets caught out by the Divine Judgment and bursted down. As a Brethren, your job is just to soak up as much output as possible, and I think he has accomplished that, especially towards the late game.
Oh yeah, he was trying his absolute best to actually maintain that his overall tankiness. We don't see him get the Guardian's helmet at all. He just wanted to make sure that he couldn't get bursted down. Went for the anti-cuirass on top of the Athena shield. Very good choice of itemization, and he also has a Winter Truncheon just in case he needs to buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, 3 of them have Winter Truncheon, right? You have one on Iris, I think he was the first one who bought it, and then Gary follow, and then Yura follow as well. I think Panda, yeah, he has the immortality, but I don't think he went to the Winter Truncheon. Let's look at Team Hawk's overall loadout in more detail for this game number 1, because at the end of the day, Lancelot, when he first got picked in the earlier weeks of MPL MY, it was full damage Lancelot. But recently, in recent games, it's been going down the tank slot route.
I mean, it was going down the tank slot only because what is required of the Lancelot? Is he looking to clean this entire team up all by himself, or is he looking to come in after majority of the fight has actually started, and can he actually sustain through that type of raw burst damage from the Dairoth, from the Farsa, and as well as the Brody? And obviously he kind of is only going for full damage, so I like the adjustment made by Gary. And more importantly, the fact is everybody who has a Winter Truncheon eventually at one point had a Rose Gold Meter, or at the very least a magic dagger, just to keep themselves alive when Brody pops the Torn Apart Memories.
Oh, you're correct. He went Rose Gold Meteor and then he swapped it out for Winter Truncheon.
Exactly.
Could have been, I think he had Immortality, or maybe that was the next item after using Winter Truncheon. But overall, it's just a very, I want to say solid game for Team Hawk, but it's also very scrappy thanks to their opponents on the side of Todak, who at one point decided, you know what, we're going to double, triple down on our aggressive gameplay.
It did get very technical, don't get me wrong here. Like Zyme Senpai going for the traditional mage build, making sure that he has like that raw damage on top of the fact that he's also going Weapon Master. It adds to the point that he has the natural damage to take out any member from the side of Team Hawk, whether you are the Fredrin or, if more importantly, if you are the Claude, if you can catch him out. Now, I will say, my only gripe here is the fact that when you are setting up for these fights, how does Chiku guys specifically find the openings to get in? We don't see the BOD being built from the side of Chiku guys. He goes for the anti-cuirass on top of the Athena shield, and then decides, you know what? Sea Halberd is the way to go.
And I think this could be due to the fact that he got killed very early on, right? He realized that, guys, there's a chance I can't snowball this. I got to play from the mid to late game. That could be the logical reason behind it. And when you look at the numbers, he is still dealing out incredible amounts of damage. The highest number of damage on the entire team of Todak.
Yeah, I think he's switching on his build very often, because I did see him get the BOD, I did see him get the Malefic Roar earlier on into the game, but more importantly, at least for Chiku guys, his job is to live, wait for Zyme Senpai to get his second ultimate, get his ult off a second time, and then he can start clearing things up. But in doing so, in juggling these items, especially once the Lord was crashing down into your base, you're desperate. You'll take any means necessary.
And I think it also requires Momo to stay alive for as long as possible, right? And Yums to kind of find that pick. I think for me, you look at the overall composition of Todak, if kind of Momo goes down, your entire front line collapses and you just get ran through by the Fredrin, the Valentina, and even the Kufra, who has been getting some sick engages in the later stages of the game.
I can definitely agree with that sentiment, but the problem is that Momo isn't designed to be the tankiest. He is supposed to be a sponge. He is absorbing as much as he can, but he is delaying his opponents more than anything, forcing them to invest more than necessary so that the rest of his team can actually kind of roll over them. But I think Team Hawk, they figured out what resources they needed to manage towards the mid to late compared to the early game.
And I think this goes back to what you mentioned with the Kaja, right?
Yes.
The main point is you grab someone with the ultimate and that guy has to go instantly. And when the front lines got tankier for Team Hawk, it became harder and harder. And Gary has been dodging some pretty crazy Divine Judgment with his iframes as well. We're going to take a look at the gold graph for this game, because it is a roller coaster ride with the highest gold advantage being 2,788 in favor of Todak, and that was at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, no, I love gold graphs because it gives you the entire story of what exactly happened in this game. And as you mentioned, at the 6th minute, it was looking so good for Todak. They were getting every single objective. They're getting tier 1s out of nowhere, winning fights, 2 turtles already down. But on that 3rd turtle, Team Hawk kind of figured out how they wanted to play these neutral objectives again, and that's where you see the back and forth, because now that the lanes have been unlocked, Todak didn't exactly have a very clean way to punish Team Hawk. Usually it's like, oh, Iris, he used this flicker. Good. We walk up into his lane, we latch onto him, and we quickly burst him down. And they wanted to do that again, but even for Team Hawk, they recognize, you know what, if we just lane swap, we could maintain a lot more pressure.
And also Iris went for a Winter Truncheon, right? So no more one-shot potential for Todak. You look at the 10 to 12-minute mark, that was where Todak got the first lore of the game. 0 goal game. In fact, it swung back to Team Hawk's favor.
Yep. Can't really do much about it, because let's look at the team highlights, right? Because once we get in towards like the 18th, 19th minute is where it got really scary for Todak, and you can tell that the scaling suddenly became a huge difference here. Panda is able to chunk out more targets in comparison to Chiku guys.
And the best part is that they were able to give Panda a minor head start. So even when we say Chiku has sort of recovered, he is just evening in his numbers out with Panda. Like you mentioned, the early objectives, totally in favor of Todak. In fact, Momo got such a good head start, and even when he got shut down, the goal didn't necessarily went over to the carries of Team Hak.
Well, let's also not forget that even Panda was feeling generous a couple of times, right?
Yeah.
He probably shouldn't have done a couple of those moves, and it would have been an easier transition for the side of Team Hak. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what is your end game condition, and that's going to be the Lord. And Team Hak, once they figured out that neutral objective, it became so much easier to kind of manage.
And this was kind of the moment where I believe Todak got the Lord for themselves, and Team Hak still was able to kind of fend them off. And Panda, he had some moments where you're like, well, boy, what are you doing? But he also had other moments where he was able to get away, and then this is where Yura starts really showing up, right? Becomes the Edith, takes down Todak, and this is where Panda kind of decided to dive the back, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just bad placement of the BMI, like bad usage of the BMI. But let's just not forget that Yura in this matchup was actually pretty huge. Like his end KDA, the fact that he only died twice was pretty surprising considering how much damage Todak actually had. It just showed that Todak didn't view him as a threat until it was too late, allowing him to scale.
And he was calling the shots, right? He was the one like, flickering and diving underneath the crystals for Team Hak to end the game.
Yeah.
I feel like there was an instance where Team Hak was deciding to just call it quits and wait for the next Lord or something, but Yura wanted it end there and then, and he did it.
Yeah, honestly, I definitely don't think I would have been brave enough to make a call like that because it's so on the wire, so very close, and I think at least for Yura, he recognized how much damage he was doing, and more importantly, broke the the Athena shield early on from the Brody, so he knew second burst, he's dead.
Oh, Todak, they got some thinking to go through. Because you look at the first phase draft, I believe Todak went for like what they had the Brody and Darov as the last two picks, but the Kaja, Farsa, and the Edith in first phase. And Team Hak, they actually responded with a very basic opening, right? They Fredrin, Valentina, and then only after in phase 2, they decide to put the Fredrin in the XP lane. That's without seeing the Brody and the Darov.
Exactly. And you know, the third pick, Claude, was actually really genius coming in from June as well. They recognized very quickly, oh, Farsa Kaja, we're just going to get the Claude for ourselves. As long as we don't do anything stupid, we could really hurt this comp.
Don't do any stupid. Yeah.
Cuts to Panda throwing his BMI into the bush. People gotta be careful, man.
Old habits die really hard.
It's true.
Yeah, he has some great moments and some moments that it's definitely very, very clippable, as they call it.
Hey, honestly, this entire week has been looking very similar to that. I mean, even Sasai has thrown a couple of times, you know. As long as you can recover and you win out that game, that's what matters the most.
Going into game 2, I think Todak, they have been focused prioritizing Zyme Senpou's heroes very, very often, right? They're always trying to first pick that mid laner. It has been Farsa and Gore primarily. I think Novara, they are more willing to let it go into phase 2. I don't think that's going to change, but I feel like that Edith first pick, maybe that's where they will look at.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's so weird to start off with a flex pick and then they immediately reveal that it's actually going into
They pick Kaja Farsa afterwards.
Yeah, they could have, man, a lot of the times I would have imagined that they probably would have wanted to go for like a double flex pick in that particular situation, maybe have like a Keto ready to go, and then now you really have to start thinking about like, oh no, do I have to go Melissa in this particular matchup? And then, but they've already got the Farsa, so then it turns into a double negative.
And they also started the ban phase with a Paquito Terisla ban, right? They were looking to shut down Iris, and Team was like, well, I guess everyone has figured that out. You're playing Fredrin.
Yeah.
There's nowhere else to go around it.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Definitely something to look back into the draft, and I think Kudra is going to take these into account moving on into this next game. I don't know if they're going to be on red side. I feel like based on how Todak likes to play their drafts, they generally kind of stick to the same side if they have a set game plan.
But I personally feel like the prioritization has to change, right? Like who gets their hero first. We've seen some mid laners first pick, not often, but maybe Todak is a team that would do it. And we also got to look at the jungler head-to-head between Rival and Gary, two of the rising stars 2 seasons ago. But in game 1, I'd say that Gary definitely made a bigger splash.
Yeah, he definitely made a bigger splash here. I feel like Rival, to be fair, he got Dairoth, right? There's only so much you can do with the Dairoth at the very least. I think even if they swapped roles, Gary's got great mechanics and he's been known to play Dairoth as well. But at a certain point, he loses relevance. He doesn't scale as hard, and you would much rather a Lancelot at the end of the day. So I personally think that looking at these stats and the way that it's been going and the way that these fights have been going on with a higher percentage of kill participation, maybe Todak is thinking, let's go Baxia, right?
Yeah.
Play to strong side EXP, deny the entire jungle from my opponent, Gary loses relevance, neutral objectives become easier to take, and Chiku, guys, just needs to live.
Yeah, and there are like, what, 3-4 main heroes, right? Baxia, Fredrin, Martis, maybe a Tank-Salot if they want to throw it in there with the Angela. Even the Joy could be an option, I think, for the jungle if Todak wants to go for it.
It has been a while.
It has been. I think most of the times you look at Todak, they do love to stick together, right? We talk about the Roma mid duo or Roma mid jungler trio, and it has been a staple of Todak, just that in game number 1, it got pretty scrappy. We gotta look at Team Hak's match history as well. Started off MPL MY regular season very well. 2-0 against Secret, 2-1 against MPNC, 2-0 against Red Esports, and then they fall to RSG MY. That one, yeah, sure, no big deal. Then they fall 0-2 to Lunatics.
Honestly, the fact that RSG exposes their weakness in the draft itself and how to kind of actually approach Team Hak, a lot of teams, I mean, that was a rough week 3 for Team Hak. And they were coming off really hot in week 2 as well. So hopefully if they're able to kind of shut down this momentum, really start brandishing the other weapons that they have. In this case, Noir and Yura are really taking a leap of faith here. The fact that Noir is so confidently throwing his body in there, okay, fair enough. The fact that Panda is doing it too, okay, maybe a little too much. He needs to calm down. But I'm so happy to see that Yura himself is now becoming more comfortable with the rest of his team.
And it's all about committing, right? You want to do it together as a team. At least you go down, you sync with the ship. And there's no better time to kind of brandish your other fangs. When you look at this, the future 3 matchups, SMG, SRG, Homeboys. Oh, those are rough matchups for Team Hak.
Not gonna get easier,
Not gonna
that's
get
for
any
sure.
easier. This is like the checkpoint, the pit stop for Team Hak.
Oh yeah, this is like the second half of Mount Everest where it's just like, wow, it was already hard getting just to the base. Now we see, ooh, Todak deciding to go on the red side. Team Hak on the blue. They're gonna have first pick, but they ban out the Grok as well as the Kaja. Fanny gets banned out for the side of Todak.
This could allude to a Farsa opening for Team Hak if they really want to, right? Like,
Possibly, yes.
Grok is gone, no Fanny as a threat. A complete switch up in terms of how the teams want to approach the games. Even the Edith gets banned out by Todak.
All right.
That means Iris's heroes are open.
Yeah, again, Terizla, Paquito out wide out in the open. Todak is confident that Momo should be able to handle it, and I think it'll be a very interesting EXP matchup this time around.
Yeah, especially when Iris gets to do a lot more than just soaking up damage, right? You don't have to either to worry about. The X-Borg is also a hero that was up on the table.
You're right.
That was not picked up.
That was not picked up by either side. Team Hak ban out Paquito. I think they're setting up for Terizla, and Todak know that. They're going to go into X-Borg to nullify it.
Has to be, right?
I mean, I don't think it's that bad, because if Todak wants to open up with the X-Borg, at least it can be a flex pick for someone like Rival to play inside the jungle. So we'll see what the first pick is going to be for the side of Team Hak, and if it's going to be Fredrin again, Todak can punish it.
Yeah, RSG MY players in the audience. Demon Kai with the thumbs up. Matt, he is trying to catch up in the KD standings, but oh, tough luck, brother.
Dude,
Stormy
I don't know.
is too far ahead.
Right? Like, looking at those standings, it's so BS. It's so ridiculous how far ahead he is. And considering that he's played a significant amount of games, you would have imagined that somebody would have ruined it down the line.
So the Claude actually gets taken off by Todak. Just like you mentioned, they will leave the Terizla open, and if Iris goes for it, it's X-Borg time.
Okay. Team Hak, do they really go? They've been punished by this before. And I think that Team Hak might want to consider going for like a... even the Fredrin start's not that great.
Or they go either Fredrin or Farsa opening, and then you leave the X-Borg as an option for yourself, right?
Possibly.
Fredrin just get picked up again, so Iris gotta do some mental preparation. There's a chance he goes into the XP lane with the Fredrin again, but at least, again, Terizla and X-Borg is an option, and now you keep Todak guessing. If they go for the Terizla, the X-Borg has a chance to go to Team Hak. But when you look at Rival in the jungle, he has played 11 unique heroes as a jungler with Super Skies behind him with 9.
Ooh, 11? And that's not even his entire hero pool here, right? He's played some weird picks. Alpha, for an example, definitely one of those that you wouldn't have expected to be played here at MPL MY. But
all the injustice in the world.
Cho, all right. We don't know where Cho is going. Most likely going to go, going to be picked up by Yums. And it looks like Todak is trying to piece together Game 1's draft all over again with different components.
Yeah, last time we saw the Cho played by Todak, it was against SRG, I believe, not long ago. And that one, they were shut down.
Well, Team Hawk, they lock in Hanzo here, right?
Yeah, you lock in Hanzo, you straight up win. There's a Farstar.
That's a Farstar as well.
Novaria. It's not a bad option for Yura, right? Or the Valentina, which also is still open.
I agree, but I think in this particular case, like Todak could have gone with like Export Joy for an example, and I think that would have really messed Team Hawk up.
All right, Gary, it's joy time.
It's joy time. We'll see. What I don't think teams have really been like highly prioritizing this joy, and I think that teams have kind of forgotten, eluded from the fact because they're playing so much around how big of an impact the EXP laner needs to make in the game. Now Bruno gets locked in. Okay, so they want to be able to win out in the gold lane. I guess that's a priority for Team Hawk.
And this is the best part for Team Hawk. Contrary to being on the red side, now they get to see 4 picks of Todak before deciding where this Fredrin goes, right? You don't have to just blindly push him into the XP lane if you don't want to. And you also allow them to focus on Chiku, guys. Hero pool again, 1-1 Irithel, right? Put him in a bad matchup, and you have a Bruno to really start oppressing Chiku in that goal lane in that early game.
Yeah. I think that, well, we'll see. We'll see whether this is going to be a flex pick or not, and that's going to predetermine the direction that Todak is going to go. Because if it is a flex pick, then at the very least they've got... oh, wow, there it is. Ooh, that's some hot stuff. Now, the real question, is Arlet and Cho the double flex pick of a lifetime or not?
We've seen 4 flex picks in a draft by SMG, so I'm not surprised by this one. SMG has done it before. I think Red Esports did 3 flex pick, but that one was an abysmal game.
Yep.
Now the question is, where is this Arlet going to go? Is it going to be a Roam Arlet? Or did they get inspired by RSG MY? I mean, RSG is watching. They're like, yeah, is Todak going to, what has Storm taught them?
Just watch Kuja just point into the side of the crowd. It's like, this is for you. This is a homage for you, RSG. That'd be funny to see. But overall, I think that if we do, it's going to be, they're going to let Team Hawk finish their competition, obviously, right? Todak, they're going to be able to get the first pick in that second phase. They're still banning out this Atlas consistently just to make sure that nobody can really kind of affect the team fight overall and set that combo up.
You know what I have in mind? Okay, never mind, Lancelot was banned out. But actually, there is still an option. Notice that the teams have not looked at Angela at all, and I'm not certain if Team Hawk will consider Angela, but Angela Ling could be a juicy option.
That's what I was thinking of too. I was just like, okay, if Lancelot isn't there, they're looking for substitutes, right? And the only other substitute that I can think of, realistically, would either be Hayabusa or Ling. Ling is the more preferred one.
Helker.
Oh, you're right,
It's
Helker.
still not banned out just yet.
Unless Todak, right here, right now. Right here, right now. I can't wait 10 seconds and keep repeating that. Come on, Todak.
Do you ban a Helker?
They did it in game number 1. I wouldn't be too surprised if they do it in game number 2.
No, they banned the Franco.
Interesting.
Ooh, seems like a juicy Helker game, not gonna lie.
No Franco. Okay, but why ban Franco now?
Like, what are you afraid of? Do they pick the Joy? Are they gonna like triple flex this?
I think they are. I feel like they are. It'd be kind of funny if they do.
But if you... Oh, you can't pick the Angela, which is kind of like the unfortunate part, right? Because you revealed the Cho and the Arlet already.
So you can pick up like the necessary combo components necessary, but there is a possibility that at the very least, if Team Hawk decide to lock it in for themselves, the Ling Angela, they got the way of the dragon. They have the final slash. They have means to actually manage it.
So what's gonna be for Todak?
What? They're the ones who banned out the Helker?
Oh. What are they afraid of, though? I mean, well, there's still the Ling. Don't worry, there's still the Ling.
There's still the Ling. To be fair, no, I don't think they're gonna play like Valentina jungle and then lock in like the Eve or something. That's some blacklist stuff going on. But I don't know. This one's tough. This one is tough. Todak will have first pick in the second phase, though.
That's, I believe, Yum's pass. I mean, just flashing in stage access. Oh my goodness. We need more than just that to win the game.
Anymore.
There it is. That's the joy.
Okay. Still, 9 picks, 53 times banned, and it still has a 63% win rate. Not bad overall.
Why is it going to be Todak's last pick? I think that's the question, right? It's a gold lane thing now. I mean, the gold lane is pretty open, honestly, for Todak.
There's so many good ones.
Yeah, there's a 1-1 if they want to go for it.
Yeah, there is a 1-1. Do they necessarily need it? I don't know. They have many means to pick off their targets. I mean, even if he still wants to go for Brody again, it's not that bad. but I feel like this could be a clean game, assuming that Team Hawk don't have any stronger dive. Okay, so we see the Terizla. What are they going to pair it up with?
Noir. Cool Fry is not a bad option. A lot of people like to dash, but they go for the Ruby instead. Okay.
Okay. They could have gone for like Grok. I mean, there's no way they're gonna catch the Joy.
I mean, Grok was banned out, but I think Cool Fry is not too bad of an option, right? Like, you can kind of fall back to the game one playstyle.
Oh, you're right. This one. Ooh.
The Ruby throws me off a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. Not the Grok, the Mincetar.
The Mincetar.
Sorry, that was my bad. I don't know how I got that out of Grok, but still, I feel that like Team Hawk, I feel like they're thinking too far ahead of what they need to do. I feel like if they wanted to go for Ruby, they could have set it up a lot. They could have set it up way earlier into the game, and more importantly, with a Mincetar, they can actually really affect the game with so many dashes on their side. So why go for Ruby, which is technically a weaker version, on top of the fact that you have to flicker if you want to cancel out the Feather Airstrike?
And your mobility is very subjective also, right? If you can't get a spell off, you're not really moving as much. And even then, there are buffer timers for Ruby to get things going. I don't know, I mean, Terizla, comfort pick for Iris, very understandable, but this matchup is going to be a little bit different from what we saw in Game 1. In fact, at least for Team Hawk, it seems like they decided that to pivot a little bit from what worked in the previous game.
Yeah, but we do see the minor adjustments coming in from Todak as well. I like the way that Team Hawk actually approached the draft. I do think there would have been other substitutes, but that really boils down to, what heroes are you comfortable with Noir? More towards Mincetar or more towards Ruby? They both kind of achieve the same thing.
At least the jungle dynamic is now a bit different. They're not both playing assassins. Gary is now a front line, whereas Rival, he gets the liberty to hop around the back line if he was able to get through the front line first. Game 2 between Team Hawk and Todak is going to be happening right now. This time, Todak will be on the red side of the map.
Now, in terms of map movement, this is where Todak has actually got Team Hawk beat. They're able to kind of force priority in their side lanes, which is going to start leading into Gary. The question is, well, I wouldn't say what side, but more importantly, how is Todak actually going to start getting ahead? Oh, this is getting dangerous now.
Miura is doing so well on these trades. Nine set boy. Not enough damage to regenerate. It's going to be there for Noir to keep him alive.
That is, Noir really playing it dangerous here. Very, very dangerous stuff all across the board. But we'll see. We'll see how Momo actually fares up against Iris. Because in the earlier stages of the game, man, Iris is going to just be doing so much more damage. And Iris, he knows, like, Momo, you got nothing on me right now. Pre-level 4, you ain't doing nothing.
That's one of the few heroes that if you want to get on top of me, you should taste the hammer, right?
Yeah. Oh, he decided to go for common emblems as well. Huh.
Oh yeah, you're right. Common and tenacity. So it's all about... I assume he's going to build into the tank Arlot like most people do nowadays and just try and stall out the fight, just be as destructive as possible.
Just hard sustain for as long as possible. He knows he's going to be using his Vengeance a lot, so you might as well have the extra mana regen to keep himself in lane.
Oh, is this going to pan out though? I mean, for the side of Todak, the Lord's going to be spawning, well, the Turtle is going to be spawning in 15 seconds on the top side. Looking for priority on the side of Team Hawk. Again, Iris looking to hit that for as fast as possible. Momo getting punished now and then, and yeah, has the flicker, and that is not good.
Oh, that...
Not good at all.
Yeah, really not good at all. Really can't do much about that. That could have been a kill, possibly, but Iris, he's not going to risk it right now. First Turtle is by far more important than having to get this dive off onto Momo's side.
Yeah, Momo is going to recover some of the health with the Vengeance, but even then, he has no entry into the Turtle, and Team Hawk, they're not in a rush. Iris is just going to brick wall this entire area until Gary is ready.
Yeah, Yums is a little susceptible. He still has one Shrimp Hole left in him, but he's buying out time. Iris doing a very good job. Just proxy the wave. He doesn't have to commit to anything.
And that's why he's going to use that ultimate to try and get rid of Iris. Iris is going to go down. Lovely final slash from Momo to punish the Terizla. And now Todak has opened up an opening around the Turtle pit. Gary, can he get the red tree off? Able to dodge the dash and actually secure the Turtle. Lovely slam. Stolen for the airstrike on Yura, but he's going to get jumped on by Rival instantly. Team Hawk will get used in return. Momo might be the next on the chopping block. Lucas Arlen wants to get away. Taunter terrified and dead. Carry for the double.
Beautiful stuff coming out of Noir, setting that up nicely, making sure that Yums, it's difficult to time your Shrimp Hole when there's so many things to dodge. You don't want to get hit by the energy eruption. You don't want to get hit by the I'm offended either, but at some point you kind of have to pick and choose what you need to get hit by.
And the moment you do not have your Jikundo or Shunpo, you just instantly die, right? There's nothing much that Yunz can do.
I mean, he knew that. If not, he would have flickered, right?
The craziest thing is that Todak has been really putting a lot of emphasis on a choke.
Oh!
And the flicker that is on the Pana, keeping it until they need it. Make sure the Pana goes down. The counter comes in from Gary again, taunting out Rival who needs to run away. Noir on the case. Chico guys getting him down. Noir doing a lot of that damage, and we get an unfortunate pause.
No, the timing! Chico guys was about to get the kill and everything! It was about to be so cool! They set it up perfectly for him! You can see Gary, even he's just like, do it, I'm about to die, bro!
Yeah, Noir is like, oh man, like, Gary was waiting for his cooldowns and Noir was just tanking all the shots. It's gonna be a type 2 issue on the side of Team Hawk's side, so not hope it gets sorted out. We're gonna take a bit of time with this, but it is so unfortunate. I believe this call coming out from the side of, was it Gary?
Yeah, it looks like it was called by Gary himself, and that was in the middle of a fight at the same time. So again, it could be, well, it's one of those things where when you have a type 2 issue, that's where it gets scary because you don't know at what point did it start to occur. And worse yet, it could mean that he might have been walking into some danger zones or using spells without himself even realizing it. So hopefully they fix it up, and hopefully Team Hawk can actually recover from that type of damage.
And he was playing a very important role in that skirmish as well, right? He was able to force Rival away. He was taking a lot of damage, and all he was looking for is the combo points to get the Appraiser's Wrath off. And I think last we saw on that screen cap, he was moving away from the fight again, assuming he's waiting for his cooldowns with Noir going down. My assumption is that Team Hawk are just going to disengage from that and give Noir's life away. But either way, it is definitely kind of that unexpected break in the tempo that Team Hawk has gotten for themselves.
All right, guesses, wild guesses. Place your bets, boys and girls. How many kills is Todak going to be walking away with when we come back into the game?
One.
One? You're not even going to go for two? I think it's going to be two.
Oh, we'll find out right now. We're going to be going back into the game. Thank you very much, Marshall, for your hard work. And well, he doesn't even go down. There's 0 kills for Todak in this instance. Lovely flicker. And boys, another pause.
Come on.
I'm looking at you, Team Hawk. Is it going to be you again? Yep. It was just testing out the ping a little bit. And yeah, Gary's still facing some issues.
Yeah, that's a type 3 error. So they're going to change the entire phone here. They're like, no, we're not having this. We're making sure that competitive integrity is kept well here at MPL MY. So thank God for our marshals doing one heck of a job.
Well, at least this time we are at the state of the game has cooled down a little bit. You know, not much is happening. You know, the teams are just going to go back and farming their waves, setting up for the next objective. We're not at a moment where when we come back from the pause, it's going to break the game. Well, not this time.
Not this time. But at the very least, the situation is kind of de-escalated from where it was prior to that. So don't worry. Nothing game-breaking just yet.
Yeah, Gary is they'll have some time to talk about this, right? We have 5 minutes to go through this. Well, a maximum of 5 minutes. Hopefully, lesser than that. But yeah, we're going to get Gary's device fixed. But Team Hawk, they have put themselves in a pretty decent position, right? The fact that, you know, Todak, they got the right idea to dive the backline to get onto the Valentina with the Joy. But the front lines, the Noir, Ruby, and the Fredrin has been doing their absolute best to keep Todak away, and that has minimized a lot of the damage that Todak can do.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that as of right now, Yura has been working really well with Noir. Because there's always the argument of if you are Cho, you might as well, you know, break the tip of the spear rather than going straight for the shaft, right? And I think in this particular case, breaking the tip of the spear is actually really, really useful, but Yura is just not letting him, terrifying him at the right moments, making sure that he's spacing correctly so he has to commit on one or the other rather than knocking them both up with a Jikundo.
Yeah, and even at level 1, right, as a Cho, you want to be able to clear the wave as fast as possible and punish your opponents with the first set of Jikundo. That didn't happen, so no invades for Todak. They can't really find where Gary was, and Gary got a very solid level 4 and was able to walk away with the first turtle despite them losing Iris right before that.
I mean, that's to be expected, right? The comp really starts to come online towards the third or the third turtle, second if they get some early kills, specifically on Chifu guys. Oh, looks like the type 3 issue done before the 5 minutes. Let's jump back into the game.
I mean, our marshals are so efficient. Love them. Thank you very much, Lukman and the rest of the squad. Again, as you mentioned, de-escalated. So kind of back to this cooldown state. Iris doing the usual turret thing. Flicker is back online. He needs it for the next fight, but he did use the penalty zone earlier on.
Yep, they are just taking their time with this. Let's have a check out on the battle spells. It looks like from Todak's side, only Yums has utilized his battle spell. Everybody else still has it off cooldown. Team Hawk, it's going to be Yura who's getting his back in about 12 seconds. Purify for Panda, 40 more seconds to go. So it could be another potential punish down on the bottom side of the map.
Right, Chiku guys gonna land this. Oh, he's just gonna let it go. Not gonna wait any longer. Majority of the players are on the top side. I'm Sam Toy. He's gonna use the Wings by Wings just to get out. Todak, they were thinking about punishing Iris once more, but it's not gonna be as easy as it looks. Not when Gary's nearby and Momo. He's just gonna take this.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that he goes for the common emblem, it's just so smart. He knows that this is a losing matchup, so all he has to do is have enough mana to vengeance himself back up to full.
Gary's gonna start the aggro on the turtle. Before we 4K again. See if Yus can find the catch. I mean, they have a lot of displacement skills, right? Where the Dragon, they have the final slash from the Arlet. And Zion Senpai, as usual, will be able to do his artillery strikes from afar. Momo will arrive at the sea first. Rival charging on the dashes to get the kick onto Yura with a better airstrike. Gary still gets the turtle though. And Nuar gets the taunt on the both Zion Senpai and Yus. Now the stolen better airstrike will be used. Yus tries to break it, but Nuar will just tank it. Final slash or stop, but Momo now has to find a way to get out. Taunted at the end of the Vengeance dash. Still dashing around, but he's going to be going down. Nuar finds the kill.
Nothing left you can actually do there. Momo just too deep in the sauce in that situation. I think that Team Hawk played that well, and honestly, Gary winning out that retry battle, super important for him. He already had the advantage of being a level up on rival, but at that point in time, had Todak stolen it away and still sacrificed one kill, it would have really slowed down this creeping snowball that Team Hawk is now developing. Look, 3K already. It's about to be 5K if they get the next objective.
And Iris open up the top side of the map at the same time. Stormfire is going to go. Yum pulled in. Unfortunately, Iris is going to be on the case, but it's Joe, so he shouldn't post the safety. And again, good job by Noir in that previous fight to zone out the members of Todak, right? He zoned out both Zion Sandpoint and Yum. And Yura just playing so confident right now on this Valentina.
Yeah, right now, even rival not being... Again, he won't be able to do much for the earlier stages of the game. He's going to need a lot more items before he's relevant, and Iris just taking full advantage of the body of the Smith. It just feels like Todak is wasting their time the more damage they invest in him.
Rival is 2 levels behind Gary at this point, so your objective fight is going to get even harder than it already is. Team High looking to kind of pressure this middle lane. It's not the easiest thing to push though, now with Chico guys and Time standpoint around.
Dude, does Panda know that Arlet's in there? Oh, he has no idea. He has no idea.
Gary's going to be there though. Now Momo show himself, so Panda is going to be fine. In fact, it's still used by Noir as well to zone out Todak.
Yeah, wow, I'm surprised he didn't commit to that. That would have been, at least they could have gotten the Purify off early and then maybe set up for another lane gank. Again, down by bottom side while everybody else is going to be hovering around that turtle.
I feel like he could have committed if there was a +1 there, right? I think, but Gary was zoning out like his teammate.
Yeah, and Time Senpai wasn't in range for the feather airstrike at the same time. I don't know. I feel like that the final splat. Oh wait, hold on. This might be in trouble.
Back taunted. The drag is a tough scenario. Chico guys, gone on by Iris. Might go down. Has the tactical roll to safety. Iris, he can chase this.
What?
No problem. Chico guys sidesteps it. It's not gonna be enough, is it?
Yo, bro.
Iris, yeah, he's gonna hold on to the executioner's try. You're not juking him this time. Both goal laners are traded though. Panda ends up going down thanks to Zaim Senpoi and Momo. But this third turtle is gonna go to Team Hawk.
Yeah. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. You shouldn't have been caught out, but there's nothing real. Once you're stuck in that penalty zone and you don't have your flicker, you're in some trouble. The moment you tactically roll, Iris will run you down, knowing that you have no more movement abilities to get you away from his hammer.
It's tough. The top quadrant of the map is Iris. It's labeled as his. And you can't show up. Like, you need at least 3 people to kill him. And that's not even a guarantee. The AI winning prediction at 8 minutes is 68% for Team Hawk.
I think it's safe to say that Iris is the bouncer of Team Hawk right now. You better have a +2 if you want to get into my zone, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. He's huge.
He is so big this game. But at the very least, Chiku guys is able to kind of, start sieging out these turrets down to kind of recover from the damage, economic damage that Team Hawk has applied on top of them. And I love the build coming up from Iris, right? He recognizes that it's not about spell vamp, it's about being able to kind of close out these kills. He does get the Fury Hammer, and then immediately it's just full tank items.
Yums, he's looking for a kick. He's gonna get terrified before he gets the kick off, so he'll be delayed. Yums needs to get away, ends up going down. They do find a fire slash on the Panda and run him down as well. But it's 2 kills for Team Hawk. It will be 3 thanks to Yura. And Todak cannot fight this. And that's without Gary in the fight.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, Panda, he's just taking it. He's just taking it. He's like, okay, my team is carrying the game. My team is carrying the game. I am a punching bag right now.
It's fine. I got 2 kills. You know, as long as I'm getting kills, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping up with Chiku, right? Yeah. He's a level ahead of him. I'm sure he has got a little bit more gold. And the fact that the rest of his team is being able to kind of refrag for him and taking those kills for themselves to keep themselves further on into this game to maintain pressure, I think it's fine.
Now we had a bit of time. I think it's the appropriate for us to go back to one of the hot topics for today, right? We talk about the goal lane matchups between Panda and Chiku, and especially, Panda. We discussed about him a lot. He does some funky stuff, but Chiku kind of feels like he's been struggling in the recent matches.
I mean, can you even blame him though? With the lineup that he has to go through, he needs a setter, and right now, a lot of these situations, he doesn't get that setter. He's kind of left to do his own things. He knows that he is behind, so there's no point actually trying to play for his combo just yet until he gets the right amount of items. And I think, in particular, we're waiting for that Malefic Roar before we see him being relevant.
Thankfully, they will be able to get the top tier 2, so some sort of retribution, some sort of return for Todak. Their bottom tier 2 will go down though. It's not the easiest to defend against the Siege, but there's a Bruno on the enemy side.
Yeah, and looking at the level differences, EXP lead that Team Hawk has acquired, man, Momo is 2 levels down on his opponent, Iris. Even Yul's still struggling 2 levels down as a support against Noir. Man.
Still trying to extra use just a zone out Todak. I mean, even Gary is 2 levels ahead of Rival, right? And this is just a rough spot to be in. And look at how confident Gary was. He's just walking up knowing that no one can kill him. Sigh has to use his ultimate to stall out this push. They'll be successful in doing so. So Todak at least keeps the inhibitor alive, and they're able to shove on the top side, but the mid one is going to be under threat. Chiku guys will use that ultimate to get rid of it. Momo now concealed, flickers forward, gets the final slash, but they are pulled back by Noir, and it's Gary that finds the killing spree alongside Panda, who also chips in a bit of damage.
A clean machine coming out from the side of Team Hawk. A cool play coming out from Momo as he flicker final slashes to catch on too, but Noir's like, nah, you two are coming with me.
And this is where we see Todak reach almost their breaking point, right? The patience is running thin. We've seen this before, but this could be another lethal blow. We know how good Team Hawk is in closing out these games when you are on the ropes. Todak will have the full team back. No flicker this time for Momo. So Team Hawk will be looking to do as much damage as possible to inhibit us down. They will back off.
All right. They got what they came for, and this is off the very first Lord of the game. In those positions, right, Team Hawk is slowly getting to that 10k mark, and unfortunately for Todak, they're nowhere close. Like, getting to the 32k it would be a blessing, but by then, Team Hawk have already gotten a full item ahead, so I don't know. Unless Momo is able to catch both Yura as well as Panda at the same time, I don't think that this is very winnable for Todak. Even Rival has to be extremely careful with the way he approaches these fights.
I mean, he has damage. He just got the Divine Glaive. But how can he get into the thick of things? It seems so hard. Terizla, Fredrin, Ruby are not the easiest to get through.
Yeah, I think right now their only hope is leaning onto Chiku guys, because so far Team Hawk, a majority of them have Athena shields already built. And Sigh and Rival, even if they go in together, as long as those Athena shield passives are active, they won't be able to close out some of these kills.
I believe that was one of the highest AI prediction in terms of win percentage for a team we've seen so far. 91% for Team Hawk. Even when you look at the damage dealt difference, Chiku guys is the only one on the side of Todak who has dealt more damage than his counterpart. And even that was by a very small margin, and it's not really converted too much.
Yeah, this, again, Athena shield diff right now, and Todak, they just have to power through it, right? They have to waste these resources from the side of Team Hawk, poke them out slowly, and then eventually pull back and look for an all-in engage once the main carries from Team Hawk are out of position. But we'll see, because right now they've got a border kind of set up here. Ira's gonna face check.
Get kicked back into his team, flicker forward by Nuwa, instantly catching Chiku, guys. This fight is done. Anything else aside from that is a bonus. Yura shows Rival how it's done with the electrifying beat. They might not even need a Lord at this point. Yums gotta dash away. Momo has the flicker and the final slash left, but they only have Rival to deal reliable damage. Now or never for them. Momo taunted up. Yums take a couple balls to the face. Team Hawk looking for the killing blow. Todak is falling. Yums could even get the kick out. The medium wave is pushing in. Momo goes down. Team Hawk have upset Todak and delivered them another loss.
Oh, a big win for Team Hawk, claiming themselves 3 points as they move on and finish week 4 strong. You can see the size of relief from the side of Team Hawk. They needed these points desperately.
We said this is one of their best chance to reset, get some points before the final stretch, where they face off against the giants of the leaderboard. And they have absolutely done it by taking down Todak. A very good pit stop for them to kind of regain the composure. But oh boy, if you're in Todak's position, relegation seems to be a possibility.
Yeah, they are still at 6 points. They haven't been able to accumulate enough to keep themselves out of that red zone. But it's Todak, and we can only put our faith in them to hope that they keep away from the red zone overall. But man, what a game coming out from the side of Hawk.
No animosity, all fun and games. Todak knows that they have been bested by Todak, by Team Hawk in fact. So it is something that I feel like for Todak at least, they definitely didn't expect it to go down this way, but you can see they gave it their all. And I think in terms of draft, I feel like, you know, Team Hawk has recovered from the lose streak when they swap out Amos and put him on the backseat.
I don't know. Was it a mistake to give to Rizla back to Iris? Bouncer Iris was nailing it this game.
Well, we're going to throw it back to Rose on the stage to talk to Team Hawk about that victory.
Clean sweep untuk pasukan Hawk. 2-0, 3 mata penuh. Alright, let's start with Iris.
Test.
Woi, test eh?
Alright,
Iris. Tadi, Jun cakap kan, kalau korang kalah, dia akan buat 50 push-up. Sekarang, Team Hawk menang, clean sweep. Dia perlu buat lagi ke tak?
Tak, kalau boleh nak bagi Kuja yang buat.
Okay, tak expect. Okay, so sekarang now that korang kalahkan Todak, apa yang Team Hawk tengah rasa? Sebab korang baru je technically end your lose streak, kan? Adakah korang dapat balik momentum korang? Korang dah reset balik untuk playoffs yang akan datang? Apa yang tengah jadi dalam Team Hawk? I'm sure semua orang nak tahu.
Okay, untuk minggu lepas kita ada beberapa problem, but we already fix it. And minggu ni kita orang bagi kemenangan untuk korang semua. So terima kasih yang mana datang daripada jauh. Fans Team Hawk, fans Todak semua. I love you all.
Wow. Okay, so dapat dengar MVP kita dah ready. Tapi untuk minggu ni kita tengah buat benda lain. Kita tengah try something different. So, Iris, you pilih you nak siapa announce MVP? Siapa? You nak siapa pegang mic?
Panda.
Okay, kita bagi kat Panda. Alright, boleh ya? Okay, Panda, sihat?
Sihat.
Alright. So, I nak Panda announce MVP, lepas tu Panda akan tanya soalan kepada orang dapat MVP tu. Alright? Go.
Macam nak announce?
Alright. Alright, go.
3, 2, 1.
Producer excited. Alright, so kita punya MVP is Yura. Nak tanya apa dekat Yura?
Yura, macam mana boleh MVP? Sebab boleh deh.
Pandai. Alright, Yura sekarang jadi MVP. Team Hawk menang. Apa Yura tengah perasan?
Senang. Habis fix problem week kemarin kan. Sekarang udah balik lagi ke performa kita.
Alright, okay. Kak Gary, last question untuk Gary. Minggu depan, korang ada 2 game lagi kan, tak silap? Okay, 2. Korang akan jumpa SMG dan juga Selangor Red Giants. Dua-dua pasukan top of the leaderboard. Is Team Hawk ready?
Ikut performa hari ni, insya-Allah ready. Cuma kita akan improve lagi untuk minggu ni. Tapi kita orang lagi 3 game, Homeboys.
Oh, 3 game. Oh, Homeboys.
Termasuk Homeboys.
Termasuk Homeboys, sorry. Tadi dekat skrip, diorang letak 2 je. Alright, so last words untuk fans yang datang. Sokong Team Hawk, walaupun korang lose streak, they're still here and sekarang korang dah menang. So last words?
Untuk fans Team Hawk, terima kasih sebab support kita orang. Dan minta maaf sebab last week kita orang underperform.
All right, thank you so much, Gary. Once again, congratulations to Team Hak. 3 mata penuh untuk hari ini, securing them or possibly even higher chances of securing a slot untuk playoffs yang akan datang. Round of applause, everybody. Alright, sekarang mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep game ni. Casters, silakan.
We've caught wind of Yura's performing better and better and better and better, and I think this is his peak right now in the group stage.
Well, honestly, I don't think it's his peak just yet. It feels good that he plays something else other than just the Novaria at a high level. I love seeing how aggressive he is on this Valentina. I love how he works well microly with Noir in the lane and outside of the lane. And I think that really makes a difference here because previously they felt disconnected. One person does his own thing, the other person plays his own game. They create their own startup companies. They both collapse at the same time. But this time around, together, they feel so much stronger.
Yeah, the mid roam duo, right? I can say with certainty that I think Team Hak definitely have bested what Todak has delivered. A big part of it is just Yura being so flexible on this Valentina, and extra ammunition in the arsenal of Team Hak.
Yeah, I love it as well. And honestly, I feel that Yura is going for an interesting type of build, right? Most people will go for the Weapon Master tenacity to be able to kind of go in and out. But the fact is, he's very happy to use his battle spells. And more importantly, he does actually go for the Winter Truncheon rather early on in his build. So that's why he's going for things like the pull yourself together on top of the impure rage plus the extra CDR.
And we see some Valentina players, they go for the talisman, right? But in this case, he just goes full damage and still is able to have utility for his team. So Team Hak overall, just what an amazing victory over Todak. We're gonna check in with the boys in this upcoming mic check to listen to what Team Hak are talking about behind the stage.
Joy bisa open, nggak ada masalah, kita masih bisa main itu Arlot sama Ko.
Gue tebak mereka. Boleh. Cok. Nice! Sama gue. Wow! Tolong kau. Tengok aku yuk. Ya, lihat gua. Mati! Ya, aku mati. Dapat dua. Takutan. Nice! Boleh. Gas. Dapat. Basah. Mati. Dah. Menang. Alhamdulillah! Menang. Alhamdulillah. Bunuh. Record.
Well, that's that for game number 2. A more straightforward victory for Team Hak. 14-4 and a very fast 14-minute game. 10k goal advantage when they ended it.
Extremely fast, but I think it's time to count the Athena shields from the side of Team Hak. We've got one on Noir, one on Panda. Yura didn't decide to build one. Gary went for the Radiant armor, and Iris obviously having the Athena shields. And these Athena shields really make the difference against a comp like Todak, where Farsa being the majority of the damage dealers, and even for Joy when he wants to go for the initial burst. They are interchangeable parts, but they're both magic damage related.
And even for Rival, we didn't get to see much of him in these fights, right? The only time we see him dive the back, he didn't really get much of a kill because thanks to primarily Noir just being that brick wall and keeping them away. These dive comps look so unexecutable, if it's even a word for Todak, just because of the Ruby.
Well, I mean, the Ruby did play a very large part of just slowing down the overall fights, and more importantly, for anybody who's trying to kind of cut through that front line to get into that back. But if we really look at it, right? The fact that he's going tenacity, the fact that he's going brave strike, he knows that he wants to kind of just live as long as possible so that once the initial engage is done, he can actually look for the counter engage, and it doesn't necessarily just have to be Iris with the penalty zone. So then they become this interchangeable part with one another during these team fights.
And we also see, Panda even going for the tenacity just for the extra resistance. But for Iris, he knows that when the Terizla is in his hands, he's looking to completely destroy the lane. He even went for the rupture for this Terizla, and we saw the amount of damage that he deals to Momo, even though Momo had the common emblem.
Yep, and that's why I love the builds. I love the builds coming out from the Terizlas because it's a little bit more flexible with these new emblems overall. He goes for the Fury Hammer instead of rather just doubling down on a Bloodlust Axe. And the same can be said for Arlet at this point of time. Momo knows this was a losing matchup. There's nothing I can really do about it realistically. So go for the Brave Smite, go for the Tenacity, go for the common emblem so I can stay around in the lane for as long as necessary.
But I also think that, you look at Todak's overall lineup, the margin of errors for them is very, very, very tiny. They need the battle spells, they need the ultimates to start a fight. And even then, to execute it isn't easy. You have a Cho in a roamer role, you have another in the XP lane. They have to land their spells in tandem to make it work. Most of the times, they don't get that window.
Yeah, they really don't get that window. And worse yet, right? When you're deciding on what tank item you need to go for first, in a lot of situations, Todak actually have to go for the Dominance Ice. If not, they cannot deal with this Ruby. And then after that, they needed to get an anti-cuirass, but they just don't have the economy to do so.
You Dominance Ice, and that's also with the Terizla, right? Like, you don't want him to heal out with the Festival of Blood, and just, again, the snowball got rolling so fast that Team Hawk just ran over Todak. You look at the damage dealt overall, this honestly just tells you how fast the game ended and how effective Team Hawk was at closing it out.
Yep, a 14-minute game and 6 seconds of absolute destruction. And Team Hawk making sure that the early interactions of Todak were really beneficial, right? They were finding picks wherever they can, and especially since Todak were the ones being a little bit more aggressive, in this particular case, Yums, they weren't able to get any side lane advantages. I would have imagined that Todak were going to play around gold side for a majority of the game and let Momo kind of be independent on his own, give away the early turtles, and then look to start playing for the second half of the game from mid to late.
And this is where I also want to go back to the Cho pick, right? First phase Cho for Todak, it has been... last time we saw it against SRG, we kind of chalk it up as, oh, Todak's here to ego challenge SRG, but in this case, it's a first phase Cho that in this game, it looked very straightforward. I find the Bruno, I find the Terizla, we burst him down. Simple, we win the fight. But there's a Valentina on the other side, and he can become a 6 hero. And that becomes a bit of a problem. Suddenly, you have to deal with a counterfeited Farsa blasting your team with Feather Airstrike. We gotta look at the heat map as well. In terms of jungle domination, I say this is absolute destruction by Gary.
Look. With the jungle domination board up on the table here, showing us the land on the percentages of which Gary was taking 3/4 of the map all to himself, with only a 57.1% rate of actually stealing away buffs, and as well as jungle creeps on that side of the map towards gold. Rival, even though he has 100% side on the orange buff side, he has to deal with Iris. So luckily, we don't have a trifecta here in the jungle domination screen.
And it's also not the buff that he really cares about, right? He's like, I got the orange buff. It would be nice if I get the purple buff.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's playing Joy, right? So it's not like he cares. The cooldowns are nice, but he didn't need the mana regeneration anyways, and it just felt bad.
Yeah, it's just, again, jungle domination. The title says it right. And you look at the highlights as well. This was where they were able to catch Iris out, punish him before the turtle fight. And at the end of the day, look at this. Yura is face-tanking Rival's ultimate.
Yeah, the early game can be kind of rough. The mechanics for Joy nowadays, it's really difficult because you have to get the electrifying beats before you get on top of your target. And worse yet, if you've been committing to a lot of your dashes on one target, the damage amplification, it actually does the opposite. It starts reducing your damage if it's the same target over and over again, up to a total of 60%.
And even in the fights where they catch Panda, they only get Panda. And there are instances where Yura decides, you know what, I don't want to be Zyme's head for anymore. I'm going to be a rival. I'm going to play a bit of Joy. And he starts running down the Farsa. Which is crazy to even think about, let alone do it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I will say that Panda took a lot of punishment in this game, and to be fair, Todak's game plan was very heavily around hurting Panda. I mean, they kind of got that done, but at what cost?
I mean, Panda still gets a positive KD at the end of it, so you can't even say it's a win. It feels bad. Like a complete domination by Team Hawk. We're going to take a look at the standings as well, because after this, some teams are in the danger zone. Of course, we have Red Esports and Team Secret. And in the red zone, they're going to get relegated if they don't make it out of this. But Todak, oh boy, tied up with Team Lunatics. Todak with 3 series left to play. Lunatics with 2 more. But either way, if they don't start winning games and Red starts winning their games, Todak's going to be in a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and let's not forget that winning 2-1 might not be ideal, because that still puts you at risk. If Red Esports or even Team Secret win their next couple of matches 2-0, if they win 2 of their games 2-0, that's really going to put a lot of pressure on Todak's side to perform well.
Yeah, and Team Hawk, well, they're now able to breathe a lot more. They're on the first page of the standing, only 1 point behind RSG MY. They're going to be joining SRG Homeboys and Team SMG as well. And honestly, on the first page, Team SMG and RSG MY are the two teams with the most series left to play, right? 4 series remaining. Team SMG and RSG MY will play their upcoming series later on.
Yeah, and let's see whether RSG MY can continue their streak of just breaking the 100% match win rate opponents here. They've already done it with SRG, and now they are looking to break Team SMG as well.
They have exposed some of the team's weaknesses, right? Did it with SRG, no problem. Did it with Team Hak. But SMG, what is going to be their weakness? I think RSG has a lot to answer for in our upcoming series.
Yes, we do. Well, I mean, it's a great start to the final day of week number 4, but there's so much left to be done.
Yeah, we say that this is a royal week. Well, I'd say that amongst all the matchups, I personally am most excited for RSG MY against Team SMG, even more than Todak against Homeboys, if I gotta be very honest.
Let's not forget that this week also predetermines who's going to be sitting at the top of the standings and most likely going to maintain that out through week 5 as well as week 6.
We talk a lot about RSG MY and Team SMG, and that's because this is going to be the upcoming series. One best of 3, but one of the most hyped and important ones. You see that the backstage right now is not as crowded, but trust me, when the crowd starts rolling in, you know it's game on.
Yep, they know. After this 2-0 game, it's going to be a decent break before we jump into that next match. So they're just prepping, and I'm guessing they're repairing those drums because, man, some of these drums have taken quite a beating.
And I remember Rose also talked about this particular matchup, right? The mid lane matchup. We're looking at Izanami against Stormy. Can he break the KD of Stormy, right? Or better yet, can he best Stormy in the lane?
Yep, the Prince of Mages or the Mage Prodigy. Don't know which side you're leaning on towards, but it's hard because I love both of these players. It's I would hope that they succeed in their own ways. Let's just keep it in a neutral stance.
One of the few series with just incredible matchups, right? XP lane, Ripple against Smooth. That is also going to be very, very interesting. You have Demon Kai against Saksa, the Filipino jungler's about to butt head again.
Oh, don't forget about the gold laners as well. The fact that Lolios has been honestly performing like out of his mind throughout the regular season so far, it has been a great sign. But then you have Sasa on the other end who's like, let's see how long you can hold that up for.
Well, we're going to go for a short break, but remember, when we come back, Team SMG is going to take on RSG MY in this Grand Slam of a best of 3. Stay tuned.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Hey korang, let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh.
An
Gas.
enemy has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas, guys.
I'm a
Nice.
panggil aku
So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas.
Okay, korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
Enemy has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan tas korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Okay, korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semutan semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Hey korang, let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu ke-4, hari terakhir. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match kedua untuk hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat panas. Kita akan saksikan RSG MY yang akan menentang Team SMG. So, nampaknya the crowd is super duper excited untuk match up ni sebab dua-dua pasukan tengah pegang win streak. Team SMG on their road to be undefeated in the regular season while RSG MY nak putus win streak SMG. So confirm gameplay sangat panas. Tapi I nak tanya dulu. From the side of RSG, are you guys ready? Alright, nampaknya diorang dah ready. Tapi SMG boleh kalah ke? Tak boleh. So, from the side of SMG, let me hear you. Wow. Dua-dua fans dah ready. So, marilah kita jemput RSG MY ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Hadir bergaya dengan streak kemenangan di dalam tangan. Membawa misi untuk memecahkan win streak Team SMG. Berjaya mendominasi selepas mengalami kekalahan. Adakah sinar biru akan sekali lagi menyinari Land of Dawn? Let's watch and see. Give it up for Team SMG! Sekali lagi Team SMG membuktikan bahawa mereka adalah gergasi regular season. Penambahan Miko dan Saksa menambahkan lagi mimpi ngeri buat pasukan lawan. Ditambah lagi dengan strategi Coach Pau yang sangat berkesan, dapatkah Team SMG memadamkan api kemarahan RSG MY? Turn on the aircon sebab stage akan berapi sebentar lagi. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesultanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Woo, panas. So guys, korang rasa kita kena turn on the aircon ke tak dekat Dewan Sri Putra sebab match ni sangat-sangat panas. Korang kena ingat, alright, that Miko and Storm used to be ex-teammates. Which means perlawanan ni akan jadi intense untuk dorang. Tapi bukan tu sahaja sebab the battle of the mid lanes. Kita akan tengok our mage prodigy Stormy going up against the Prince of Mage in Malaysia, Izanami. So, I think everybody's ready. But wait. Hold on. I nak semua orang. I want to hear everybody. Okay? So before I throw it to the casters. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Vibes ni yang kita nak. Vibes macam ni yang semua orang suka. So with that, let us show it to the casters. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much to our host, Rose. Once more, the crowd is ready. We are ready. Team SMG against RSG MY. The boys in orange and the boys in blue about to bump heads. Will Team SMG's win streak be finally broken by RSG MY? We're going to find out. You're here with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Kid and Q.
So far, Team SMG has had a monster of a season, having dropped barely any games. One game, in a matter of fact, with full 100% win rates over this series. It is tough to knock them down, but so far, RSG continues to prove that they are breaking 100% time after time.
But there's one thing that could tip the balance in RSG MY's favor, because we've seen a lot of players backstage. They have something to juice them out whenever they need an extra boost. And it's all about the spirit of never stop fighting, right? Gotta keep grinding on, and they power up with Nescafe right here with them. Every time they take a swing, they're gonna power up their gameplay and take the MLBB game to the next level. So take a shot of Nescafe, power out your game, power out with Nescafe, and reach the next level of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
And don't forget, a lot of the heroes have their own specialty art on these exclusive Nescafe cans here. So go check it out from your nearest store, and maybe you can collect them all. Let us know how many have you spotted out that's an individual design. But with that being said, let's pull this back to RSG versus SMG, because the crowds are getting wild here. It's not as crazy as the Niners at the very least having the marching bands, but let me tell you, these stands are full, and I'm pretty sure they're waiting for First Blood to spill.
And with that being said, we also need you guys to give us your opinion by scanning the QR code down below. Let us know who you think is going to be the MVP, not just for this series, but also for the upcoming series between Red Esports and Team Secret. But of course, if you get all of this right, including the ones prior to this between Team Hawk and Todak, your name might be flashed down below at the end of the day, and you might get some prizes in your game client. So give it a go.
Yep, all of these prizes are for you guys. So thank you so much to tune in and stick around for this upcoming matchup, because I don't think you want to miss this one in particular. The highlight match of Sunday to close out week 4. And more importantly, one that I would say would be the most interesting micro-wise between the mechanics of these players.
Absolutely. And of course, when you see these players play their heroes, you're like, wow, they play so good. I wish I could play those heroes as well. But wait, I don't have them. But don't worry. Now you are going to have a limited time access to all the heroes in Mobile Legends Bang Bang starting from the 8th of September. So you can pick your favorite heroes and dominate on the land of Dawn. Or better yet, invite your friends and join the climb in the rank ladders, because you also get star protection, which means if you lose, it doesn't even matter. You can use whatever you want. You can lose the games if it gets so unfortunate. But the main point is gather your squad and climb the ranks.
You still have 15 days left for the rank season until it ends, and that's 2 weeks plus an extra day for you and your friends to crush it and make it to Mythic Glory. Ooh. I think it's time.
I think it's time. Let's bring up the lineup of RSG MY. We talk about them being the boys in blue, the boys that have broken a lot of that clean streak. SRG was the first team that fell victim to them. They exposed a lot of weaknesses, all parts to Demon Kai, Storm, Lolio, Izanami, and Ripple.
Now, in the earlier weeks of the regular season, RSG didn't look like they were a full team just yet. They were struggling to kind of come together with one ideal. But now, it feels like, at least for Demon Kai and Storm, they've integrated well, and more importantly, they're elevating the team.
When a lot of people heard about the transfer before MPL started, I think RSG MY was cited as a dream team for MPL MY. Right? This was a team that's going to change the landscape of the league, but they need to overcome this team in front of them. Team SMG with Saksa, Miko, Sasa, Stormy, and Smooth to make that come true.
Yeah, we weren't expecting 2 changes, in a matter of fact. We were only expecting 1 change at the very least at the beginning of that season, and that being Valence, who's now continuing his studies. But Saksa and Miko, so many questions around them. Do they integrate well? We've seen Team SMG's attempt with Hades, for an example, or Hate during his time. and he didn't work out with the team. We were hoping that wasn't going to be the case, and thank God that they were able to integrate well. Saksa, so aggressive, and Miko, what a shot caller.
Yeah, he is the one that's pumping the team out. If the team overheats, it's
It's
most
him.
likely Miko's fault, but in a good way, right? He's been the one pushing the agenda. He's changing the dynamics in the team on and off stage as well. They're a lot more chatty, they're a lot more energized before and during a game. So the fact that RSG MY is pitted as the dream team, I think Team SMG is currently the dream team in the regular season.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the coaches, because again, this is the season that RSG is looking to reclaim that title, bringing back Skadaga once more, on top of having Coach Rain as well, just to make sure that the team not only understands their fundamentals, but can elevate themselves in the draft.
And not many coaches have been able to achieve an MPL trophy with the team, depart for multiple seasons, and come back to try and do a run it back. Skadaga is the only coach that is in that spot. And who knows, they might be able to break the win streak of Team SMG today, right? To continue their own win streak. And the only difference setting these two teams apart is the fact that SMG is undefeated and RSG MY has lost one series. That's all.
And a big contributing factor to Team SMG's success is Coach Pao and Long, who have been working hand in tandem to get winning drafts 60% of their matches. They never feel like they are behind, and more importantly, they get very close to the 50-50 mark when it really comes down to a team being hyper prepared for them.
And only the team that got closest to beating them was Todak, and that was back in week 1. That was before SMG hit their prime and found that sweet spot. The second team that came close to taking a game off of them was MPXNC. Surprisingly, unfortunately, that one didn't happen. But overall, I think for Team SMG, with this Xiao Long Bao combo, they are in a very, very comfortable spot. So the question is, can RSG clean sweep SMG to get the top spot? The key word being a clean sweep.
Look, it's going to be tough because right now, RSG MY is currently at 4th place, 12 points compared to Team SMG at 14. If they're able to 2-0 Team SMG, not only will they break their 100% win rate, but they will actually overtake them in the standings and take the top spot.
And the best part is that in the top 4, RSG MY has the most series left to play alongside Team SMG, right? They're going to be playing the 6th series, which is this one. Red Giants and Homeboys both only have 2 more best of 3 to go. So RSG Malaysia, they have a very good chance to finish first by the end of the regular season.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the goal for every single one of these teams. Remember, top 1 and 2 will get to go immediately to the semifinals of the playoffs, and you are skipping so many steps in between. But now, let's talk about the EXP laners. We all know the shot callers from both sides are great. Mid laners are great. So what's the X factor that's going to change it all? I think it's going to be Smooth as well as Rippo.
And the best part is that Smooth, in terms of average damage per minute, is top 1 right now, just 2,449. When you look at his counterpart, Rippo, what he brings is the X factor, right? He has some very interesting picks. You've seen him play the Yuzhong, the Khalid, he has played twice, and both of them have been wins.
Yeah, and I think both of them have very similar playstyles overall. Smooth is a little bit more lane-oriented, but at the end of the day, he gets the job done no matter what. You need him here at this time, he will be there at that time.
And for the side of, Rippo, he works really, really well with Storm. We've seen that plenty of times. And look at Rippo, highest KDA in the XP lane, 6.1.
I mean, he's been playing tanks. Don't get me wrong. We've seen the Grok. We've seen the Fredrin as well. He's also got his hands dabbled in Esmeralda and the unique pick, very centralized, I would say, around RSG at this point. It can't just be Diablo no more. Khalid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if there's more to come, right? This guy has been on that regional stage. He's been to SEA Games. He's got a medal for the nation. So that experience, I think, powering him into the new season, you can see that effect really spill into the rest of RSG MY. But there's one thing that Team SMG would definitely not allow RSG MY to have. It's going to be the Angela when we head into the draft later on, because that was one of the few picks that they did sport in their earlier games.
That's true, but keep in mind that both these EXP laners both play Esmeralda. They've been known for their Esmeralda. They do well on tanks overall. They outscale their opponents that are difficult to deal with. So I don't know. It might not be the direction that they're going to take, but it's definitely an option.
And the Bakido, I think, is something that SMG will be looking at very, very intently. If they can get Smooth on the Bakido, I feel like it's going to be a very good flex, right? Saksa doesn't mind going on to that hero as well. But we also got to talk about the average KDA ranking. Yesterday when we checked in, Stormy was on top, Demon Kai in 2nd. Just now after Todak series, Zyme Sandpoint has shot up to 2nd place with 13.0 in terms of KD. But we saw Stormy farm a insane 26.0 KD score yesterday. So now he's at an average KD of 18.7.
That's so disgusting. He's basically doubled, if not getting close to tripling his score against people like Izanami as well as Loliels, having played all of his games in a matter of fact. Team SMG has probably the least amount of games compared to everybody underneath him, but the fact that RSG is 3rd, 4th, and 5th, expect these numbers to increase, and if they can get enough kills on Stormy, really pull him down in the standings.
Yeah, Stormy is a KDA machine, but RSG MY is a KDA team at this point. And that's why Ripple is first in terms of KDA in the XP lane, right? And I believe he's like, what, 8.1, so he's not that far away from top 5.
Yeah, he really isn't. And to be fair, he hasn't been, well, I can't even say this like 100%, right? He hasn't been given EXP laners that are very heavy on the engage. He's been more of an anchor more than he has been a harpoon line.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Miko on our screens, we see Takasa as well. Rose did mention on stage just now is the battle of the ex-teammates, Miko and Storm. They played together before, but now they are mortal enemies. And who would have thought, right? The fact that we got to the spot, we're looking at the best against possibly the 2nd best team in the league.
Possibly. I mean, bold claims, but I have to kind of lean into it a little bit because it's on the pre-context that nobody has really broken RSG just yet or kind of figured out what's making this team work. And I think Team SMG is one of the most well-equipped teams overall in terms of style and versatility, which makes it tough to crack because standard practice Team SMG feels like nothing is happening in the game.
And that's why I feel like the X factor within RSG is just the abundance of hero pools. Our Ripple is a very, very good example. We'll let the draft speak for itself. We're going to head into the draft pick for game 1, starting with Team SMG with the Kadita and Fanny ban. RSG MY bans out Terizla and Claude.
All right, pretty standard all across the board here. Team SMG just don't want to get picked off. RSG MY just want to get rid of these safer picks. An engage-heavy EXP laner, but more importantly, getting rid of this Claude to make sure that Sasa is punishable. We've seen him throw games before, and RSG MY is hoping that that occurs again.
And look at this, the first blood ratio. RSG MY has a staggering 82% first blood ratio compared to Team SMG at 64%. Not a number, not a difference that I expect to see. I thought that maybe Team SMG will be a bit closer to RSG MY.
I mean, a lot of these first bloods is thanks to Storm. He's really great at identifying people that he could potentially punish. Maybe if you're out of position or if you use one of your abilities a little too early, he knows that he can actually extend that lead.
Wonder if the Paquito is going to get banned out because SMG does have the first pick, right? It started off by taking away the Edith, so you do limit you do take away one of Storm's heroes as well. It's something that RSG MY has been very comfortable with, and it's actually RSG MY who bans out the Angela.
Yeah, they don't want to have a hyper-scaling marksman with an added layer of protection from the side of Team SMG. They know what they are capable of, and I think, well, I mean, I don't think Stormy or Izanami are like, oh, dang, Angela's banned. Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure they're fine with it. I mean, I am certain that Izanami would be happy that he doesn't... There's no chance that he plays an Angela mid. We've seen how that turned out. He couldn't do too much. Valentina, first pick for Team SMG. RSG MY, these two picks is going to kind of set the tone for what SMG's response is going to be.
All right, I like Valentina openers. They're always super standard. And more importantly, it really takes advantage of your opponent's draft more than it does reveal your own. But RSG MY, they're probably considering a number of options. Number one, is Demon Kite going to be playing a little bit more aggressive in the early game of the Martis, or are we going to see a Fredrin to kind of have, you know, standard apparatus of Prunde? Oh, Martis Kufra.
It instantly shows Storm's hero. Not many teams go for a direct roamer pick, right? Normally you see a flex pick, so in this case, RSG MY definitely taking a slightly different approach. So far, both teams, they are really, they've done enough prep for sure. They're not revealing much about their draft, right? We talk about a hero like Paquito being highly contested. It slipped through that first 3 picks.
Yeah, and well, it's not revealing, but it also tells your opponent, especially with this Kufra pick, what not to go for. It's like, oh, you want to go for the Paquito? I already got the counter pick, so like, you sure you want to lean into it some more? It's really just posturing more than anything else. Team SMG, they're going to be locking in the Fredrin almost immediately. This could be a flex pick. Let's see what they're going to be finishing the first half of the draft with. Paquito as well. They're just going to lean into it.
So no flex pick at all, right? This is most likely going to be a Fredrin jungle. So long as I can breathe, I don't see a universe where Smooth is like, I want to play Fredrin. It's like, give me Paquito, I want to fight this. It does give RSG MY a slightly better idea on what Ripple is going to be dealing with in the XP lane, right? He does have an arsenal of heroes that he can go with. The gold laner has not been touched at all, primarily because Claude was banned out, but we've seen teams really lean into the Bruno pick in the first phase.
Yeah, you know, that's what I was expecting to see coming in from RSG MY's third pick at the very least. Like, here's a couple of considerations. If you immediately start to make assumptions of what the EXP is going to be, that leaves a lot to be desired in the backline, right? Because I think with RSG MY, backline access is always going to be great, so they need to kind of posture themselves for it. If not, Team SMG is going to get away with things like Clint.
And this is you play the matchup, right? Saw the Paquito, pick up the Yuzhong. Regardless of what the flex is going to be, Ripple is going to do fine in the lane.
He's going to do absolutely fine. But now we go into the second phase, which is more beneficial for RSG MY. They get first pick in the second phase. They can start focusing down on the more important matchups, which is the backline. Talk about kiting, we have to talk about Wanwan.
You start taking out Sasa's hero and you take one away from him for Loliao as well. I think Minggu at this point, you already taken away one of his best picks, which is the Kufra, right? So I think RCMY feels a bit more comfortable. Team SMG taking away the Harry if you don't want any snowballs happening. Yeah,
let's also not forget that Edith is still in the pool here, and I think that's something that Team SMG might be eyeing out for. Let's see whether RSGMY is going to start considering things like the Irithel, for an example, something that can outrun the Yuzong if ever the Black Dragon form has been activated for the back line.
Yeah, respect from both teams, honestly, right? I think a lot of teams may overlook the fact that Loliao is insane with the Harry. So Team SMG, they came prepared. Expecting nothing less from coaching staff. Kaja will be the last man from RSG MY, just to make sure that Team SMG don't get any funky catches.
I like this. I like this. Instead of banning out things that can run away from the Yuzong, just let Lolios deal with it in the lane itself. Bruno is open, so you can still bully people out. If they decide to first pick it, even better.
What if Team SMG is going to still focus on Loliao pick because it's him and the mid lane? That's pretty much it. Like Izanami, and I'm surprised that both the mid laners only has a Kadita ban now, right? Not much focus was given to them.
I mean, it's true that not a lot of focus is actually, you know, committed on towards them. But in terms of like what other support picks do we have available? Wow, they also get rid of the Melissa as well.
Definitely don't want the get away from me because you have a Fredrin and a Paquito. I guess is a very straightforward rationale.
Yeah, but it does like, yes, it is a good counter pick as of right now, but at the same time it does kind of give us a few ideas that Team SMG might want to abuse, assuming that RSG MY's fourth pick is going to be something marksman related.
They still have a mid lane left open, right? And they've seen most of the cards that Team SMG has on the deck, like what not to pick in the middle lane, one not to let the Valentina steal. In this case, there are still very good abilities for Stormy to take for himself. Don't get me wrong, you have a Marcus, you have a Kufra, you have a Yudong, all of them are great. And the Yi is going to be the pick for Izanami.
So smart coming in for the side of RSG MY. With this Yves pick, it's going to make this team fight composition really come together to fight around neutral objectives, especially towards the earlier to mid stages of the game. Now, Team SMG, they see all of this, and now some real consideration needs to be made. Diggy could be a possible good option here to kind of bypass the fact that the zone control from the side of RSG MY is pretty devastating, but instead, they're going to go for the Cho.
Gonna double up on that, right? Having some playmaking ability, give Sasa the Irithel, very, very straightforward. You get the link in scaling coming through RSGMY. What is gonna be your choice for Loliao? There's again still the Bruno available if they want to go for it.
It's either Bruno or Brody at this point. Either you want to bully out the Irithel as hard as you can with the Bruno, or you can just go straight into the Brody, which is a little bit safer, especially if Paquito tries to get on top of you. You can look to, you know, use your stun and create some space for yourself before the rest of the team can heal for you.
And there it is, the Bruno picked up by the up-and-coming marksman, RSGMY. Very solid draft, very straightforward what they want to achieve. Have a good front line, we can team fight, we let Bruno dish out as much damage as possible. Team SMG, realistically, I mean, if Stormy becomes a Black Dragon, you can kind of reach the back line, but aside from that, it all comes down to Miko.
Yep, it really does. Miko is going to have to play a very tough role here. To get that backline access is difficult enough with the Kufra's bouncing ball, but let's not even forget, there is so much peel from the side of RSGMY.
And you have what the Mortal Coil, that itself is a big, big nuisance for a show to deal with. We say that Miko is kind of the fuse that lights the fire for Team SMG when it comes to team fights. He's the one that gives the green light. Well, this match, this is going to be it. Game number 1 between SMG and RSGMY. Late game-wise, I'm looking at RSGMY and I'm thinking about how can Team SMG even deal with them.
Well, I mean, they're just hoping that Sasa is going to be a worthy investment this time. He's not going to have the added insurance policy of a hard guard, but at the very least, his team composition, especially when you have a lot of pickoff, you've got good peel with Saksa and Smooth on that duty, so it's kind of on Stormy to find the holes in RSG MY's play, maybe to steal the real-world manipulation steal. It could be even a decimation steal like we've seen before where he chains those kills.
Yeah, we've seen him do it against Red Esports, and of course, he's been put in a spot where there are a plethora of ultimates that he can go for to suit their needs, right? If I want an extra dive, well, Ripple, I'm gonna borrow your Black Dragon form. If I want some teamfight control, well, Izanami, I'm gonna take your real manipulation. So many things that Team SMG can make, especially in the early to mid game, right? The snowball potential is there.
Yeah, it's definitely there, but I think, you know, considering how RSG MY, how they play, they have a higher first blood rate overall, and that, therefore, you just start talking about lane priority, because Sasa, especially in the gold lane, it's not the strong side of the map for Team SMG.
Yeah, and we've seen Team SMG, they're really fine with leaving Sasa alone and let him scale up and let Stormy do the killing. Game 1 between SMG and RSG MY is going to kick off right now. The crowd is absolutely erupting. And that's not even the final form yet.
Yep, it's only just the beginning in this best of 3. Team SMG on the blue side, RSG MY on the red. Another point of contention could be if Storm is able to get like an early lane gank onto Paquito. That way, at least for Smooth, it's going to put him at a disadvantage and allowing Ripple to kind of break this volatile lane.
And speaking about volatile, both XP laners went for the Quantum Charge, right? So it's all about getting these quick in and out trades, trying to not just give the lane away to your opponent. You see Smooth, of course, with his combo, able to start it out by and able to start the game by shoving the wave very fast. RSGMY looking to somewhat contest a Little Wanderer, but late to the scene.
Yeah, Stormy deciding to go for Bargain Hunter this time around, rather than his traditional going for Tenacity, or personally, I prefer if they do go for the Tenacity, because especially with the amount of just raw damage that RSG MY have in these early stages of the game, it's kind of nice.
And the priority in terms of what the teams want to achieve is also slightly different, right? Lolia went for Weapon Mastery and Fatal. I have a winning matchup. I want to bully Sasa as much as I can, knowing that Team SMG, they're going to focus their efforts somewhere else.
Yeah, and I mean, for RSG MY, that's why you can see them hovering very closely towards the gold lane side as much as they can. Stormy hovering towards the top side of the map as much as he can, knowing what the jungle paths are looking like.
Playing with the timing very well as well, so Storm will not be able to get Tyrant's revenge off. Loliao chipping away a little bit at the turret gold plating, so you get some extra gold. Even gets the gold crab, so just a very standard Bruno game, just going according to plan. Ripple, some pressure.
For now, all the information is there. They know that the 3 people up top side, and so far, Minggu has just been wait, hold on, this is getting real dangerous.
About volatility, real manipulation is going to be used. Minggu trying his best to cancel it, but Izanami is going to finish the job, finish channeling. Ripple showing up with the Black Dragon form, looking for Sasa. Sasa now trapped, Electrify onto him. And gonna give Demon Kite the first turtle. Ripple is in the midst of things, but heating up really well. And now double knockout with the Jinkudo, gets the kick onto Ripple. Ripple finished off by Stormy's decimation. And Demon Kite, left alone by his team, finds his own decimation, but can't find more. But before taking out Stormy, actually, it's a 2-on-2 trade somehow.
What a save! What a save by Demon Kite. Like, you can see that Demon Kite clearly is out of position in that entire fight, and he knows it. There's a good chance that Team SMG want to pounce on him, but instead they choose to target down Rippo. And obviously Izanami can't do anything. He's got no mana to work with. So great situational awareness coming in from the boy. Oh no.
Lovely kick from Minggu, waiting for Lolia to overextend, and that one's given away to Team SMG.
Great lane gang coming in from the side of Team SMG. Once again, RSG MY, the fact is they need a little bit of time to kind of work out what's going on here, because Team SMG are making these synergistic plays between the lanes rather than just looking for full team fights all the time.
And we also see Demon Kai running to Impure Rage, and I believe he is the only jungler that runs Impure Rage on the Martis so far. This extra damage, we saw how that one paid off in the earlier skirmish at the Turtle Pit. Now we're going to see a little bit of reset for both teams. And now the focus has turned to the gold lane.
Yeah, Smooth currently, does he have a, let's see. He's gonna clear this out. Okay, he has a slight EXP lead against Ripple, but it's still a volatile lane.
Caught out, there it is, Saksa in the best of spot. Real manipulation used by both teams, though able to get away with the flicker. Demon Kai will protect him.
I would have imagined that Miko probably wanted to walk into that bush, but I think Team SMG, they don't mind just playing standard. There's no point doing these risky plays just yet.
Yeah, Lolio also receiving some pressure as Miko consistently shows up, so make sure that Sasa has a more enjoyable experience. Did get the Haas Claw already though, so it's gonna be ready for this first fight, and you see both XP laners, they're not gonna be here for the turtle fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't want to get their EXPs involved. It's quite the difference when you have Paquito in these fights.
So engaging immediately, Minggu trying to find for target, finds the kick onto Izanami, but there's no follow-up, so Minggu has to retreat. Izanami does not have the ultimate just yet. Lolio, he's ready to join his fight if he needs to. The turtle is going to be down low and Demon Kai won't be in position. He's going to try though, and actually wins the Retrify again! Saksa didn't even have a chance to use his own Retribution, and now he's going to be given away to Demon Kai with the Decimation.
The attempt from Team SMG trying to rush down this turtle and yet still losing it out. Demon Kai having a full advantage against Saksa right now is really starting to hurt Team SMG.
And I mean, it happened so fast. I mean, Saksa wasn't even ready for that, and now Sasa is going to be rooted down. Real manipulation. Storm jumps in, keeps Miko away. Heavy damage dealt to SMG on the bot side.
Great game sense coming in from Miko as well. Just making sure that he's holding up his abilities whenever necessary. But more importantly, he needs to keep Sasa for his life as long as possible. Like, he's already got the Haas Claw. He can eventually out-sustain it, but he's got to be careful for these lane ganks.
So we're continuing to put some pressure onto Ripple, who right now is going to be in a decent spot for the next turtle, because that one's going to be spawning on the top side.
Without Petrify, there's no way Ripple can look for these all in the 1v1, and plus, he would much rather hold on to it for upcoming turtles. And so far, the fact that they've already got 2, you can only expect that it's pretty easy to get 3.
Looking for Smooth. Do miss crowd control a little bit. Smooth with the left hand. Bit of a shield going on, but he might end up going down. Decimation on top. Easy kill going over to Ripple, and Saksa just late to the party.
Yeah, that was just bad communication. I think Smooth needed to figure out whether he wanted to flicker towards Saksa's side, where the taunt would actually save his life, or whether he wanted to flicker in towards that Cyclone Knight, which I think is the greedier play in that situation.
Get the Bloodlust X completed. Have that for the next fight. Saksa now not in an uncomfortable spot, 2 levels behind Demon Kai.
So far, Demon Kai, every single game we've seen him play on this Martis, he gets such an early lead.
He's just so good on that Retribution, right? I believe he is one of the highest Retribution secures on neutral objectives.
Look, this man has won MSC before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him that he is nasty with these Retributions. But I think more importantly so, he is a consistent jungler. If he had lost one of those turtles, Team SMG would be in a much better position EXP-wise.
Smooth was trying to proxy the wave and look for a flank, but he might end up going down. Demon Kai Izanami on him. Storm is also showing up. Smooth just wants to waste as much time as possible, but I don't know how much he can do it though. Demon Kai finds the kill with the Decimation. SMG can start off with the turtle first.
Oh no!
And actually, bottom side, Loliao solo kills Sasa and gets the turret.
Wow. Wow, Loliel's doing a great job beating out Sasa as well. Like, I know Sasa usually loses his lane, but not to that extent. Dove underneath and the tier 1. Even the turtle just didn't matter to RSG at that point. Their win condition is online.
Sasa even used the Purify.
There's no running away from that.
Yeah. I mean, look at the goal difference. It's not the worst, right? They're still almost even for everyone else. It's a minor 1.4k goalie for RSG MY. But again, with Demon Kai ahead, these neutral objectives, these fights get slightly harder. And Ripple can take up more space on the map as well. The lane swap has command.
Yeah, honestly, the fact is Ripple is going even, and Smooth honestly winning his matchup against Ripple majority of the time without outside help. I don't think Ripple will be in a better spot, but so far with Demon Kai with such a lead on his hands, not just EXP but gold-wise, he himself can push the momentum all by himself.
And Demon Kai not leaving any scraps for Team SMG. And he's not afraid, right? These bushes he can now comfortably walk in with Storm by his side. SMG, they are definitely left scratching their head where they can go for. Miko and Sasa playing for the top side, and that's where RSG MY are absent. But Loliao is just going to show back up there and take the wave.
Yep, and so far, wave management has been key for Team SMG, but unless Storm can make a play here, I don't think he's going to find anybody just yet.
So making an attempt onto Miko. Was able to get away. Saxado, petrify, Ripple. Good game sense to find it, and now Loliao starts to pile on the damage. Sasa jumps in, but he's just a bit too late. He's gonna get dove by the Black Dragon form, and Demon Kai Fish finds him with the decimation. Killing spree for his Martis. And Miko's gotta abandon this jungle. The purple buff is gone.
Yep, can't do anything about that. Now the EXP. Oh, wait, the kick!
The good kick. Ripple still has some help to work with. He just jumps away with the Furious dive. Good attack from SMG, but just not enough.
Honestly, well done, Storm, holding up his bouncing ball, keeping the lowest target as well as Stormy being in between them, not allowing Storm to actually go for those decimate resets was a great move. Making sure that he has no space whatsoever, they don't find the kill, and RSG now just extend their lead with the Lord.
While all that was happening, Smooth did shove in the bottom wave, getting the tier 2 from the side of RSG MY as well. And now we see if RSG MY can use this Lord to create some sort of pressure point. Can they take out that mid-tier 1 from SMG?
It's going to be rough because Lolios right now, completing his GDS, he is in a great spot against Sasa.
Oh, Storm again, just good game sense. Miko forced to back off, and Sasa to show himself already, so RSG MY knows where he is. Smooth looking to be the difference maker, but easier said than done though. Black Dragon from Ripple, Smooth shows up, and the immediate turnaround to stop Smooth. Ripple just dives the back and finds Sasa, because he showed himself earlier on. Stormy, clip on the edge, by the real manipulation, trying to dash away with the Shadow Dash. It's going to be a two-man knockout from Miko. Stormy able to get away, and Stormans are falling.
Yep, with Sasa already dead, that means all the outer turrets are going to get destroyed, and Demon Kai with a split push of his own in the side lanes, making it tough for Team SMG to decide. No matter what, they are at a loss.
And Smooth was able to find something in return by taking out Izanami, but they got Demon Kai to deal with, and Demon Kai is strong. The King of Hell, and just raining catastrophe on top of Team SMG. All things considered, the mid-tier 1 still stands.
Yep, and Lolios has been getting some good shots in. His spacing has become sharper compared to last season, being able to chunk out Sasa underneath the tier 1 before Ripple even got there with the Black Dragon for him to finish him off. And I think for Team SMG, they just have to play it really, really slow now. Slower than what we're used to.
As Demon Kai checks the bush, and against Storm, he's just, like you said, the game sense is that he's always at the right place at the right time. And when you have a cool bot that can just leap into bushes and face check you like that, that is when he is the biggest threat.
He is one of the biggest threat. Now just zoning him off, yeah, getting this siege composition, using their kill pressure as a means, as a bargaining chip against Team SMG, who don't have an answer to it just yet.
Only tier 2 standing is the mid lane. Next door in 55 seconds on the bottom side, but RSG MY have almost full access to the map at this point. I think the past 2 purple buffs from SMG has been taken away by Demon Kai.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way for Team SMG to really bounce back into this. It's a very small lead from the side of RSG, right? If we're talking about item power spikes, RSG was able to hit it first, but Team SMG has caught up with the 32K mark. So the next mark that we're waiting for is the 42K mark, and that's going to be the big one.
Even when you look at the damage dealt difference, Loliao is 10,000 damage dealt ahead of Sasa, because every time Sasa shows up, he's at risk of getting caught by the real manipulation, at risk of Ripple running on top of him with the petrified Black Dragon form. It's not an easy game for this Irithel, and in 12 minutes, the AI win prediction says that RSG MY has a 64% chance of winning.
Very good odds, in a matter of fact, and I think, you know, as the game extends even longer, we'll see whether Izanami is going to be able to participate, because a lot of the time he's just playing utility for now. The damage will start to stack up only later on into the game.
Second Lord, started out by RSG MY. They want to be playing around this area, and most of the ground is going to be covered. You have Nico on Smooth on the top side. Maybe they can get a flank going, but Stone will be there in case that happens.
Nobody can really open up the map safely, because that's going to initiate a fight that they won't be able to kind of finish off here. Black Dragon form.
Dropped already. Saksa being pushed away, and now the flank comes from Team SMG. Looking for Izanami. That is going to be the target. They use the real manipulation to get some sort of time to survive. Demon Kai trying to rush down the Lord, and he'll be able to find it, no problem. Ripple keeping Saksa away the entire time, and now Team SMG, can they pounce on RSG MY? S-Move finds the left hook to find a kill, but Demon Kai has the decimation reset. Storm! What a flick of Dyrus Rage!
Oh my god!
Demon Kai's time to
They're all dead!
Ripple about to join him! Demon Kai applies the third alongside Ripple! Smooth misses the jab! Demon Kai turning around! Smooth still alive! And RSG MY, they can keep on going for days!
Oh my goodness, Demon Kai didn't get a third reset. Smooth's gonna make the attempt!
Not enough to take out Demon Kai. silver lining. 3-4-3 trade for SMG.
Wow. That was a really good idea coming in from Team SMG. Instead of playing front to back, they decided immediately to jump the back line. Their biggest problem was Izanami's zone control, forcing them into a small box to 5v5, and then have to disengage and waste a lot of their time. Instead, take out Izanami immediately. Ripple's already super far ahead, trying to zone out Saksa, forcing it into a 4v4.
And Demon Kai was just getting all these resets, right? If that third decimation didn't end up with Ripple getting a kill, oh boy, we might be seeing our first Savage of the season. We've got to wait for a while longer. Lord coming in from the bottom side, RSG MY looking to break the mid tier 2.
Yeah, and, Smooth, despite everything, honestly, he's in a position to, honest to God, try and carry this game, picking up a good number of kills for himself. He's 5-2-1, despite how many times he got late gang.
I mean, how long can he do this for, though? I think that is the question, right? At one point, it has to be Stormy and Sasa. Stormy's KD not looking too good right now.
Yep, and I think, at least for Storm, he's been denying him.
Minggu, trying to look for a K, finds the knockup, cancels the real, actually can't cancel the real manipulation, but stalls it up for a little bit. Ripple and Loliao straight on to Sasa, delivering his bomb there, Loliao doesn't even go down. SMG has lost 3, and RSG MY looking to put the first piece of the puzzle in place. 5 dead for SMG, and RSG Malaysia with a strong opening statement in the series.
Wow. That was one hell of a game coming out from Loliel's. Demon Kai just doing God's work, and Loliel's is like, I am not going to waste this gift.
Sasa completely helpless in the game, and even Saksa behind in level, behind in experience. And of course, Ripple doing his usual stunt. Take a sip of water. It's light work in game 1, let's be honest.
Really light work, in a matter of fact. Like, Demon Kai is just winning out in the jungle so much, and Storm has just been stopping time and time again. Potential turnovers are denied, and unfortunately, in this particular case, Stormy, he tried his best. He's getting good, really good terrifies, but not enough to close it out.
Yeah, he realized can't even take the Black Dragon form. He took the real manipulation and he realized that, wow, I'm more useful when I'm moving around the map. That's not a spell I can go for. And again, we talk about how Minggu, he has a huge task on his shoulders.
Yeah.
It's just undoable. It's way too tough.
Way too difficult, really, really difficult with the positioning of how Storm is playing with so much anti-CC and raw appeal. And let's not forget, Ripple in the earlier sections, one job. Just zone out the enemy jungler, let's get ahead. Towards the later stages, his hard engages make it so difficult for, especially for Team SMG, to find those openings to re-engage once more.
Yeah, and most of the times when you look at a Team SMG game, we say, well, Sasa, this guy is a lunatic, right? He's just running into fights, getting kills. This game, he shows himself, he straight up dies. He gets dove by Ripple, he gets flickered on by Loliao. Is such a tough game for Team SMG to play. Of course, our MVP for game 1, Demon Kai once more. He's an MSC winner for a reason, and he promised his analyst, he promised Rain that he'll be the best jungler in MPL MY, and in turn Rain promised that he will be the best analyst. And I think they are fulfilling that promise step by step.
Yep, and they're doing a phenomenal job. A 65% kill participation, 7-1-4 with a game GPM of 755. The only Martis player that decides, you know what, I'm gonna go for the Impure Rage, and he really makes it worth. His early game impact is felt so much.
Talk about audacity. I mean, Demon Kai delivers on that front. We say that he's the closest guy to catch up to Stormy's KD. Well, this is a good start. He's 7-1-4 in this game 1. Those decimation resets are lethal.
They are nasty. They are very, very nasty. And I think, in terms of the way that Demon Kai looks at the game, he's playing around his teammates. He's allowed to kind of do whatever he wants. He's got the mechanics to actually back him up. But more importantly, at least he's communicating with the rest of the team. You can see how RSG positions themselves around him.
Well, I'm very interested to listen to what the RSG boys are talking about behind the scenes in this upcoming My Chat, because it's got to be an explosive one. So, ladies and gentlemen, listen in.
Then we can call Izanami Izana.
Oh yeah. Even now when we're already over.
I go bot.
Careful, I cancel the show. Wait. Chow, Ken. Pakito guys, pakito.
Nice.
Pakito. Hey, we can this, guys. We can this. Chill, guys, chill.
Wow!
Nice one, guys.
Definitely matching the energy of Team SMG when they win a game. Battle cries all around.
Well, the biggest difference is that instead of Santai, you can literally hear someone, guys, we need to chill. It's a quick 180 every single time when they realize that there is a possibility of a turnover. They just need to close it out, tie up all the loose ends, and it'll be an easy victory, ending it 15 and 20 seconds into the game, 17-8.
And we also had this discussion that RSG MY, they've been pretty good at exposing weaknesses of certain teams. I wonder if this is a case of that, right? What have they found out of game 1 against SMG?
Well, honestly, that Sasa is comparative to the other gold laners in the league, is a weak laner. And so far, this is a tough matchup, and especially considering that Sasa previously has played Irithel into Bruno. As soon as you have your Haas Claw, you should be able to sustain it, and you just focus on the wave clear.
And when we look at the item builds of RSG MY, and for side of Demon Kai, he even went for the Hunter Strike, right? So even more mobility in these fights. He wants to catch up. That's how he's been able to catch up with the Paquito. That's how he's been able to keep up with the Cho and the Valentina. And that extra dose of damage with the Impure Rage just makes it so much sweeter.
Yeah, it really does. It's tough to cut through him, especially knowing that the majority of the damage is going to be from the side of Team SMG. Is going to come from crit, so instantly he goes for the Blade Armor just to make sure that he has the raw stats to survive. And then you add the Guardian's Helmet on top of it. That's why you see moments of him disengaging into the middle, in the middle of that fight, healing up just a little bit to jump back in once his cooldowns are off.
At the same time, it's also how he has won out every single Red Tree fight, except for the third turtle, which he just completely gives to SMG because it's not that important. But for Team SMG side, this was definitely a very, very tough game. We see the Raiden armor and the Blade armor for Saksa. Even then, it wasn't enough, right? He bought it to deal with the Bruno, but well, Lolia was like, I don't want to deal with you, I want to deal with Sasa. So Sasa went 0-4 this game.
To be fair, Sasa just didn't have a lot of gold to work with. I think if he was able to even up himself against Demon Kai, this would have been a very different story, but still, even for Sasa, right? Forcefully having to go into the winds of nature rather than getting an early GDS. There's just no choice. He's already getting stomped in lane.
And this was also a game where Stormy went for the bargain hunter, right? You want to hit your items faster, get the snowball rolling. It was able to have some pretty decent decimation stunts early on, but that was the only stunt we saw from Stormy as he was shut down afterwards. We also got to check out the numbers of game number 1 because digits-wise, RSG MY has won out in every single faucet.
Yeah, and I think... oh, you mean Facet.
Facet. Oh,
I think in this particular case, it looks exactly like how I was expecting it to. Stormy sitting on top of the highest damage, it makes a lot of sense, right? He was the least affected by a lot of the situations. He was able to rotate as well, but at the same time, we cut back over to the damage, in terms of damage taken, a lot less from the side of RSG by at least 60,000, which is rather surprising. I definitely thought that it was a lot closer.
Even when you look at the damage dealt between the gold laners, we can clearly see that Lo Liao got to play the game, whereas for Sasa, he shows up a few times, uses his ultimate, and he has to instantly back up into the shadows. He shows himself once, Ripple jumps on top of him, and speaking about Ripple, this guy has 9 assists this game.
Yeah, 9 assists, no kills. He's just absorbing hits, sustaining, and setting up for everybody else to kind of finish off these skills. And that's his main job. But Demon Kai in these early games is so devastating.
I mean, look at this moment, right? I was sure he was going to only walk away with 1 kill, but man, the target selection from Demon Kai is...
The crazy part is that, like, the Decimate with the proc of the Impure Rage does so much more damage than what you would have expected.
And heals him, because he doesn't use mana. You know? The 1% health, it does matter when you start stacking those health bar. And we can see him constantly punishing Smooth as well, who was trying to proxy the wave, you know, keep Ripple away. And RSG MY just said, you know what, we're going to bring the whole squad, we get rid of this Paquito, we get rid of the potential to flank us in fights.
I think another thing that RSG MY has recognized against Team SMG in this matchup is the fact that if they posture in a particular way, purposely leaving holes, it really eliminates the possibilities of Team SMG roaming across the map to get into their flanks. And that's what we get to see a majority of the time in the mid-game with RSG MY purposefully. Oh, I'm just going to leave Pixel Brush open, I'm going to make sure sure that I have the areas, the bushes around it covered, and we know for sure that if somebody is looking to posture themselves or position themselves for this Lord, we can immediately punish.
I mean, this sequence was just Demon Kai and Ripple doing work, right? The whole time. Saksa could not get close to the Lord at all. Demon Kai and Ripple cleaning up house, and of course the final push from RSG MY, just complete destruction of Team SMG. This is the first time in this regular season that Team SMG has been dealt such a blow.
Yeah, and that's why RSG have been known as the windbreakers, and they're going to continue on with their win streak if they keep playing like this. I think SMG have identified a couple of problems. Number one, in the draft, like you mentioned before, Cho might have been picked up way too early on. I definitely think that's going to get adjusted.
And I do think that, you know, taking with the Kufra also affected Miko a little bit. We'll see how that one pans out in game 2. But of course, when you look at the players and you look at them make these flashy plays, for example, Demon Kai and Stormy, when they're on the Martyrs respectively, you want to know the secret? They're playing with the ROG Phone 7. That's why they are playing and winning like champions. So if you want to win your lanes, use the ROG Phone 7. If you want to win your games, use the ROG Phone 7. If you want to push your ranked matches and win them, use the powerful ROG Phone 7.
Yep. If you're ever wondering how Demon Kai is able to kind of estimate and judge the damage, all he does is just call the Republic and be like, could you give me extra damage? Oh, thank you. Proceeds to decimate.
Yeah, absolutely. He calls the Republic of Gamers, and they were like, oh, this is the threshold, you know, we're going to show you that icon.
We're going to the minion with the minion execute icon as well. They just put it on the Euros. That'd be great. That would be a nice adjustment to have, a slice of life. But in the meantime, game number 2 is going to be proceeding very shortly, and I think Team SMG, as before, you know, that Cho third pick definitely hurt them, but I think they need to really start adjusting their style, right? Smooth might get shafted this game. I think, you know, his Paquito is good, don't get me wrong, but Sasa needs a better matchup done by Gold.
And then also, I think in the jungler matchup, right, we see how this, every time we see a Fredrin Martyrs matchup, especially when there's Demon Kai on the Martyrs, oh, he is always crushing that matchup. So yeah, it's not going to be tough, it's not going to be easy. We'll see how that one works out. But for you guys, I have a diamond promotion for you, an offer. If you want to get a diamond rebate of 455% per week, purchase the weekly diamond pass. You can claim 100 diamonds on a day of purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. And also, Layla's saving box will also save you for them when you log in case you missed them out. You also get item rewards that is worth over 280 diamonds. So level up and unlock the pass benefits right now. And trust me, I've been on that 455% rebate for the longest of times, and it has paid off. It
pays dividends. It honestly feels like it's paying you back than you actually investing into it, which is kind of crazy, you know?
If you look at, if you do the numbers, it's actually worth it. That's how I've been able to get some of my favorite skins. For example, the Gojo skin. You know, the diamonds, they help out. I've been getting some pretty decent skin like the Shinigami for Valir. Oh, that one is my favorite. All from the diamond pass.
Have you already taken out all your profits yet? Because the Neo Fighters are still looking really good, but the rolls can get kind of pricey.
I just want Neo Beast, that's all I care about. I want the Neo Beast Fredrin.
Neo Beast Fredrin does look good, I'm not going to lie. Lilia as well. But, all right, let's pull it back into this game. We got 30 seconds till the draft actually starts. Do you think RSG, for me, I personally believe that RSG is going to commit to the same strategy. I don't know if Team SMG is going to be able to handle if RSG shakes things up.
I wonder if, I think the what do you call it, the core of this issue is also if SMG would opt for red side, right? I think if RSG MY is on red side, they're going to be so comfortable because that's what allowed them to go for the Kufra pick, the Kufra +1, and that's kind of also what took away Miko's agency in game 1.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And even Team SMG have to agree with them joining the red side this for game number 2 compared to RSG MY on the blue side.
Instant adjustment. They take the Martyrs away. They're just like, well, on red side, on blue side, we're not going to get the Martyrs. We don't give it to Saksa.
Yeah, don't give it to Saksa for now. More importantly, let's also get rid of the Rizla at the same time. Joy, the Fanny, still very similar from game 1's bans.
Claude also banned out by RSG MY as well.
Following the agenda, you know, we got to make sure that Sasa feels a little uncomfortable, have a volatile lane, needs to get punished in there because so far Lolios has been crushing it.
Wonder if, I was wondering if SMG will go for hard read, but I think they'll just stick with what's... Actually, I was thinking of the Angela. I wonder if they would just read into the Angela and be like, yeah, RSG MY is on blue side, they might pick it, and indeed, SMG will ban it out.
Bruno here, first pick coming in from RSG MY. Hard read it, just go for it.
I mean, it's either that or SMG considers first picking for Sasa, right? Because a lot of the time, if Claude is online, first phase pick. no questions asked. But we've also seen them first face Sasa's, Irithel and Bruno every now and then. And after game 1, if you want a winning matchup, and the Bruno is open, I feel like you might consider going for it.
Let's not forget the Edith. There we go. The Edith was also an option. The other option I was thinking of was whether they wanted to flex out the Fredrin again, just to see whether or not they can force something out of Team SMG, because Rippo can still play it in the XP.
Yeah, and even then, Rippo has so much heroes. I think for RSGMY, they're least concerned about his lane at this point. Makito left open, no problem. We already have a winning formula to deal with it. The Edith, not as effective as the Kufra, but it gets the job done. And again, like you said, it can be flexed.
I wonder if they're going to go for... Do they want to engage heavy support straight off the bat, or do they want to start flexing it out? I mean, they could go X-Borg Valentina if they want to for the side of Team SMG to kind of keep it up in the air, but ideally you want that X-Borg to go face-to-face with that Edith, but instead they're going to go with the Fredrin once more, as well as the Valentina.
This is a Bruno pick, right, for RSGMY? I mean, it's one of the safer picks as well, right? Now that Claude is out of the picture.
I mean, I gotta think about this for a little bit. I guess if you are willing to potentially sacrifice this Bruno to hard dives, because let's not forget, Team SMG could pivot into a hard dive composition if they show this Bruno too early on. But the only benefit you get from that is that you predetermine what the EXP lane is going to be.
And look at some fun stats in Season 7 of MPL Malaysia. These two teams have never met in the playoffs before, but the matchup history across these few seasons, SMG wins out 4-3, and that could be tied up by the end of this best of 3. Lancelot and Heave would be the choice.
Okay. Heave once again. Looks like it's going to be Izanami feeling himself a little, very comfortable considering how that game actually went. And more importantly, at least they can kind of adjust in case Team SMG tries to go for that flank once more.
And it's also a very safe mid laner, right? Like, if I use my ultimate, what are you going to do? You try to kick me, it still goes off. Nothing can stop the real-world manipulation aside from death.
And worse yet, the only ways to stop it is either Franco as well as Kaja, both of which can get easily punished by the Edith.
So the Kufra will be the choice for Team SMG. And the craziest part is that if RSGMY really wants to put this Edith in the XP lane, Franco and Kaja could be an option. But for Team SMG, it's all about making sure that Sasa doesn't get steamrolled in the gold lane. So Harif is an obvious ban.
I mean, they could have technically picked Harif for themselves, but at the same time, I think it's safer to stick with the majority of attack damage rather than look for a magic carry.
So RSG actually pans out the Yuzhong on their end. So also just really making sure that they're protecting Lo Liao in these fights, Lo Liao and Izanami.
Okay. If they get rid, so they get rid of the Yuzhong. Team SMG, I'm guessing that they're probably going to follow the same bans that they did previously in their second phase. So that would mean, do they? Oh no, but the Martis is already gone there for. Do they just want to ban out Bruno? I feel like it's just, why not, right?
Yeah, you give it a more even matchup in the gold lane. There it is. So Bruno banned out. And also for Team SMG, there's a high chance that they just keep Sasa's hero for last. So you will see the XP laner if you're RSGMY.
Yeah.
So we might still a potential pivot to the X-Borg if that XP laner turns out to be someone that that doesn't have a dive capability, and there's not much of that left.
There really isn't much left, unless you want to commit yourself to something along the lines of Lapu Lapu. But even then, it's still pretty dangerous. RSGMY still going to ban out the Wan. That is a good option. I don't mind that whatsoever. But now that first pick going over the side of Team SMG, they can reveal almost straight away what they want to do. Or I mean, I'm guessing both the comps already look pretty similar. But if they're going to go for a peel, X-Borg is going to be a great option.
It's like, who gets shafted at this point? Right? Do you want to put Sasa in the hot seat, or do you be like, Sasa, you're going to... Well, they do put Sasa in the hot seat, so Beatrix picked up for them. They're going to keep Smooth's hero for last so they can confirm where this Edith is going.
Okay, I think that's totally fine. With the Beatrix, at the very least, she doesn't have too many bad matchups, and she can actually help out the jungler by forcing out the side lane and then rotating and reinforce your own and play a little bit more defensively, considering how Demonkite has been able to kind of do whatever he wants, especially on the weak side of the map.
RSGMY, they have still looking for Lo Liao and potentially Ripple's hero at this point. What's going to be there in the pool though? A Khalid again? What is this in the X-Borg, right? I think it's still an option that they can consider.
Do they decide to go for the export though? I guess there is peel, but like it's about getting into the backline. They go for the Lapu Lapu. I might have preferred the Khalid, but I think the Lapu Lapu is just a lot safer. Especially if you're going in blind.
And a lot of the matchups has been eliminated, right? Lapu Lapu, he gets the Bloodlust Axe, he's gonna start healing up like no other. And even in lane, he has the potential to win out these minor trades every time with the passive. So Ripple is gonna show that chops a little bit. Not as easy as using the Black Dragon form, but still, you do a copious amount of damage with the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I think this draft is starting to look pretty 50-50 overall, and then we see the Benedetta from the side of Team SMG, a secondary engager, somebody who can jump into that backline as well to make it difficult. The zone control is going to be nasty because we're expecting Stormy to steal away the real world manipulation, and if you pair that up with the Electro Final Blow plus Petrify, you've created an entire kill zone.
Well, I do enjoy how RSG MY is forcing out some cards from Team SMG. You don't see it every single day, definitely not the Benedetta.
Yep.
But we're getting ready for game number 2. And RSG MY on the cuff of breaking the win streak of SMG, and in a clean fashion nonetheless. You can just hear the echoes of the fans from both teams. And on your cameras, I would say RSG MY, they are in a very, very good state emotionally.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. If Team SMG wins this next upcoming game, it's going to get very heated in the arena.
Oh, could not be any more excited. They say that Saturday has Todak Homeboys, the most exciting one. No. SMG and RSG MY is the highlight that this royal weekend needs to focus on. But this series might end here and now. It's all up to Team SMG to kind of find a way. But at least towards that late game, they have more avenues to work with.
Absolutely. More avenues, more ways to kind of run around the map. I'm curious to see what Smooth is going to build. I don't know if he's going to go for damage to try and actually condense, because if we're really thinking about it, RSG MY's comp isn't that tanky. Demon Kai, I know he's greedy. I know he can play damage Lancelot, but if he decides to go for tanks a lot, I think that might be the more optimal option.
I wonder if we will see something like a Thunder Belt on this Benedetta, right?
Oh, for sure. Oh, on Benedetta?
Yeah. I've been theory crafting a little bit. You know that the passive is considered as a basic attack?
Yeah.
So you're proccing Thunder Belt very, very often.
Huh. I'll give that a little bit more thought as we jump into this game.
All right, game 2 between RSG MY and Team SMG. Switching sides already. And of course, we've seen domination in the jungle. Let's see if Sa can kind of stop them from happening. It's going to be on the fragment again. In terms of neutral objective contest, is it going to be the same as game 1 where RSG MY just runs away with it?
Potentially. The early game isn't as devastating. I think a lot of it is whether Demon Kai can actually find these kills and Ripple can chunk down the right targets. Because if you're expecting Izanami and Ripple to kill targets, that's going to be hard. But man, holy cow, Smooth somehow just 2v1ing this. Tried to proxy, loses out that trade, and then immediately is able to get back into lane and clear it up.
Not gonna lie, he will have to take that recall, so that wave will be shoved out a little bit by Ripple. I'll just say that you can see the idea of RSG MY, right? If we shut down this Benedetta early on, he's gonna have a hard time. That is what they did with SRG.
Hopefully they're able to kind of maintain this pressure, right? Like Smooth, by the time he gets back into the lane, really smart of Rippo to actually freeze it out. That's 1 minion loss already just because of Smooth's attempt to proxy early on.
And as always, Loliao is going to have a slightly better time against Sasa in the bottom lane. RSG MY having the members on the bot side of the river. And I just love how Storm is constantly matching Miko's movements, right? He's not letting Miko find all these engages. Miko will spot 2 of them in the mid side of the map, but will not find anything else.
Yep, level 4s are going to be hit by both of the junglers at this point in time. They're going straight to the volatile side. Smooth, he cannot afford to lose too much HP. Despite most people being concerned of, oh, what happens if I run out of mana in lane? No, the most valuable resource for Smooth is going to be his life total.
Oh, yes. Especially when he hits that level 4, right? You need that ultimate to really get these fights going in your favor. Whereas Miko, again, no avenues for him. You do have Stormy and Smooth position on the top side though. Storm again, finding the onwards move. We'll be able to get out of this, no problem. But the health pool for this Benedetta He has lost half of it, has to use to regenerate to get back up to 70%.
Oh, smart. Stormy actually stealing away Edith's all. Ah!
And now the engage with the lead from Minggu, instant first blood going over to Team SMG.
Oh!
Trying to look for the kill, the Land Shaker, everything for the kick, just thrown! And Minggu shows them how it's done. Delivers them into Saksa. It's a triple kill for the Frederick and a turtle on top of it.
That was a beautiful play coming out from the side of Smooth. Think about it, think about it. He used the Electo final blow, but saves his Petrify. Most people would combo that straight away. Okay, is Storm dead here? Yeah.
He has the primal form, right?
Oh.
He can use it if he wants to. Knocks them out. Saksa. He turns around with the ultimate. Finds the kill for himself. Please do not let him walk away.
No way!
Please do not let him walk away. And that's exactly what Saksa just did.
Oh no, Saksa is now 2 levels ahead of Demon Kai. He wasn't able to successfully take away that purple. Oh wait, no. Who has the purple buff in a matter of fact?
And Saksa is also doing very fine in the bottom lane. I mean, this is a total 180 compared to game 1.
I mean, this is a statement. It's a 2.2k lead for the side of Team SMG 3 minutes into the game. Like, that turtle fight could not have gotten worse.
Oh, that Smooth is going to be unlocked. I mean, he has that one death, but honestly, as long as he has the battle spell and the ultimate, and he has enough life, that's more than sufficient. There's honestly not many people who can lock him down. Who can do it? No one.
Nobody
I'm gonna
really.
change my thought. No one can lock him down.
I mean, Storm technically can, but even then, it's a skill shot, and it's not like it's a homing projectile, so he kind of doesn't have a choice on that one. Oh.
Electro final blow, Izanami. Sidestep that. Rippo's gonna be dead. It really wants to move there. It's gonna be immobilized. Rippo uses the flicker and commits it. Needs to find Smooth, and he gets it. But bottom side, Saksa. Big sword coming down, but doesn't have enough great help to work with. Lo Liao will get away. Stolen. Real manipulation will be used. Not enough. And Saksa now is going to take massive damage. Oh my goodness, from Storm and Lo Liao. Vanish Phase juice. Lo Liao ends up overcommitting. They're going to flick the forward. Sasa finds some revenge. And Storm now, not much help to work with. There is the Miru's passion for the kill. Miko finds it. And Sasa now delivers on his front. Rippo needs something in return. Sidesteps the Land Shaker. Sasa still alive.
Oh my god.
Sasa might just find a kill. Rippo's going to go down. SMG. Big fight in the bot lane.
Oh, what an outplay! All of this resulting from Smooth wasting key abilities from RSG MY. No real world manipulation. What are you gonna do? Lock me down in the zone? Hell nah! Team SMG comes up huge with 4 kills from it.
And this game has gone downhill so fast. And I don't think they can kill Smooth either. Demon Kai will try, but Smooth is already out and away.
Beautiful stuff this game. Beautiful stuff. What a fat lead for Team SMG. Like Saksa, oh, he's having the time of his life now. He's got 4 kills underneath his belt. Stormy has 2 kills underneath his belt. Sasa surviving that is going to stay so far ahead of Lo Liao, it's difficult to recover. 2-level lead plus 2 kills.
Oh, what? I mean, RSG MY throwing the shambles in such a quick period of time. What, 3 minutes? 3 minutes was all it took for SMG to amass this insane lead. And now RCMY, they're going to stick together, sure. But how are they even going to get these fights going? See, Radiant Armor, first purchase for Saksa.
He doesn't want to die. He knows that Izanami is going to be his biggest threat. Once he gets the Guardian's help, he's not really too concerned about Lo Liao's at this point of time because he's really far behind. Like, his crit items generally don't matter to him until later on when you pair it up with the Berserker's Fury and maybe a Malefic Roar. But until that point, doesn't matter. He's going to walk up into your face.
Oh, RSG now being put into recovery mode. Gotta keep that mid-tier one alive. Lo Liao finding some space in the bottom lane, but he will be constantly 2 levels behind Sasa.
Oh, so much devastation here. 6 minutes into the game, 5k gold lead, a massive 5k gold lead for the side of Team SMG. Being components ahead of their opponent, and more importantly, in fact, they've already taken 2 turrets down on either side lanes. If they can crack mid-tier 1, then we're really going to see Demon Kai struggle.
And then look to punish Demon Kai. Miko finds the lead. Demon Kai, good Thorn rolls. Able to get away with Phantom Execution. Rippo will show up to protect him as well, so not much was lost, but this turtle is going to spawn.
Yeah, they do get the conceal out of RSG MY, which is already great for them, and they don't actually have to worry from quick flanks or anything along the sort. Smooth, he doesn't mind. He's going to take his time with this, but he needs to be able to clear these waves. Lo Liao should not get this tier 1 for free.
And you see RSG MY, they're going to give away the turtle. They know that they can't contest this. Smooth not making it easy for Lo Liao. Electro final blow not clearing out the siege minion, so this turret, actually, it will not commit for it. Lo Liao decides to back off.
Yep. I mean, it's too dangerous. They have zero information. Nobody can really walk up towards the neutral objective without dying. So without that sort of information, it's difficult for Lolios to actually commit to a dive or make a decision for it that early on.
And Smooth gets to take more control of the bottom side. Ripple get jumped on by Miko. Instant dual manipulation used. Ripple needs to stay alive, uses his abilities. Actually gets the shield out from the passive and survives. And Lo Liao shows up to find a kill onto Stormy. Decent trade. RSG MY, they will back off and not go for more.
Yep. In the meantime, Smooth is going to get more pressure down by bot side. And this is what I'd like to see from the side of Team SMG. It feels like nobody's efforts are being wasted.
And Smooth, no, it's not going to be easy to close the gap against Lo Liao. Not when Ripple is going to be dead. Petrify, like a final blow. Heating up a little bit. Ripple will commit everything and deliver that on the silver platter to Lo Liao.
That was not necessary. That was not a necessary fight for him to take. I think he was confident that he can make something happen, especially since he got his Bloodlust Axe, but no, it ain't happening.
And Demon Kai, in the meantime, got to top tier 1, so RTMY. Not too bad of a recovery, right? They are able to at least cut the deficit down by 1,000.
Yeah, and until, I mean, we'll see. Until the first Lords start to spawn, RSG has to take a back seat on this. These turtles aren't enough to recover from the economy damage. But if you look at the gold, wow! Demon Kite actually ahead of Saksa despite the 4 kills.
And man has been power farming. Power farming a lot. Thunderbelt, War Axe, moving towards the Endless Battle next as well. Bit of a tank slot, get a mixture of damage. Again, in pure rage on this Lancelot. This guy is all about dealing damage.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. It really is worthwhile. I mean, he's not getting his health back, but at the very least, he's getting some mana to kind of sustain the amount of farming that he's doing. He's not only farming in his own jungle, but he's also taking a large chunk of Ripple's farm to actually contest against Saksa.
It's definitely a feels bad for Ripple. 2 levels behind Smooth Benedetta. And on a Lapu Lapu, once you start falling behind, it's going to be hard to be effective. In fact, your Landshaker is probably your best tool in the late game teamfight, so that flicker becomes also more important.
No, but let's see. First Lord of the game spawning out now, and the positioning from the side of RSG, they just want to make sure that the side lanes, they want to make sure that the sides are going to be clear. But Team SMG, they can stall this out. They have the lead. They have no onus. The onus is not on them to rush this down. Look at Smooth. He's already getting the proxy.
And I tell you the craziest thing is that Demon Kai is about to be a level ahead of Saksa despite everything that happened. A couple minutes ago, he was 2 levels behind. Team SMG looking to push them away, and now Real is going to use Bandit Sprays there onto Ripple. Instantly shredded. Saksa still surviving, but they will lose Miko to Lo Liao. Smooth shows up, misses select the final blow, now gets thrown backwards by Storm, needs to get away, might just go down, buying time, Smooth still alive, and Saksa finds a kill, Smooth survives, and Demon Kai doesn't! Saksa finds a double, and Saksa finds the Lord.
No way. Smooth should have died there. He was making so many mechanical mistakes. Trying to outplay himself. He's not even dodging the abilities. He's eating them. It's just lucky that he has a lead.
And Team SMG has found the first big lead. And Saksa feels incredibly comfortable. 4-0 on this Beatrix. And that one, that could have been a death sentence. God bless the Haas Claw.
Oh my goodness. The timing of that, the timing of the auto attack compared to the connection from the shot from the empathy, holy cow. Holy, that could have been bad.
It was, what, 0.1 second.
Literally 0.1 second. I don't know if it was enough damage to completely execute him, but, well, at least you know. Right now, Sasa is in a good spot with his items.
Oh, he definitely is. All right, Team SMG, one big push coming right up. Bottom side is where the Lord will be. Got in the wave. RTMY took care of the mid wave. Storm and Ripple. We had to put the body in front, unfortunately. Ripple using that ultimate already to clear this Lord as fast as possible. And that will be taken care of.
Alright, no inhibitors falling down. To be expected here. Don't think they're going to get much off of this. They're building up a tall wave onto that top side, and maybe they can try something out. And yep, here we go.
So, electric final blow into a Petrify. Storm forced away. Doesn't want to use the ultimate just yet, so Team SMG will get the bottom inhibitor at least.
Great wave management for the side of Team SMG. They knew that staggering the waves isn't going to be the way, so they they actually took their time with it. They focused on mid as well as bottom side, allowed top side to actually accumulate 2 waves worth of minions, and then once it starts crashing down into the base, RSG MY have no choice but to send somebody to actually deal with it, and then Team SMG will commit to a 4v5 and look to break down the structure.
Let's see the complete switch in rows. 81% win chance for SMG at the 12-minute mark.
Yikes, big yikes. Not as big as it was earlier, but let's see whether Team SMG can actually do it. Because we've seen Team SMG play from ahead. They look pretty good until they start to throw. So let's see whether Team SMG has either curbed the problem or are they going to overheat?
Yeah, do they have restraint, I think? Will Miko lead them to their graves? I think that would be an important question.
Oh, you got me wheezing. You got me wheezing thinking about that game all over again. But at least they don't have the Angela, so there's no false sense of confidence.
Oh, yes. I mean, SMG, they're taking control of the entire map, all the jungle. Nothing left for Demon Kite. Saksa is caught up in terms of levels and experience as well. Hey, look at Sasa and Saksa. 5-0-1 on the Fredrin, 4-0-3 on the Beatrix. And even in terms of damage dealt difference, everything is in favor of SMG.
Yeah, the only difference is Stoem, and that's only because of the Primal Wrath. Other than that, it's been a tough game for RSG so far. 7K lead with the Luminous Lord getting set up here. RSG MY, I don't know if they really want to take the fight, but I think the key abilities that they're looking for specifically is the Electo Final Blow as well as Miko's hard engage. They're not too worried about Saksa locking down one of their targets, or even if Stormy decides to get the real world manipulation, because they can always exit the fight whenever they please. But if they get the combo off, a combo starter plus Sasa's Bennett range or Nabir's Passion, either or, that person is most likely going to die.
There it is, Storm with the conceal, doesn't find engage. Actually, he will flicker forward to find a 2-man knockout. Instantly, Demon Kite to the back, fighting for Sasa. Cannot use the ultimate, cancelled out. Sasa gets away, but they will be able to get rid of Miko. Izanami ends up falling to Storm. Smooth, now going to work this Benedetta, dealing massive damage. But Loli outguns him down with the heavy crossbow. Stormy finding 2 kills for himself. SMG, they still have enough left in the tank for the Lord.
Oh, wow. Stoem nearly pulling that through for his team. Ripple might actually try to go for another commitment here, but I don't think it's worthwhile. Team SMG secure this Lord. Malefic Roar purchase from Smooth, and Miko definitely going for the immortality. This might just be it for RSG MY.
The fact that Sasa got away, we saw Demon Kite. He was buffering out his ultimate. Like what, 2 times, and it got cancelled. Could not get onto this Beatrix, which could have been the tipping point for RSG MY to come back into the game.
Oh, it was so close. It was so very, very close. And let's be real here. Even the Lord was kind of against Team SMG at that point in time, knocking up a couple of their members while it was all happening. But I think we need to keep in mind, be very, very mindful that Izanami is on the cusp of actually falling off entirely. Now that he has his 3 items, he's got some somewhat relevant damage, but only if the fight drags on long enough.
Well, SMG looking for a game 3. The inhibitor gonna be in danger, only one siege we need to deal with. The Lord, though, is going to be a big concern. RSG MY clearing it out as fast as they can. So far, the base defense looking pretty solid for RSG.
Yep, second waves starting to come on through as well. RSG with the conceal.
Instantly conceal. What are they gonna be looking for? Storm can't find a target. Team SMG, they just know which buttons to push.
Yep, really good posturing for the side of RSG MY, especially since like Team SMG, they look like they want to fight, but as soon as the conceal comes through, something smells a little fishy, and it's safer just to back off. So the mind games coming in from RSG MY buys them a little bit extra time.
Oh, we're in a consistent deadlock at around 6,000 to 7,000 gold deficit for RSG MY, which is still not a good spot to be in, but at least it hasn't ballooned since the second Lord. I think it's something that RSG MY can still hold on to, but now to be Miko with the conceal. Ripple actually dashes away in time. Lovely reaction.
Ooh, nicely done. Nicely done. RSG MY cannot take any more damage here. Smooth has information on where Demon Kite is, but I don't think they're going to send members to actually commit to him just yet.
And Demon Kite has been doing God's work, cutting the wave, getting as much farm as possible. And in a game where you are getting choked out from your own jungle, I mean, Demon Kite has been able to find these small cracks to slip through. Bottom wave will be shoved up, giving RSG MY a bit more time to work with.
Well, they definitely got a fighting chance here. Team SMG is slowly coming to the maximum level of their items. They're capping out, and RSG MY have already started to scale well. Like, Izanami's in a good spot. He's as soon as he gets his Holy Glaive, I think he's going to be in a much better spot. Lolios at this point of time probably already has his full build. Same goes for Demon Kite. Rippo probably lacking one item, and Storm is coming to a point where he can actually start really tanking the damage from specifically Stormy and Smooth.
Look at this head-to-head between both junglers in this game. Of course, Saksa still deathless, 5-0. But in terms of, GPM, Demon Kite, he is still farming up a Storm. He is still trying to cap himself out in terms of items. I think he has already reached that breaking point. This third Lord, though, is going to be very important. Can Demon Kite get there in time? Because SMG, they're rushing it down very fast. Storm shows up, misses the onward. But all they got to do is to push SMG back.
Well, they have to fake it out. The Lancelot finally able to rejoin, and now it's going to be a 50-50 once again. Let's see if Team SMG can actually find the engage.
Miko will not be in range for the Tyrant's Revenge. Smooth will now start cutting the mid-wave to put some pressure onto RSG MY. All eyes on Miko. They jump in. Can't find Izanami nor Smooth. This dance continues. Meanwhile, Smooth is getting ran down by Lo Liao. That's one member of Team SMG thrown out of the map. Now Stormy use the real manipulation. Lord getting resetted. Izanami drops. Miko engages to find a kill. Team SMG needed to get something, and they will find it.
A nice two-pronged attack from the side of Team SMG. And that was 4v5, by the way. Smooth has been pushing on the bottom side of the map to make it happen. So it's great to see that Team SMG have a very wide scope on what's going on.
And they found Demon Kite, so Demon Kite gets forced away as well. Team SMG is going to be able to get this Lord for sure. Demon Kite able to escape from Smooth. So SMG, at the end of the day, they are the one that will get the Lord.
This is great. This is great from the side of Team SMG. It's great to see them actually play out the map as they did. And more importantly, having that two-pronged attack made it difficult for RSG MY, who traditionally just want to play front to back. Now let's see whether they can close it out with this Lord.
Third Lord of the game. Almost 19 minutes in. Again, bottom lane is where the Lord will be coming through. Best case scenario, Team SMG wins this. Worst case scenario, they get all the inhibitors and put RTMY in a deadlock.
Can they actually pull it through? I mean, so far Team SMG have double the kills of RSG MY, but it's taken 19 minutes to get to this point.
And they're trying to find the engage. Miko misses the engage. Thrown back, Benefit is already thrown, instantly goes down. Uses the ultimate but couldn't get the shield. And now Lo Liao needs to pull out damage as much as possible. Miko! That is it, baby! Send them into the wall! And SMG will give us a game 3!
Woo! Spicy stuff this Sunday! A strong game coming in from Team SMG. RSG was holding on for as long as they possibly could, but Miko, my God, turning that for the team.
Now RSG MY looking at this game, they'll be like, damn, we should have gotten rid of the Kufra like we did in game 1. That was what made Miko such a force of nature on the Land of Dawn, and he's done it again. All these engages, all these counter engages with a Slurl Pelt to work with. SMG, they are not done just yet.
Ooh, what a sweaty game that was. You would have imagined with the lead that Team SMG got that this would have been a fast one, but RSG dragged themselves through the mud to get to that point, and it all came down to, man, if only we didn't give Miko Kufra in the draft.
I mean, the craziest part is if Miko didn't get that ult off, Lo Liao would have ran every single one of them down.
Oh yeah, that would have been terrible. That would have been terrible. And honestly, the fact is Lapu Lapu was catching multiple people with the stun at once. That was already scary. On top of the fact that the Electro Final Blow, as well as the stolen real one manipulation, had already been utilized as well. So they had nothing left.
And now Miko, we talk about him being the spearhead, tip of the spear for SMG, and he has delivered once more. I mean, you guys really thought that this was going to be a 2-0? You guys are kidding yourself. Yeah. We're going to get a game 3. Oh boy. Woo! More to go to between these two teams. Again, SMG, they still have a chance to keep the win streak going, but if RSG MY has done anything thus far, they have prevented Team SMG from repeating last season's history of only losing one game in the regular season. That's a minor achievement, but we gotta look backstage for the MVP of game number 2. Of course, it has to be this guy, Miko, the singer, the roamer, just the absolute life of SMG.
He is. He's very extroverted, man.
That's the Kufra, that is.
He knows it. He knows the moment. Huge MVP play coming in from Miko with a 55% kill participation. 2-2 and 9. This is final KDA. And of course, just crushing it on the Kufra.
Yeah, literally crushing it. Just bash them into a wall or something. You can make a highlight montage of just Miko using his ultimate and finding, 3, 2, 4 guys.
Yeah, no, I think, both of these Filipino roamers, whether it be Stoem or even Miko, are providing so much for their team. And it's crazy what you can do with a Filipino jungler plus a Filipino roamer.
Honestly, Miko just one-upping Storm in game 2. It's like, hey boy, we've been through this before. Let me show you how it's done on my Kufra. You use my Kufra in game 1. No. Let me show you how I play Kufra.
It's so good. It's so good that both of them are ego challenging each out.
Well, Team SMG, we always know that their mic check is going to be very energizing. Now we have the opportunity to listen in to the mic check of this last in-game number 2. Listen in.
You know you're the best Benedetta in the world.
Oy, the best.
At all times. Protect na kami na all goals. Nice try. Nice one, Smooth.
Oh, si Smooth.
Nice Sasa.
Oh, may check.
Mali.
Ay, may
Nice. Nice, Smooth. Nice one, Smooth. Stormy, careful lang.
Wait the Lord again na. Ay, tontol.
Simi! Ah! Die. The low end.
Someone put that war cry into Kufra's ult.
I swear to God, if I close my eyes, I was probably hearing Ma Li for the very first time in my life. They are, oh man, they are so energetic. They have so much life in them. And what a turnaround coming in from Team SMG. Literally on the cusp of RSG MY, overcoming the early, mid, and finally the late game.
Honestly, it was one ability press that secured Team SMG to win, right? Again, had Miko not land that engage, that fight would have been over. RSG MY would have been able to keep themselves in the game. We would have maybe 5 more minutes of this game too, but nonetheless, it was still a pretty lengthy one, 19.5 minutes. And Team SMG in the early game, man, they got away with everything.
They did. They got away with everything. They could do whatever they want. And the scoreline is so deceptive. 7-20 in favor of Team SMG.
Yeah, and that doesn't even tell the full story, right? It doesn't highlight how RSGMY have been holding on with crucial kills. And then you look at the item builds. I mean, Saksa, in game 1, you mentioned that he wasn't given the goal to do his duty. Well, this game, he got everything he needed. He was slamming that ultimate like nobody's business.
Exactly, but you are a Fredrin. You're not like a Martis who can actually propel the momentum, but instead, you are just a combo enabler for people like Sasa on this Beatrix to really take full advantage of the lockdown that you bring.
Yeah, it's very rare you see Sasa have a deathless game, so this is one of the few unique moments. And also Stormy able to rack up a very decent KDA, 7-1 and 10 on the Valentina, the bargain hunter paying off.
Man never fails. Man never fails. I'm interested to see whether or not he's going to continue bringing this bargain hunter talent for other heroes as well. So that's something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah. When we look at RSG MY's side, most of them are pretty much decked out in terms of their items. Except for Izanami, he definitely has been having a very, very rough game. He was trying to build towards the brute force breastplate, trying to play utility, but this is not like game 1. There are ways to kill him off the moment he decides to use that ultimate, and SMG completely take advantage of that.
Yeah, and that's why we saw both Rippo and as well as Izanami start to really fall back behind in levels. Like Izanami decided to go, you know what, I'm going to take the dire hit. I want to be able to kind of finish off the targets as quickly as possible and build towards utility, as well as kind of make sure that Demon Kite recovers in this game.
Yeah, and the most important thing for Lapu Lapu is that you need to get a decent early start, right? Those early ultimate skirmishes. His damage is very, very massive, but he was not able to finish off a lot of those kills. Like Smooth is just somehow getting away, Sasa also surviving, Saksa also getting away with these close shaves. And it has resulted in this result where you look at the overall numbers, Stormy is just out of this world, and Sasa for once gets to play the game.
Yep, and I think, adjustments are going to be made. RSG MY is probably looking at Team SMG is like, I see what you're up to. Okay. Now they have to really take into consideration the pocket picks from both the EXP laners. And I think, you know, the upcoming draft is going to be even more exciting, especially in that second phase.
Yeah, talk about deep pockets, right? Lapu, Benedetta, you know, being able to force out something from Team SMG was what most teams have not been able to achieve. So I think RSG MY have definitely pushed SMG over the edge just by a little bit. And Game 3 is definitely their chance to see how much Team SMG has left in their arsenals. How much have they not shown to the rest of the league?
I mean, so far, the way that Team SMG has been playing, like we've seen different facets of them depending on who they fight, but RSG MY by far has been the biggest challenge.
Well, let's check out the highlights. I would like to dub this the greatest escapes of all time because there are a lot of those moments.
Oh, so well done. So well done. That was such a cool way to actually abuse the mechanics coming in from Benedetta to get the initial slow, knowing that nobody has any mobility whatsoever. But then this next part, right, is where Team SMG really got a foothold in this game. Being able to escape like that, and even the bottom side with Sasa surviving despite everything that has happened. Like, you can literally see Storm was just like, oh my goodness, this is going downhill really fast.
Yeah, my goal laner is getting showered by pellets. I'm not doing damage because I don't have my ultimate. Sasa is getting away. I'm too slow to catch him. Everything possible that can go wrong went wrong. RSG MY, they had some pretty good moments, right? They had some team fights going for themselves, but this time, Saksa did not let any objectives slip away.
Yeah, again, at least for Team SMG, they just weren't sloppy. They recognized and respected RSG MY after game number 1, and that's why you were seeing that the way they were playing this, especially Stormy in particular, he's not going to let Storm get in his way anymore. If necessary, he doesn't need the most ideal ult. He just needs an ult for the situation.
Yeah, and this was where RSG MY looked to break the tempo of SMG, to engage with the conceal. Sasa getting away with the Winds of Nature and Demon Kai's ultimate getting cancelled multiple times thanks to SMG, just made it impossible to fight. And of course, this is one of the final moments. Miko, again, the game-winning play on this Kufra and running away in true fashion of Game 2 with almost no health left.
Thinking about game number 2, I'm pumped for game number 3. I don't know what exactly Team SMG or even RSG is going to start positioning themselves, but I'm guessing that if you're in RSG's position, you go back to the red side and it's like, okay, we need to repeat game number 1 all over again.
Absolutely, and again, red side was what gave them a little bit more room in the first phase draft to shut down the core idea of SMG, right? They are confident in taking the Kufra from themselves. They don't have to worry about certain bans. In Game 2, they were banning out the Martyrs, which was something that Demon Kai would love to get his hands on.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see, because again, this is one of those things where analysts start to take a bigger role in the upcoming draft because you're looking at win percentages overall, and again, very similar hero pools between both Saksa as well as Demon Kai.
And also, I think the X Factor in the XP lane, right? We've seen it 2 times. We've seen the Yuzhong once, we've seen Lapu for Ripple, and we've seen the Paquito and the Benedetta from Smooth. And I think you prefixed this early on for the Game 1 draft where you can have a very good team. The deal breaker will be the XP laners, and we are seeing that in action.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, there were a couple of weird moves coming in for Smooth and getting caught out in an awkward spot, but I think for game number 3, it might just be tanks.
Well, we are gonna take a backseat for a while and throw this back to our lovely host, Rose, on the stage. Rose, take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita, and sekarang match dekat 1 sama 1. So maksud tu kita ada interaction. Now usually kalau match biasa kita buat giveaway je dekat Dewa Sri Putra, tapi match ni sangat-sangat panas, pedas, everything in between. So mestilah kita kena ada macam fan battle kan atas pentas. So, hello, apa nama awak?
Hi guys, nama saya Bob. Boleh panggil saya Bob lah.
Dia fan leader untuk team RSG. Alright, you pula.
Hi, nama saya Adam. So, saya dari fan SMG. So, hi.
Alright, so kita tahu game pertama tadi RSG yang menang. Untuk opinion Bob kan, apa yang RSG buat betul dan apa SMG buat salah untuk mendapatkan kemenangan pertama tu?
Apa yang saya nampak sepanjang game tadi tu, sebab apa kita boleh menang sebab SMG cuba bermain agresif, tapi salah. Sebab dia bermain api dengan api. Dia bermain dengan api.
Alright, you pula. Game kedua SMG yang tapau. So, apa yang RSG buat salah game kedua tu? Kenapa orang tak boleh tutup game clean sweep?
Sebab mostly macam RSG banyak offside. And as we all know, SMG kan sentiasa menang game.
Alright. Apa SMG ada yang RSG tak ada?
Oh, SMG. Apa yang SMG ada? SMG ada smooth. Kita tengok macam mana gameplay dia tadi yang split push. Kita ada Miko yang pandai buat setup. Kita ada Sasa, former KG. Kita ada Miko daripada PH. And kita ada Mage Prodigy yang memang selayak je dinobatkan sebagai King of Mage kat Malaysia. Soon.
Statement yang sangat-sangat menarik. Alright. Apa RSG ada yang SMG tak ada?
Okey, untuk RSG kita ada macam-macam Kita ada Demon Kite semua tu, kita ada Storm dan kita ada player-player lokal. Tak lupa juga, kita ada fans-fans yang kuat Chan untuk Team RSG. Dan satu lagi, bang, boleh minta tolong tak? Ada jaket tak? Ada jaket tak? Kita pun ada jaket RSG. Daripada macam hoodie daripada RSG.
I see, alright. So sekarang, Bob. Apa yang you nak cakap? Okay, I nak you cakap benda spicy tau.
Okay.
Pasukan SMG atau fans dia, go.
Okay, dengar baik-baik Ada miss tahu sebab apa saya bawa jaket naik atas ni. Sebabnya, kita orang terlampau sejuk nanti kat atas. SMG tu kalau nak turun hati-hati, takut tersungkur jatuh nanti.
Alright, tak jadi, tak kena.
Tak kena.
Okay,
tak
come on lah.
Okay, kita macam last season kita orang kat atas. Last season RSG nombor berapa? Nombor 7. Nombor 7 macam mana? Season ni mungkin kita nombor 1, tapi untuk season ni memang kita respect lah RSG sebab memang kuat. Kita tak boleh nak deny benda tu.
Alright. Tengok tu. Kawan still luar gelanggang kan? Alright. So before kita throw it back to casters, cheer sikit. Bagi diorang dengar.
Okay guys, kita guna chant yang kedua. 1, 2, 3. GG. GG. GG.
Alright. Side SMG pula.
Okay. When I say SMG, you say vamos, okay? SMG. 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 Alright.
Hey, kenapa macam side diorang lagi kuat je? Sekali lagi.
Okay guys. Full chant guys, full chant. Are you ready guys? Are you ready guys? GG. GG. GG.
Mantap. Alright. I pula nak buat. Alright. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready for the last game? Alright, and with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga kita untuk match ni. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. As always, Game 3 about to kick off in just a couple of minutes between RSG Malaysia and Team SMG. Team SMG, they still have a chance to continue the win streak undefeated in the group stage, but RSG MY, they also have one last chance to break it.
I mean, RSG, they've already gotten at least one lash on their record, taken away a game. It's not going to be a 2-0, unfortunately, but I don't know. It's kind of up in the air for both of these teams.
Yeah, RSG Malaysia won Game 1 in a very dominant fashion. Team SMG struck back in Game 2 with the same level of dominance. And I wonder if Game 3 will get a closer one, right? They definitely have chances to figure out what their enemies want to do. And like you said, this is where the analysts start coming in. This is where it's between Long and Rain.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, man. Long and Rain are probably going back and forth, probably going to go back and forth against each other, mainly because it's going to be looking at what else could you actually do to abuse these stages of the game. The biggest problem that we saw in game number 1 was the fact that Sasa struggles against a heavily losing matchup. So again, I'm thinking that the Bruno bans are going to be committed at the same is going to be committed within the first phase, possibly, maybe even the second phase. I don't think that the pattern is going to be the same because they have to shake things up.
And it depends on which side both teams are on, right? Because again, if RSG MY are on the red side, I would not be surprised if the Bruno suddenly becomes a priority. We've seen how RSG MY deals with their blue side bans as well. They're taking out heroes like Martis that they traditionally would just insta-lock for Demon Kite.
Yeah, so I think in these cases, right, the suppressions feel like a good idea, but right now, I think Izanami has to take a step back. When your jungler is that far behind, you need to be able to kind of take that carry role. I don't like the fact that he's sacrificing that much gold and EXP just to play a utility role, which could have been different. Imagine if that very last fight that we saw in game number 2, that real war manipulation with full items probably would have wiped half the board.
Yeah, and we've seen the only player who has done the exact same thing was Super Exort from Red Esports, and even outside of MPL MY, even in past seasons, he has not had such a good record running these roam pools on mid laners, right? Again, a lot of sacrifices were made, sure, but you're also putting a burden on the rest of your team who, in certain cases, desperately need that extra output from you.
I agree. And I think, you know, in this case, if you're looking to sacrifice anybody who is expendable, it's going to be Ripple, because a lot of his impact comes down to when he flickers stuns multiple people at once and then raging slashes to keep himself alive for as long as possible until the rest of his team is able to kind of capitalize on the situation. I think that should be the process, or at least the line of thought for the side of RSG MY. But for the side of Team SMG, Smooth, the Benedetta, I'm not gonna lie, a little volatile had that early game not gone so well.
And it required a bit of lady luck to
just a wee bit.
Just a bit, and when I say a bit, I mean like multiple instances. Now, he could have died a couple of times, but somehow he was able to kind of slither away. In fact, for me, I think that to add on to the XP lane matchup, right? I feel like if you're RSG MY, just do not consider the Lapu Lapu at all. Give Ripple something that not only ends up relying on, you know, having a flicker, land shaker stun at the late game, right? Something like a Yuzhong. If that one's banned out, maybe we look at something like I don't know, even the Khalid, I would argue will have more impact.
Here's the thing, right? There's only one pick that I can think in my mind that's really going to make an impact in this game that kind of affects the way the EXP is going to be played out, but more importantly, team fights when you are targeting Sasa, and that's Masha that we haven't seen in a very, very long time.
Oh, that makes sense as well, but normally he has been played in the roam role more than XP, right? I
well,
mean,
unless you're nice guy boots.
that is true as well. We're gonna take a look at the Turtle Mania ranking, and so far Demon Kai and Saksa are tied in second place with 26 turtle kills, and Chibi leading the leaderboard with only 1 extra.
Of course it has to be Chibi sitting on the top of Turtle Mania, as he usually always is. He's great at those breachery battles, but right now Demon Kai is making one hell of an argument, and Saksa, a majority of the games, he's so far ahead that it's not even a contestation.
Yeah, honestly, Chibi being in first place with only 1 kill ahead, it's deflated stats, because a lot of it went over to his teammates, and they're really good at securing objectives as well. So there's actually a lot more to that.
It's the Homeboys brand.
It's the Homeboys brand. Of course, a bit of the tic-tac-toe on the side of Team SMG between Miko and Sasa. We'll see who wins this. Long is trying to ask them to cut it out, but Miko can start it off. We'll check back in a bit and see who wins that.
They're having their own best of 3.
Like, whoever loses gets shafted in the game.
It's like Logan's looking at them. Whoever loses this is going to get a really crap matchup in the upcoming draft. Just letting you know.
Just letting you know. Average damage per minute ranking, Lo Liao undefeated still in first place. Almost 4,000 average damage per minute. Zavs in second, Stormy third. Of course, Super and Yura fourth and fifth. So Lo Liao still, as much as SMG has been playing almost flawless game across the league stage, is still Lo Liao that is dishing out the damage.
I mean, he's catching up. Honestly, he's creating a lead for himself. And Stormy in this particular game, like, he tries to get into the middle of these fights, but again, a lot of the RSG members are aware. Miko is doing everything. We don't know who won the tic-tac-toe battle, but at the very least, we know that Miko is keeping the spirits up inside of Team SMG.
Yeah, and then Miko is playing with Sasa, and Stormy just friend-zone Miko. And Sasa also friend-zone him. He's not having the best time.
Sasa's like, hey, it's business time, man. Come on.
Miko is like, calm down. I just won game 2. Just let me have fun a bit.
Notice that everybody on the side of Team SMG have something written down on their hands except Sasa. Coincidence?
I wonder what that is. We'll figure it out. I mean, if they win, and we'll get an interview again with SMG. But like you said, right, it depends on how game 2 goes. If SMG wins, we might see a bit of a change in the atmosphere for RSG MY, and we are seeing that kind of manifest itself.
Yeah, and I think as of right now, RSG, a lot of it just comes down to the draft itself. I mean, a couple of these situations probably could have been played a little bit better in the early stages of the game. A little bit of lady luck, but of course. But still, RSG, I think they need to position themselves with a stronger early game at the very least, because it feels like whoever wins the early game generally should be able to come out on top when we even get to the late game.
And both teams have been extremely proactive when it comes to neutral objectives, right? First and second turtle contest has kind of been the fuse that lights the fire for the team to snowball. Game 1, it was RSG Malaysia, right? They win the first 2 turtle fights, finally Demon Kite goes out of control. Game 2, Saksa and Smooth wins the turtle fight for themselves. In 2 minutes, they go out of control.
And maintaining control can be really difficult, especially with how heated this match is. The momentum that you're actually pulling into it, well, I don't want to say whether they're going to overheat and jinx them too soon, but we'll see in about 20 seconds or so if both are going to go for a more scaling style of composition, or are they going to play more tempo-oriented, which I feel that Team SMG is going to fall back to in this upcoming matchup, with RSG having an advantage of choosing which side they want to be on.
Yeah, we're going to find out right now. I have to drag it out a little bit. Which side will RSG MY be on as we head into the drafting phase for Game 3? And RSG MY, the answer is they will be on blue side. I am pleasantly surprised.
Huh, why go back to blue side? All right. So we have to think about what the Game 2 draft looked like initially, and a lot of it was just, hey, we didn't pick the Bruno super early on, we waited until the second phase, it ended up getting banned out for us, so maybe we can kind of like accelerate that plan first and then build around it.
And the bans are the same as well, so Martis was banned out again by RSG MY, so it kind of makes it slightly less favorable to kind of lead the Fredrin over, so they are going to take Stormy's Valentina away and force Stormy onto another pick. And this is also a game where the Kadita was left open, just like Game 2.
Agreed. I think that would be a that'll be a great pick, especially for Izanami. He has been having that eye of opportunity, finding these like tiny windows to slip right through and really make a huge impact in these team fights by taking out core targets in the middle or even before the fight even begins.
That's assuming the Valentina is a jungler.
hey, that's a blacklist. We don't do that here. Team SMG going to be locked into Fredrin as well as the Edith this time. I like this opener a little bit more.
Yeah, very, very solid, and just it's a classic textbook stuff from the side of Team SMG. When you compare the previous game bans, first phase, exactly the same. The picks definitely changed a little bit. Fredrin, I mean, Saksa, as long as his Fredrin is available, he's going to get Fredrin day in, day out. And oh boy, SMG fans. What's the tagline again? Vamos SMG or
Vamos? Yeah, just Vamos.
It could be Vamos RSG MY, you know. You guys get
True. It could be foreshadowing SMG expanding over into Brazil.
Hey, could be. Let me help you guys. Vamos SMG. That sounds better.
Yeah, that does sound better. That really does sound a lot better. Now we do see the Utah as well as the Grokhead locked in for the side of RSG MY. Man, Stolem's walls are really gross. So that's going to pose a couple of issues for someone like, well, assuming that this is going to be Nico on the Edith, who doesn't have a means of actually hopping over short walls.
I love this so much more. I give Ripple the Yuzong. We've seen him do these plays. We've seen he was one of the main reasons why Sasa felt so unsafe in Game 1. And now you have so many ways to make it feel even more threatened. We talked about the Kadita being open. They're going to go for it for Team SMG. And the best part is that we don't even know if Stormy is going to be on the Kadita.
Oh, that's also true. It could be passed around. It could have been passed off, and then they flex around their picks even more. Team SMG committing to the same exact bans. We're seeing the Harith get chunked out here. Does RSG MY want to get rid of Benedetta? No. I mean, considering that Ripple has already destroyed Gojes on a Benedetta, Smooth shouldn't be too far apart.
Yeah, and I think the main issue in Game 1 wasn't even about the Benedetta in particular, right? It's more about kind of these objective fights that played out in SMG's favor. So I think RSG MY, I think they're fine with it matchup-wise. They are going to be at 1-1 again, so the bans are still the same from game number 2. What if SMG is going to commit to another marksman ban? Will be the Bruno. There it is.
All right, as expected, it's still the exact same bans as game number 2. We're repeating it all over again. I don't know if RSG MY needs to make an adjustment here because I feel like a lot of the roles have been kind of swapped to a certain degree. There has been a predetermined strong side, and let's not forget, Paquito still wide open.
And the carjack gets banned by RSG MY as well. And the Paquito, like you said, it can still be an option for RSG MY unless SMG wants to go for quadruple flex, which they have done before.
The quad flex.
It was a headache to figure out.
It really wasn't. Quite a headache to figure out. But let's see here. Team SMG, 3 seconds left on the clock in the second phase. They do get first pick. And there's a number of ways they can actually go with this. They could look for... They've already got 2 combo enablers, with the finisher being Candida. They could go for Beatrix once again, but that makes you super susceptible to someone like the Yuzong. If you decide to go for the Irithel, there's still bad matchups to go. Oh, all right.
Yes. I actually like this a lot, right? You get some peel, you have the Yuzong and the Grog. Well, guess what? The X-Borg just peels right back and really allows SMG to have this front to back. And now Sasa feels a lot more protected, even though there are die potentials from RSG.
Oh, what does that mean? Does it mean you have to go sub and then get away from me isn't good enough to deal with the Black Dragon from now that they got Lancelot as well? Even more susceptible to dying. Okay, so Beatrix here. Do they go for Irithel just to try and outrun it?
I think you just go Irithel at this point, right? Like, what else is there in the pool?
There's no way you're going to go for Clint. Melissa is kind of okay-ish, but it's not even the best that you could possibly go for with so much strong dive for the side of RSG MY.
Yeah, you have 3 guys that just ignore your ultimate, right? They all have iframes, they all have invulnerability. I personally feel like Irithel is the best pick that SMG can go for. Stormy, King of Mage, that's definitely an SMG fan right there.
He's aware where the camera is. Very aware.
I'm seeing some fans holding out those signs, but they're seeing a bit far back. So, my advice is just raise it up high enough. And don't sit on the floor. They won't see it. The carry is actually going to be the choice for Sasa. Okay.
Okay, so at the very least, Team SMG can scale really, really well in the upcoming fights. It's going to be tough for specifically Sasa to get in on it, because the closer, especially when he gets into that mid-range, he becomes susceptible to way more things. And I think that Terrify is going to be pretty detrimental.
Yeah, the kill zone, as we call it, right? The Yuzong, and the best part is that Yuzong extends the kill box for his team because he just dives onto you. We're going to leave it up to the teams to settle the score, but I mean, this one, SMG, we said that Game 2, they have a lot of agency to head into the late game. Game 3, while they now have infinite potential with the carry.
Yeah, these neutral objectives are probably going to fall into the hands of RSG MY, because I don't really know how Team SMG can actually approach the situation or prolong it, in a matter of fact. RSG will get priority first. If Team SMG is on it, RSG just has the Black Dragon form. If not, try and push Team SMG off of it.
And we've seen how Ripple deals with Saksa at objective fights, right? Just Saksa was like, well, what am I going to do with this?
Yep.
This guy's chasing after me. I can't fight him.
I get petrified, I get knocked top on top of it at the same time, and by the time Smooth is actually relevant in these fights, it's already in the mid-game. So I think this early game is all about mitigating the damage from the side of Team SMG. Once we see Ice Queen's Wand and Immortality completed from Smooth, we'll see them get a little bit more daring. I don't know about the mid lane specifically, because if Stormy finds that first initial kill, or if Team SMG say, you can have as many tunnels as you want, we're going to play for the kills, that's also a possibility.
And also, unlike Game 1 and 2, where Stormy has a lot of options in terms of ultimates to steal from, in this game, Izanami has a very limited option. And when I say limited, I feel like there's only one, which is the Edith ultimate. And it's not even the best ultimate, but in this case, it's probably the only one that he can go for, because every other ultimate is not as effective for Valentina. Game 3 kicking off right now. Again, RSG MY on the blue side, looking to repeat Game 1's dominance.
All right, let's see. Is there any early proxies? It looks like it's going to be an attempt at fast 2 on top side with 3 members looking to cover this proxy.
Yeah, yes, they're trying to break the Braga armor first. There it is. Goes away. Very straightforward modus operandi from RSG MY.
Yep, that means mid is going to get pushed out. Izanami luckily does not lose any of the EXP. Looking at the emblems, let's see what we've got here. Lethal Ignition, pretty standard, pretty stuff together. Smite, ooh, actually, Brave Smite plus Vitality. Smooth knows that if he goes into a full engage against someone like Yuzong, there's a good chance he wins out on that trade.
And a Festival of Blood, right, just for that extra spell vamp. Ripple tries to get the Little Wanderer, and actually gets it. So a bit of a bonus for RSG MY.
It's good to see, it's good to see. In terms of the marksman, you do see Assassin Emblem for Loliels. wanting to make sure that he can put onto the hurt onto Sasa.
Yeah, with Demon Kai on the bottom side, we'll give Loliao a bit more space to work with. The mid lane's going to be very volatile as well. Actually, Izanami winning out of that trade against Stormy. Nothing a full combo without him doing anything.
That's the thing. Stormy can't afford to like try and make attempts with the Petrify, especially if he doesn't have enough damage. He's already a level down, so he's got to take his time here.
Hey, I got to Prince of mid lane. Just very fast reactions, very sharp reactions, in fact. Saksa will be hitting 4, and again, the objectives, the turtle will be the point of contention. Ripple not be able to hit 4 is yet. In fact, forced away from the waves. Needs a bit more time.
Yeah, I can't really do much about that. His level 4 might get delayed here. We'll see whether Smooth actually decides to freeze the lane. Yeah, he freezes it just before the turret. Both of them, he's trying to stall this for as long as possible.
As long as Ripple doesn't have 4, have a lot more chances of getting the turtle. Now it will go on to Izanami, trying to take him down. Shadow Dash, keeping Izanami safe, eating up with the passive also. Getting the E of ultimate instantly using it. Here comes Ripple with the back Dragon Form. Stormy looking for the kill with the Petrify. The Ralph Waves will find the first blood, but it's actually going to be Demon Kai that finds the turtle for his team. Ripple though will be sacrificed, and SMG finds 2 kills.
Beautifully done, Team SMG. As much as they want to get that turtle for themselves and the kills, it's one or the other. RSG MY are pretty sharp on the ball.
So both, again, trading even, right? You still get some goal injection and XP for your team if you're RSG MY, but evidently for Team SMG, you're enabling that draft a little bit. The fact that Izanami was brought down low that early on was what allowed SMG to confidently just jump on top of them.
And they also get his Purify at the same time. I think Stormy played that out perfectly, looking as if he's going to do the full combo, forcing Izanami to actually use that Purify as early as possible, and then go into the Rough Waves Petrify after to get the punish.
Storm can't even use the power of nature. He explodes. Saksa is doing a phenomenal job in securing these engages, and Izanami is going to take the Appraiser's Wrath, and Miko pounces on the opportunity to find a second kill.
Great stuff coming out from the side of Team SMG. They are working in tandem with each other right now.
It's zero reaction space, honestly.
Yeah, these are very tiny windows that they have to work around. And the fact that Izanami doesn't have his Purify makes it all the more worth it for the side of Team SMG.
And Miko now will put some pressure on the bottom side. Good wall charge gonna be there. In advantage race, Miko gets to use the ultimate. Loliao cancels his Ibiru's passion, but they still find something.
Right. So for RSG MY, again, both sides are very aware of the battle, specifically the battle spell timers. Miko doesn't have his Flicker, they punish. Izanami doesn't have his Purify, immediate punish. So now keep in mind that, he's good.
Yeah.
They got the Purify out of him again. Expect to see another possible gank as soon as we see Miko take the space.
He's in a more active role with this Valentina, but the pressure that he is receiving is still a bit unbearable, honestly.
We say that, don't worry, he will recover from it. In the meantime, Demon Kai is a full level ahead of Saksa, so this should be a pretty easy take, but we'll see how.
Ripple is it nice to the back, stolen, lovely flicker with the wall charge. They want Sasa dead, can't find him, but they will get Stormy. And of course, Demon Kai will get the turtle, and this time, it's turnaround opportunity for RSG MY. 2 kills for them so far. Smooth is late to the party. Team SMG, they have to fall back.
Ooh, what a great engage! What a great engage coming in from Storm, knocking up and locking down 2 people. And the watch, oh my god.
He's gonna fight Sasa! Just like that! With the flicker, tactical roll to get out, Saksa. You don't really want to be there. Stormy can't find a kill. Rough Waves tries to secure. Loliao finally gets it. Storm now needs to get away, but he's running out of health. Izanami tries to provide assistance. Appraiser's Wrath not enough. Demon Kai in the meantime finds the mid-tier 1. And now he's looking for some kill. Petrify, Energy Eruption, onward. Everything thrown from the kitchen sink, and yet he gets out.
Yup, they just don't have that kind of damage just yet. They got the Petrify out of Stormy at the same time to stall that combo out. But man, really nicely done here from both sides. I mean, RSG MY finding that kill, but also at the same time, while they are getting punished, they are still looking to scrape gold off the map. And cracking open a mid-tier 1 gives a lot more space for Demon Kai to actually invade enemy jungle and maintain this level lead against Saksa. Now, evolving to a 2-level lead.
And Loliao just got the BOD. I cannot believe he snuck into that jungle as a marksman.
I mean, to be fair, I would be freaking out if I was Sasa.
I would be. And he didn't even have the flicker, right? Thank God he was able to buy some time. If he died in just like that, I think Lolia would have walked away without much damage taken in.
I mean, that's as good as it gets, right? It really is as good as it gets. Most of the tier 1s from side Team SMG have already collapsed, so RSG need to take full advantage of the situation, right? They have more places to actually fall back on, but they want to be proactive without giving away too much info.
Sit until flicker, trying to get the knockup, and they will get rid of Ripple before he can do anything. Lovely pickup by RSG, by Team SMG.
Yep, good play so far, but here's the important thing. Despite not having the Black Dragon form, can they secure this turtle?
Look, I would think about it. No more energy eruption taunt, no more last sanity. They're trying to contest this. Minggu missing the knockup. Demon Kite secures their objective, no problem. All 3 turtles for RSG MY.
That's got to be so annoying. Saksa trying to outplay the situation, but Storm was like, no, I'm going to make sure that there's no way for you to steal away a neutral from us.
Demon Kite is, well, he was 3 levels ahead, now 2 levels ahead of Saksa, but with the experience lead, he is going to get back to that 3-level advantage very, very soon. Yep, off of this way, there it is.
Oh, it is tough. It is tough. Izanami's going to get knocked out by the Earth Shadow, but it's really not going to matter. In terms of items, I love the fact that at least for Rippo, he's going for the Rapid Boots. It does give him a little bit of resistances to slow, but more importantly, it allows his rotation to be a lot more efficient.
Now the jungle from Team SMG invaded, basically. Saksa not able to get the purple buff at least. Trying to face check the bush, but multiple members of RSG MY there, and then Banish Rage instantly from Loliao to shred the health bars of Team SMG. Sasa can get in on this. Move just arrived at the scene. Izanami will force the backstorm, gladly taking the punishment. Sasa trying to chip away the health bar, but Loliao is going to be there, and Sasa is now forced back. The wall doesn't lock him in place. And Team SMG, they can't do much.
Oh, that was brutal. That was brutal. I mean, I think I could see the angle of which Stormy wanted to enter the fight. It's just unlucky that as they were walking backwards, the immediate turnaround for the side of RSG MY, recognizing that, hey, Saksa already used this energy eruption, we can actually do something.
If Ripple gets to use his ultimate, you gotta somehow buy time, right? You either buy time or have Stormy kamikaze and find a Q onto Loliao. I believe that if that doesn't happen, RSG MY just overwhelms SMG with damage.
That's also true, but at the same time, let's see where Sasa is currently at, right? I'm seeing Immortality is being purchased by Smooth, which is already pretty good, but I don't think RSG MY is going to waste that much time on him anyways. Somehow, he needs to get an Ice Squeeze wand. Oh, unless he already has the Ice Squeeze wand, to be fair. Didn't see him rush it just now. We'll check up on the items in a little bit, but in terms of damage dealt difference, we are seeing a stark difference between Lolios and Sasa.
Now the Lord, this is where RSG MY will look to get the first big lead. Izanami's location as well, zoning away Minggu. That's really a lot of info given. Storm is going to use his body in front. Loliao, he's walking up to deal with Minggu. Black Dragon form used by Ripple to try and force SMG away. A lot of time bot, can they rush it down? Saksa isolated by the wall, they're going to pounce on Saksa and force him back. Move using the flash and a petrify to go along with it. Demon Kite gets caught in the crossfire and goes down. This Lord most likely is going to go over to SMG unless Izanami can pull off a clinic. Loliao flickers forward, gets the immortality out of school. Lord dropping low, can he get it at least? Saksa with the save at the end. And Team SMG, they will disengage.
Oh, what a series of events. Man, Stormy going in at the same time as Smooth, who I guarantee has the Ice Queen's wand. Yup, there we go. He had it earlier and then built into the immortality. He was able to start peeling, slowed them down, but make this setup, this pseudo setup, easy for Stormy to catch on to, blowing up the last insanity and the rough waves at the same time, giving Ripple and Demon Kite no chance to respond.
Very unfortunate that Demon Kite was caught in that moment. I mean, could not have got any worse. They will try and protect this mid-tier 1. Successful in doing so. Team SMG can't break it just yet.
It'll be difficult for them to do so. Lord and Power minions have already started to walk through. Staggered waves here so far. Mid-tier 1 still holding strong for the side of RSG MY, but with Lord knocking at their front door, it can be a little difficult. They need to start making sacrifices here.
This mid-tier 1 will finally be taken care of by Sasa. Team SMG opening up the map a little bit. There's having some bannings on them. Demon Kite continues to just find opportunities around the map, gets the purple buff for himself. not able to complete the recall. The entire Team SMG is going to be on top of it. Miko looking to find the armors, can't find him. Lovely puncture. Gonna find the execution to get out. Does get hit by the Petrify. Again, Thorn Roll. iframes is there. Re-engage from Storm. Finding Saksa. Demon Kai will be traded, but Izanami and Lolio will go to town in terms of damage. Gridball wants to get away. Sasa with some nature to block the output of the Black Dragon tail. But is it enough though? The rest of SMG are on the run, and is RSG MY finding more kills.
Ooh, nearly getting clipped on there. Izanami, he's not done with a Mage Prodigy. Stormy's still alive, and Storm, he's just holding on. Cancel that recall. Yep,
keep him in the fight. Waste some time, Stormy. Rough spot to be, and all things considered, it's an even game, but RSG MY are making some insane plays.
Yeah, it really is. It's going back and forth from either side. Like, I like the fact that Smooth, he was committing to peeling for the team for as long as he possibly can. Great Winds of Nature to dodge the Black Dragon tail, to get the kill onto Yuzong from Sasa. But at the end of the day, Loliel's basically untouched. Izanami also untouched as well.
Talk about roles as the game progresses. I think Ripple understands that if I were to die, I might as well keep Sasa away. Do as much damage as possible, force out the Winds of Nature, force out the Purify, and make the task of Izanami and Lolio so much easier. But we're starting to slowly approach the point where Sasa can shred tanks.
Yeah, and worse yet, I don't think anybody can really get on top of it unless Storm finds like an insane engage. So I think it's more, the onus is more on Team SMG to make sure that when they fight, it's not around choke points. That's the most important one. And second of all, their backliners aren't too close to walls.
Second Lord spawning on the top side this time, and Saksa will be there first. This is like how Storm is opening up the map, just finding out where the members of SMG are. Just saw Miko, just saw Smooth. There's 2 out of 5 members identified.
Let's also not forget, Sasa recently purchased that golden staff. That is a big power spike for someone like Harry, who's very reliant on her auto attacks to get that true damage passive out.
Look at what Miko is. Looking for a gauge. Pull someone else. Smooth will try to bait this out, but RSG MY are very aware of the possibility. In fact, Izanami again having to eat it out, so you get some extra damage, some extra shield. And Stone will do his due diligence to clear out the bushes.
Yeah, but should be able to get this Lord no problem and push Saksa off, unless...
I think Demon Kai is 2 levels ahead, right? So in terms of retribution, he does have damage to win out these fights. But he will be resetted. They get the flip already! Lolio of all people! How did Miko find that window? This could be the fight that SMG can win if Sasa survives! Gets knocked up, bleeds out. There is still some opportunity for Izanami to go off. He is now the Eden with the Primal Form. SMG forced back. Both goal laners have already gone down.
Considering everything, both marksmen have been traded out for it. However, at the end of the day, Team SMG is still a man up. Does RSG MY still want to commit to this? Ooh, Smooth having to flicker out there. You're playing with fire, buddy. You may be export, but Izanami has come to a point where he is fully scaled.
Lolio is going to be back in the fight first. Can Team SMG somehow find another pickoff? Get the knockout and the taunt to Demon Kai, and once more Lords gets reset and Izanami, and Demon Kai doesn't want that to happen. They will have initiative.
Oh, they will find something here. Samsa losing a lot of his gray health. Probably needs to get back into that fight, but your eyes on Storm. He's looking for an engage.
No more flicker from Miko, so Lolio will be a bit safer. Miko has to use the Primal Form already. Smoke instantly in with the last Sandy. Banner's Grace, Saksa dropping low. Look at the knockout, and they blow up Storm, but it's Demon Kai with the Lord. And Izanami straight to that Stormy! What a knockout right there! Lolio still survives because Demon Kai got his back!
Oh.
It's an even trade for both teams, and Lord for RSG MY. Demon Kai sees Sasa, he's not gonna go for it. But maybe he will. Waiting on the Winds of Nature.
No.
Finds this time! Are you kidding me? Lolio's! Milev just saved the game for his team!
Wow. What a beautiful synergy coming in for Demon Kai and Lolio. Demon Kai baiting it out, baiting the position out, waiting for Sasa to dash to set this kill up for Lolio. They're going to bring the inhibitor wide open. Sasa will be able to get back in time, but man, this is a nail-biting game. 14 to 15 minutes into the game, and even so, Team SMG have been trading equally against RSG MY.
Holy cow, we are... this series definitely has delivered on all fronts. But the small margins, tiny as it can get, Lolio surviving because Demon Kite killed off his assailant. One hit before he dies, and then he repays him with that snipe onto Sasa. And now RSG MY gets to open up the map. The last bastion, the last outer defense, fallen for SMG.
This is, such a tight game. Such a tight game. Izanami is doing so much work. And Stormy can only go in when he has his abilities ready to go. And even so, it's difficult for him to find multiple targets. As much as they don't want to fight in a choke point, they're hoping that RSG MY can just clump up ever so slightly closer together.
Can Miko do what he did again? And I think that would be the crucial question. The flicker onward. Yes. In the blink of an eye, you don't even see it happening, right? I didn't even see how Lolio died, but Miko, if there's one man to pull it off, it's going to be him.
Yep. So far, he's been the X factor here.
You see Lolio, Miko being very, very patient with it. RSG MY, make sure that it's not going to happen for a second time. Miko instantly dashes in. Not able to find Demon Kite, not the easiest target to catch.
Yep, but they're setting this up well. Like, Demon Kite's hyper aware of where...
Okay. Stolen. Oh yeah, I thought they stole rough ways, but Ripple's gonna use the Black Dragon Bomb. Hit the Frog armor smooth and roll him up, forces the flicker. Ripple is now in front, knocked up a couple of times. Razor's Grab actually not dealing enough damage to finish him off. SMG actually not able to get any kills.
Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only the mid inhibitor that's broken for the side of Team SMG, and that's more manageable during the Lord Dance compared to if it was the long lane, in this case, the gold lane.
Oh my goodness.
God.
That could have been disastrous for SMG.
He's got to be careful.
Lord just won one last dance.
Oh, this one's tight. It's going to be so tight. They're going to use the Magic Sentry to open up the top side of that map, but RSG MY, knowing that Stormy won't be able to join the fight for a little bit, will try to speed things up.
Yeah, they're trying to break the Fragile Armor smooth as well, and Storm will help with that. Izanami using Primal Wrath form already. Ripple instantly with the Black Dragon Bomb. Loliana shows himself. Big combo. Sasa is the target. Wisdom Nature expires. Sasa dashes away, gets knocked out. Loliana now becomes the point of interest. But Smooth goes down. Doesn't have enough to deal with him. Ripple is dead. Loliana to discount damage. Flickers forward. Look for Sasa. Finds him. It's healing up. Loliana. The hero play from RSG MY. And Loliana is doing everything right.
He's cracked
the
open.
For this Beatrix. And RSG MY, the windbreaker, have absolutely done it! They have slain Team SMG! Stormy has nothing on them! And RSG MY will break the streak!
Oh my god, what a series! RSG and Lonely Elves have come up on top. A hero play to set the stage. Disappointment stole them right in face of SMG. What a game this has been!
And of course, Ripple, in his winning moments, let him have it. Let him hype out the crowd. This is what they've been waiting for 4 weeks. Woo! You can hear the cheers. GG RSG, I believe, was their motto. They've definitely done a number on SMG. The first series loss in the regular season. No more repeating history, but it was a well-fought match by both teams.
RSG MY, the windbreakers, they really committed to it. And Sasa, having his little chit-chat with Ripple, is like, oh, you dirty boy, you really got me that time. Really got me this time. Wait till the playoffs.
Yeah, watch out, we've never met in the playoffs. Maybe this time we will. And with that said, I mean, RSG MY, they're not going to be in first place, but they'll be tied for first with 2 points after this series win. All things considered, it is a happy ending for RSG MY.
RSG MY baru tamatkan win streak. SMG 2-1. Guys, let me just say one thing. Storm said they were gonna end win streaks in MPL, and I think they just ended SMG's regular season win streak. Alright, okay. Po, you dulu. Alright, Ripo. So, sekarang you menang lawan SMG, the top of the regular season musim lepas dengan musim ni. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good because we can already got a title called Mystery Slayer!
Mantap, win streak Slayer, I like that. Alright, sekarang korang dah tamatkan banyak sangat win streak. What is your next target?
My next target. No, not Todak. Homeboys. I want to get revenge because they just defeat us, but we win streak. They just got lucky.
So playoffs?
Yeah, Homeboys, I'm waiting for you.
Wow! Mantap! Alright. Let me see who's gonna announce the MVP. Yesterday Izanami. Korang nak siapa announce MVP? Storm. Okay. Storm. Ikaw mag-announce ng MVP, and then after that, I want you to count down. 3, 2, 1, the MVP will display on the screen. Okay?
Aye.
Go!
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Lolial! Okay. Let's make it fun. Ask Lolial a question.
Lolil.
Go.
Do you think you are the best gold laner in MPL MY right now?
Ooh! Dengan Maniac tadi tu, I'm excited to see what Lolial has to say.
I don't think I'm not the best yet, but because I haven't met all the teams yet, so let's just stay like this for now.
Okay, Lolial. Kita cakap pasal you tak jumpa lagi semua. Tapi, gold laner mana yang you rasa biggest threat untuk awak?
Mungkin Zav.
Zavs?
Sebab dia bermata satu.
Zavs.
Zav.
Okay. Good job, guys. I actually got a surprise for Storm. Okay? Camera? You guys see this? Korang nampak tak ni? Yesterday, Stormy hantar gambar Miko. Storm, as your ex-teammate, I'm giving this to you. Miko. Okay? Can I have the mic? Thank you. Storm, tinalo mo na yung alaga mo. What? Okay, now that you kalahkan your pet already, tinalo mo alaga mo, you have his picture. What do you want to say to Miko?
Good luck to Miko and Team SMG. Let's see each other in M5.
Wow!
We will take the first and second place here in the season.
Wow! All right, that's for you. You can put it beside your, I don't know, pillow, bed, anything. All right, any last words? Moro. Oh, he say, don't throw. Keep it. Tayang the photo. Whoa! All right, Ripo, last words. Let's do this.
Apa?
Words.
Oh, last word.
Happy sangat.
Okay. Siapa yang belum lawan kita orang tu, korang siap-siaplah kena bantai 2-0.
All right, thank you so much, Ripo. Once again, congratulations to RSG MY for being the win streak slayer untuk musim kali ini. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam Best of 3 game ni. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, lovely stuff from Rose and RSG MY as always. And RSG, BD and marketing team, listen, all right, I have an idea. Design a windbreaker with the phrase windbreaker.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Okay. Assuming that they make it to M5, I have a wild guess what their new slogan's gonna be.
A wild guess, huh?
Wild guess. But our MVP of the match, you gotta give it gotta give it to Lolials. He played one hell of a game, both times showing that heroics make the difference when it comes to a 50-50 power level equal matchup.
And when you need him the most, man, those flicker kills out of this world. Absolute maniac. I mean, Izanami, he's deserving of the MVP title as well because he stole the Savage from Lolial, so I'll give him that, all right? I'll give him that.
We'll give him that, but man, Lolials has been playing such a solid game. When he has a winning matchup, you can clearly see him take full advantage of it, and especially when there's momentum behind his back, he becomes a completely different beast.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to the wire, right? All these small margins, and I think one of the most memorable moments is definitely that Lord Pit fight between Lo Liao and Demon Kai, it felt like both of them were tangling with death and they were somehow winning it out. You look at this game, the loadout and everything is 19 kills to 16 in a 19-minute game. Everyone is almost decked out. And for the side of RSG MY, they just hit their power spike slightly earlier.
Exactly, and I just love seeing the continuous adjustments from both sides with Team SMG struggling to get neutral objectives. So what do? They attack the Yuzong. Whenever they had a problem with Beatrix, find that opportunity to go for the flicker onward and change the fight. So many times Team SMG has tried to force RSG MY into true front-to-back style of team fighting, but even for RSG MY, people like Storm specifically finding insane engages.
Yeah, I mean the battle of the roamers, right? Storm has some insane wow charges, and you can say the same for Miko as well. But Ripple reached a point where he's going for the Queen's Wings, went for the Oracle. He has rapid boots. That's how determined it is to dive the back to make sure that he gets there as fast as possible.
I mean, he knows he can close the distance, and it helps that he actually has that quantum charge for the extra boost of movement speed to close down. After he gets hit, like literally gets into the middle of combat, you lose a large chunk of your movement speed from the rapid boots itself, mainly because of how it works. But at the end of the day, when he lands a good petrify into the furious dive, holy, the follow-up from both sides, whether SMG or RSG, is nuts.
Yeah, it really came down to a classic game of let the Beatrix shower you. They're all the banished rage, especially from Lo Liao. He has been threatening Sasa the entire game every single time we see these major team fights. You look at Sasa, he has the winds of nature, but it was always forced out very, very early on in the major fights.
Super early on, in a matter of fact. And I would have imagined that, like, with the lineup that they have, looking for these picks is essential for Team SMG. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it was their only game plan. So it's great to see that even for the X-Borg, right, zoning out one target. I think the biggest problem at this point of time is, like, despite Smooth having a 5-2-7 overall KDA, it's just not enough. With so much hard dive and guaranteed ways to make it to the backline, it felt like the peel just came in a little too late.
And every time they peel again, we're also looking at Stormy to somehow find some sort of a catch in the chaos, right? And he has been able to do it. You know, we've seen some moments where Stormy finds his insane catches, but in the late game, the adjustment from RSG Malaysia was perfect. They did not let that happen. They did not let disasters happen a second time throughout the entire game. And the numbers very evenly split across both sides, and you look at the gold lane, the differential. My goodness, the damage dealt by Lo Liao.
Yeah, Lo Liao was pumping up so much damage, and he wasn't even the highest damage dealer with Izanami at 132,000 overall as the dedicated, the carry. The rich guy, obviously, it's got to go to Demon Kai. This man power farms like an absolute beast. He's playing a completely separate minigame.
Yeah, like he can lose his whole jungle and somehow still farms more than Saksai. He was constantly at a 3 level advantage over Fredrin. And it came out of nowhere, right? This was a very even game, and somehow he found those leads.
Pretty disgusting, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how he achieves that. I think it has to do with a lot of the minions being given on over to him. Demon Kai getting those side lane split pushes while Rippo is on the opposite side to actually look for an initial ambush with the help of Stone as well as Lo Liao's. But at the end of the day, it was a beautiful game of MLBB.
I mean, even in this game that SMG lost, out of 16 kills, Stormy was a part of 13 of them. So, you know, some credit given to him. Look at the goal graph, look at this. Towards the majority of the game, it was back and forth, right? RSG has a huge lead, and then SMG finds a massive fight around the 10-minute mark, brings the lead back into the favor just about a little bit, but RSG MY has been able to keep swing it back in their favor and run with it.
Yeah, by the time we get to the 15-minute mark, the gold leads generally didn't matter, with both sides already having a plethora of items, and especially for their cores. Once we get into the 18th minute, it didn't matter at all. It was all about how much extra economy do you have to actually juggle these items around.
And I think for RSG MY, they didn't even need to juggle that much, right? They were breaking immortalities of SMG. We saw Smooth constantly running in and trying to use his health, his Viraga armor, in fact, as a shield. And every time they see Smooth walk up, Izanami pounces forward, breaks the Viraga armor, gets rid of the immortality, and suddenly SMG just feels so less comfortable taking these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, with the early leads that RSG was slowly developing towards the 6th and as well as the 8th minute, a lot of it just had to do with, can we break the Faraga armor from Smooth as early as possible and then look to punish him immediately after? Or at the very least, did anybody use their battle spell? Instant punish.
We're going to take a look at the highlights of game number 3 right now because there's so many close moments. In fact, if you tell me that this is a playoffs game between both teams, I would definitely believe you. And even when you look at the objective, Demon Kite as well has been phenomenal in securing these objectives.
He's been absolutely huge. I don't know how he does it or how he sees the game just ever so different. Maybe he's just playing with more frames in his mind. It's hard to tell. It really is hard to tell. Because even for Miko, it's tough for him to get on top of Demon Kite, continuously using those Thorn Roses to dodge him, because as soon as he gets hit by the onward, he's just waiting for that Earth Shatter, looks to use that Thorn Rose as a means to dodge it, so he doesn't mind the first half of the combination.
Yeah, and this is one of the big fights that SMG found at the Lord Pit to get rid of RSG MY, and even then it really doesn't matter too much, right? You see the Rapid Boost come into effect for Ripple as he flies across half the map, and Lo Liao for majority of the game was untouched.
Yeah, I mean, he was having a good time until it didn't. Instantly getting picked off by someone like Miko, that's not exactly where you want to be in, especially since you had your battle spell up. It's just very tough to react to it.
Yeah, I believe this was the moment where we see Demon Kite and Lo Liao work together as a unit, which is honestly very crazy. Stormy hits the back, finds to petrify. Lo Liao was one hit away. Demon Kite saves him, and watch this moment.
Oh no,
my
they
goodness,
didn't play it! No, that was the sickest shot though.
Come
the one.
on. Man, that OB guy is gonna get an earful.
You really gonna call him out like that? Oh, that's a little sad. But we know how the end of the game actually occurs. And honestly, wow, what a tight game between both RSG as well as Team SMG. But let's have a look at the updated standings. 15 points, keeping Team SMG still on top despite the grueling defeat. But RSG MY pull themselves just 1 point behind, tying them up with Selangor Red Giants as well as the Homeboys.
And thankfully SMG at least got one game to keep them in the lead, but we know that RSG MY, they are on a hot streak right now, and it has not ended just yet. And the rest of the standings, very straightforward. We went through it before. MPXNC, Lunatics, and Todak on the second page. Red Esports and Team Secret in the red zone. Speaking about Red Esports and Team Secret, they're going to be fighting next. So there's a chance that Red Esports good ties with Todak and puts Todak at risk, but we'll see how that plays out.
It depends if they win 2-0. And
yeah.
I don't know. Red Esports have been looking to try and recover from the blunders that started all the way in week number 2. I feel like it's escalated to a point where the pressure is on. I don't know whether they're going to be running Kim or Exort this time, but even for Secret, right? Still, so many questions.
Yeah, and I think the most intense series has definitely passed. We've witnessed exactly what we expected from RSG MY and Team SMG, but that doesn't mean that it's not important to look at the next series, right? Red Esports against Team Secret, that is equally pivotal for both of them, especially for Team Secret, who are still searching for their first series win.
Yeah, if Team Secret is able to actually get the points for themselves, that's going to put a lot of questions over who's actually going to make it to the playoffs or not. Like, relegation is not a fun thing to be a part of, but especially when the league is so close, if you are on the second page, man, I don't know, it might not even be in your control.
And the craziest part was that Team Secret was relegated last season. They clawed their way back, basically restructured the lineup, and now they are still in that red zone. So if history were to repeat itself, it's definitely a very stressful one for Team Secret. Again, coming up, they're going to be facing off against Red Esports, and it is a must-win series for both of them. More so for Team Secret.
Yep, absolutely. And hopefully we see at least some kind of evolution between both of the teams, because this week has been rough for so many different teams and a lot of table flips.
Yeah, especially when you look at Team Secret, who brought the Ixia, I remember, right? They had some innovative idea that didn't work out. Red Esports came close to drawing blood from SMG, but that one got shut down very quickly as well. So both teams still struggling to find that momentum, even though it's towards the end of week number 4. We just have to wait for that next series to kick off, right? Team Secret and Red Esports is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative thus far has been really exciting. A lot of people here, especially looking towards the MPL MY, was hoping for a tighter, closer, more competitive overall league. And so far, I think they're getting what they deserve. A lot of teams are actually getting to that upper echelon in terms of that very first page alone, but even then, it's still pretty risky.
Absolutely. We're going to go for a short break, and when we return later, Red Esports and Team Secret will face off to find their series win in the group stage to keep themselves out of the red zone. Stay tuned.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah. Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan tas korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hot League Meet and Greet anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a special fan daripada RSG sebab dorang baru menang. Okay, hello. Tak payah, I pegang. Okay. Apa nama awak?
Shazri Man.
Okay, I panggil
Man.
Okay, so Man hari ni datang sokong pasukan RSG, tapi siapa idola awak dalam pasukan ni?
Of course lah, Ripo, the king of taunting.
Ripo, the king of taunting. Okay, kenapa you suka Ripo? Adakah sebab taunting je ke playstyle pun you suka?
I suka sebab dia punya taunting and dia punya gameplay.
Wow, alright. So apa kata kita jumpa Ripo?
Okay, boleh jom.
Okay, jom. Hi. Hello. Jam. Ripo tengah on the phone lagi. Okay, you boleh stand sebelah Ripo. Tak, I angkat tengah. Lagi senang nak pass mic. Okay, so Mani datang cakap you ni idola dia.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, so kalau you nak tanya Ripo apa-apa, you boleh tanya sekarang.
I nak tanya, apa perasaan Ripo lepas berjaya kalahkan SMG yang kononnya gergasi regular season?
Wow, kononnya
Taklah gergasi, nampak dia kecil macam tu. So macam sebenarnya alhamdulillah lah sebab dapat menang diorang kan. Sebab diorang tu digelarkan weapon sebab SMG kan. Untuk dipakai je, kalau dah tak pakai buang.
Pandai Alright, okay, so sekarang Ripo actually nak bagi something dekat Man. Tengok ni. Uish, baju RSG. Alright, tunjuk kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, before anything, jangan lupa join the official fan club of RSG. And with that being said, ini je untuk Hot League Meet and Greet kali ini. We shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
Enemy has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak.
Tak. Boleh. Nice.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hotlink Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a special fan daripada RSG sebab dorang baru menang. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Tak payah, I pegang. Okay. Apa nama awak?
Shazriman.
Okay, I panggil
Man.
Man, okay. So Man hari ni datang sokong pasukan RSG, tapi siapa idola awak dalam pasukan ni?
Of course lah, Ripo, the king of taunting.
Ripo, the king of taunting. Okay, kenapa you suka Ripo? Adakah sebab taunting je ke playstyle pun you suka?
I suka sebab dia punya taunting and dia punya gameplay.
Wow, alright. So apa kata kita jumpa Ripo?
Okay, boleh jom.
Okay, jom. Hi. Hello. Jam. Ripo tengah on the phone lagi. Okay. Okay, you boleh stand sebelah Ripo? Tak, I angkat tengah. Lagi senang nak pass mic. Okay. So, Mani datang cakap, you ni idola dia.
Oh, thank you.
Alright. So, kalau you nak tanya Ripo apa-apa, you boleh tanya sekarang.
I nak tanya, apa perasaan Ripo lepas berjaya kalahkan SMG yang kononnya gergasi regular season?
Wow, kononnya
Taklah gergasi, nampak dia kecil menyentuh je. So macam sebenarnya alhamdulillah lah sebab dapat menang diorang kan. Sebab diorang tu digelarkan weapon sebab SMG kan. Untuk dipakai je, kalau dah tak pakai buang.
Pandai Alright. Okay, so sekarang Ripo actually nak bagi something dekat Man. Tengok ni. Uish. Baju RSG. Alright, tunjuk kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, before anything, jangan lupa join the official fan club of RSG. And with that being said, ini je untuk Hot Link ENG kali ini. We shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
have been slain. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Tak,
boleh. Nice.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hot Link Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a special fan daripada RSG sebab dorang baru menang. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Tak payah, I pegang. Okay. Apa nama awak?
Syazri Man.
Okay, I panggil
Man.
Okay, so Man hari ni datang sokong pasukan RSG, tapi siapa idola awak dalam pasukan ni?
Of course lah, Ripo, the king of taunting.
Ripo, the king of taunting. Okay, kenapa you suka Ripo? Adakah sebab taunting je ke playstyle pun you suka?
I suka sebab dia punya taunting and dia punya gameplay.
Wow, alright. So, apa kata kita jumpa Ripo?
Okay, boleh, jom.
Okay, jom. Hi. Hello. Jam. Ripo tengah on the phone lagi. Okay, you boleh stand sebelah Ripo? Tak, I angkat tengah. Lagi senang nak pass mic. Okay, so Mani datang cakap you ni idola dia.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, so kalau you nak tanya Ripo apa-apa, you boleh tanya sekarang.
I nak tanya, apa perasaan Ripo lepas berjaya kalahkan SMG yang kononnya gergasi regular season?
Wow, kononnya
Taklah gergasi, nampak dia kecil macam tu. So macam sebenarnya alhamdulillah lah sebab dapat menang diorang kan. Sebab diorang tu digelarkan weapon sebab SMG kan. Untuk dipakai je, kalau dah tak pakai buang.
Pandai Alright. Okay, so sekarang Ripo actually nak bagi something dekat Man. Tengok ni. Uish. Baju RSG. Alright, tunjuk kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, before anything, jangan lupa join the official fan club of RSG. And with that being said, ini je untuk Hot Link Meet and Greet kali ini. We shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill, triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been first blood. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hotlink Meet and Greet anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a special fan daripada RSG sebab dorang baru menang. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Tak payah, I pegang. Okay. Apa nama awak?
Shazri man.
Okay, I panggil
Man.
Man, okay. So Man hari ni datang sokong pasukan RSG, tapi siapa idola awak dalam pasukan ni?
Of course lah, Ripo, the king of taunting.
Ripo, the king of taunting. Okay, kenapa you suka Ripo? Adakah sebab taunting je ke playstyle pun you suka?
I suka sebab dia punya taunting and dia punya gameplay.
Wow, alright. So apa kata kita jumpa Ripo?
Okay, boleh, jom.
Okay, jom. Hi. Hello. Jam. Ripo tengah on the phone lagi. Okay. Okay, you boleh stand sebelah Ripo. Tak, I angkat tengah. Lagi senang nak pass mic. Okay. So, Mani datang cakap, you ni idola dia.
Oh, thank you.
Alright. So, kalau you nak tanya Ripo apa-apa, you boleh tanya sekarang.
I nak tanya, apa perasaan Ripo lepas berjaya kalahkan SMG yang kononnya gergasi regular season?
Wow, kononnya
Taklah gergasi, nampak dia kecil macam tu je. So macam sebenarnya alhamdulillah lah sebab dapat menangkan diorang kan. Sebab diorang tu digelarkan weapon sebab SMG kan. Untuk dipakai je, kalau dah tak pakai buang.
Pandai Alright. Okay, so sekarang Ripo actually nak bagi something dekat Man. Tengok ni. Uish. Baju RSG. Alright, tunjuk kamera. Itu dia. Alright guys, before anything, jangan lupa join the official fan club of RSG. And with that being said, ini je untuk Hotlink Meet and Greet kali ini. We shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out
pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk Minggu Diraja kita. Tadi kita baru saksikan game yang sangat-sangat sengit dan sangat-sangat seru. Tapi game ni akan jadi lebih intens sebab kedua-dua pasukan nak keluar dari elimination zone. Kita akan saksikan perlawanan Red Esports yang akan menentang Team Secret. Now, I'm sure Team Secret tak nak get relegated and go back to the qualifiers. Tapi, adakah Red Esports punya reset system akan berhasil? I nak tahu pasukan mana yang akan dapat kemenangan untuk perlawanan ini. It's a mystery and it shall be a mystery sampai kita habis series ni. So with that, mari kita jemput Red Esports ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Yakin akan membawa pulang kemenangan di perlawanan ini, Red Esports membawa masuk game untuk memberi kesukaran pada Team Secret. Membawa pulang 3 mata penuh menjadi sasaran untuk membaiki kedudukan carta. Ada Apakah Red Esports berjaya menyekat kemarahan Team Secret hari ini? Mari kita nantikan. Give it up for Team Secret! Tidak pernah kenal erti putus asa dan mengalah, Team Secret hadir semula dengan semangat dan mindset yang baru. Perubahan gameplay baru pastinya bakal ditunjukkan oleh pemain. Mampukah Team Secret memberikan kejutan di perlawanan ini? Mampukah Team Secret menewaskan Red Esports di perlawanan ini? Ayo kita saksikan! Sebelum itu, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. As I mentioned tadi, perlawanan ini akan jadi sangat-sangat crucial dan sangat-sangat penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Both Red Esports dan juga Team Secret kena menang points ataupun mata untuk make sure that dorang takkan get relegated dekat regular season ni. So which team will be getting relegated? Which team will be going home? We don't know yet. Tapi dorang perlukan mata to make sure that they don't go home. I think semua orang dah ready. So with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Final series of week number 4, the Royal Weekend as they call it, between Team Secret and Red Esports. Both teams at risk of relegation, and they have to make this one count. My name is Husky, alongside me is Skin and Q, and you are here with us on the desk for this final best of 3.
This one's a tough one because both teams are in the relegation zone. Technically, both of them have also come through the qualifiers multitudes of times. I don't know about it, but we need to see some kind of improvement from either side.
Yeah, this is the second season for Team Secret as well, right? Got relegated season 11, came right back, and is at risk of relegation again. Perhaps all they need is actually a little bit of crunch, a little bit of spice to the gameplay, and I have just the remedy for it. Mr. Potato, our official snacking legend, right here with us. And if you ever wonder what is spicier than the games that you saw, the games that you played, it's Mr. Potato right here. So enhance your gaming experience with the crispy Mr. Potato snack. Crunch away, become the MVP. What I have here is actually sour cream. There's also spicy squid, if I remember correctly. Both of them amazing flavors. You guys should give it a try.
Definitely a big fan of their sour cream and onions. Spicy squid, I feel like it's more of an acquired taste. Kind of depends on the person. Some people really like it. Other people are like, it's all right.
Yeah, but it's not. But none of it is bad. I think the spicy squid, I have not had it for the longest of time, and when I first tasted it, oh, I love it. You took a bite of it in the advertisement, you know. And,
it's true. It's true. It definitely wasn't like an acquired. For me, it's an acquired taste because it's not exactly one of the standout flavors. I'm more of like a basic kind of person. I like the sour cream and onions, salted, all the usual stuff.
I'm glad we're on different sides of the aisle because there's more variation. I am not too much of a sour cream guy.
Really?
Yeah, more of a spicy squid guy. But I know all of you guys out there are very good predictors when it comes to MVP. So all I need you guys to do is scan the QR code down below. Let us know who is going to be the MVP in this series. There are only 10 players to choose from, and if you make the right pick and you make the right guess for the first 2 best of 3s, you might be our lucky winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, make it a fun little game amongst your friends. Discuss who the MVP is going to be and see which side of the spectrum you're going to be on, whether you're on the more basic side or whether you like to go a bit more outlandish. Because I think in this particular game, an MVP that has to be chosen, or probably might be chosen in this game, might just be Mal this time round.
Yeah, and I think there's a huge chance that he ends up shows up, right? We've been wanting him to really have these kind of moments, these kind of big plays to support his team, and we've seen bits and pieces, but there's more to be desired. When talking about desires, I know a lot of you guys out there are constantly hungry for something when it comes to the game. And guess what? We have the new skin line, the Neo B skin line for both Fredrin and Lilia. And the series is now out alongside with their exclusive items happening from the 5th of September until the 4th of October. And you can also enjoy 30% off your first 10 draws to guarantee yourself at least an elite or even better, an epic skin. And your first draw every day will also be 50% off. So do not miss out on it. Get your Neo B skin line because they are absolutely cracked. I love it.
Ooh, that means you have a full 30 days, 31 days, in a matter of fact, where you can actually use the 50% off. You know what? I'm going to stop right there before I spend any more diamonds. Just do the math. You're saving a lot more.
Weekly Diamond Pass saves a lot of that.
That's a good point. That's
use that for your new feast draws. It's all planned out.
I'm seeing it all the lines are coming together here on the board. But we got to come back into this particular match because again, Team Secret haven't been performing well despite having some pretty good drafts overall. And Red, man, the drafts can be a bit abysmal, but at the same time, it also has the same problem of like, what is the team doing?
Yeah, we talk about the reset system for week number 4. That has not panned out too well. They came close to taking down Team SMG, but even then, they still leaves a lot more to be questioned. And this is a roster for Red Esports, Amao, Kim, Malboy, Miles, and Aaron. They're bringing back Kim into the middle lane. We've seen this juggling between him and Super Exor. And to be very honest with everyone out there, I think Kim is a better fit for now.
I think so far, based on the in terms of like winning stats of the games that Red Esports have won, all of them have Kim in it. And I don't know, it could be a contributing factor. It's a little tough to say, but I think at least with Kim, the team is able to communicate better. With a clear direction, Red Esports can move like a professional team. Without direction, they're kind of all over the place.
Yeah, and we saw that basically come into full view, right, in the past few series that they played. It was definitely not a good one, but they are also facing off against a team that is struggling throughout the entire group stage, which is Team Secret. You have Neo, you have Martins, you have Matt, Max, and Maima. Bit of a switch out, right? We used to see AIM in the roaming role. That has been kind of shuffled a little bit. Team Secret did say that week 3 is where they look to take their first series win, and until now that has not happened.
So far, on a 15 overall game, a loss, and they haven't been able to recover from that moment. And I don't know, for the side of Team Secret, at least it's clear that they are disconnected because there is a lack of communication. They have some very good ideas, but there's also a certain level of confidence you need to have in your team to be able to pull those off. For an example, tower dives.
Yeah, and we've seen certain team fights or skirmishes where you can see this very interesting disconnect in the team where Matt and Max are playing together and the rest of the team are kind of split off into their own battalion. And that was, surprisingly enough, one of the few factors that Team Hawk managed a comeback in week number 1 against Team Secret. So, bit of that throwback for everyone out there. Team Secret, they have a lot that they need to kind of figure out with Zico as the coach. They have shown us some innovation. First team to pick the Ixia. Fortunately, that also was a bust.
Yep, that's true. At least they're willing to try things, you know? They're not limiting themselves into one particular lane and having to commit to it. At the very least, they're trying to expand their horizons to get a bigger overall view of the game itself.
Yeah, we also got a hot topic for the series. Again, it's all about getting out of the red zone. Both of them are in the frying pan. If they don't get out from the series or in the near future, they are going to be toasted. Because when you look at the series that they have after fighting each other, I'm telling you, it's not looking good for Team Secret nor Red Esports. Team Secret, after this, they have Homeboys, MPNC, and SMG that they got to fight. For Red Esports, it's RSG MY, Lunatics, and I believe, yeah, RSG MY and Lunatics. So the odds for Team Secret are definitely looking a bit worse. For where? For Red Esports, they're not exactly safe either.
All right, let's keep in mind, if either one of these teams are able to win 2-0 against each other, at the very least it sets them up for the following weeks where at least they can start thinking about like, all right, we don't have to get as many buffer points. We can even start thinking about 2-1s possibly, but ideally 2-0s is the way to go.
And we also have a player head-to-head on our screens. Again, Malboy and Matt, both the goal laners. In fact, one of the most even distribution of numbers we've seen across the board, right? Again, the KDA speaks a part of the story where a lot of the games they have not been able to come online, but to be fair to both of them as well, when they actually get to play the game the way they wanted to, we do see them pull out miraculous moves.
Yeah, I think especially for Malboy, we've definitely seen, you know, his peak at a certain point in this I wouldn't even say this year, but at least for this season, but he hasn't been able to find that once again. He hasn't been able to be enabled by the rest of the team. Sometimes he has bad performances, but all players have that, so I can't blame him for it. But at the very least, in comparison to Matt, which he's kind of doing his own thing without the team, though.
And I do wonder if the tendencies for Red Esports where Malboy just loves to stick with his team and kind of leave the lane, that has kind of been a minor bane for them, right? Where he starts losing out the lead. I wonder if that is going to be a point of consideration for them in the series. Of course, for Red Esports season calendar, they are going to be facing off against Lunatics next Saturday, and afterwards in the final week they will be playing against RSG MY.
Ooh, that's a tough one, especially since RSG MY is currently, we don't know what it's going to look like next week, but currently they're on a hot win streak themselves. Lunatics, we'll see how that's going to go. They've had their ups and downs, so I think that's also going to be quite a volatile matchup.
Even Lunatics has pulled out their own upsets, right? Taking out Team Hawk 2-0, I think that is definitely one of the highlight moments of this regular season, but afterwards they also have kind of gone back to their old ways, unfortunately. So I think for Red Esports, they definitely have a good chance. But for Team Secret, again, they are in the more of a red zone compared to Red Esports.
Very much in the danger zone, right? They haven't been able to get as many points. They're sitting at the bottom of the standings with the least amount, and it's not even like close to actually tying up or getting themselves out. It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of effort, and it all stems from getting these precious extra points by closing out games 2-0, which they haven't been able to do so far.
All right, let's play a minigame. Team Secret actually won one game in the season. You know which team did they beat?
Which team?
SRG.
Dang.
Of all teams, honestly.
Yeah, it's still a surprise, right?
Yeah.
It shows that there's a lot of potential still, but at the very least, right, it's how they kind of execute it. It comes from many different areas, whether it be from the draft, which so far has been pretty okay. It's just when you look at them as an overall team, the disconnect becomes extremely evident, and it hurts them, right? It makes the image look much worse than it actually is.
And the disconnect happens to both teams as well, right? It has plagued them for majority of the league. I think more so for Red Esports when they were playing with Super Exor, so hopefully Kim will be a remedy to that problem. And for me, I think Team Secret, I think it's better if they just stick with what worked for them in the earlier stages of MPL MY and not go for too flashy of a pick, right? I mean, the Ixia it's innovative, but I don't think you have practiced them enough to make it work. So go back to what we saw, like the Bruno, Beatrix, Claude, there are plenty of options out there for the goal laners itself.
Yeah, I mean, even the Beatrix alone should be in more than enough, but we'll see. Considering how Red has been playing very much around the Bellboy, it's difficult not to play around him considering his performances on Bruno thus far, and I think he's been winning out his lane a majority of the times. It's usually the outside influence that's what's causing him to lose his turret first.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Tenka was still not given a chance, right? Considering the fact that the one win that they got over SRG, Tenka was there in the roster.
That's also true.
It's pretty interesting from Team Secret.
Don't know if they're gonna try and use him as like a clutch pinch server for the second, maybe even third game. But in the meantime, we've got 35 more seconds, and I think Team Secret, I'm ready to be surprised.
Me too. I honestly am looking for, how do I put this? I say my expectations aren't as high as, you know, the high-profile matches we've witnessed early on today, but I think there's a certain benchmark that you need to achieve, right? We kind of criticize Red Esports at certain points of time. They don't even feel like an MPL team, but Team Secret, I think they also suffer from the same feedback, not just, you know, in professional scene, but you look at the community, I think they also share the same sentiment. So in this case, I want to see just a basic, fundamentally sound game one, and then maybe we'll go from there. Maybe we'll get a better idea of what they are going to be doing for the rest of the series. It all starts with the draft. We see the Bruno Joy E ban by Secret, and Red Esports with the Novara Paquito ban.
All right, pretty standard bans all across the board so far. I'm curious to see whether Red Esports is going to do something wacky and wild with the Barat's pick again. And then obviously Team Secret's just going to be like, okay, I'm going to just play Gord, bro.
Please do not play the Barats. They have suffered enough.
They have suffered enough.
Do you see what they achieved without the Barats against SMG? I mean, that says a lot.
That's fair. That's fair. I do think I would like to see Amal back on the Assassins once more. That's definitely where his comfort zone usually is. And if he has a little bit of a push, you know, give him a kill or two, he snowballs it out of control. And that's something that we haven't seen from Red Esports other than just Melboy, who seems to be the only win condition for Red.
So Fanny's going to be the last ban by Red Esports. Secret with the first pick. And you know, this has been the case for a while. You see Maima coming in the transfer window, going into the middle lane, and Max going over to the jungle role. It's also something that I think the team manager has talked about, right? They've tried out different variations of roster and roles, and I think this is the one they're going to settle for the rest of the group stage. Team Secret least average assist in MPL MY Season 12, which also speaks volume to your point of them being disconnected in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time it's usually an individual mistake which Team Secret can capitalize upon, but that's usually in a 1v1. Half the time, I would imagine that teams need to really buck up and not give these free kills away, especially if you're talking about people who get snowballed out of control. We see the Kaja as a response to the Claude. Are they going to pair it up with a jungler this time or a flex pick? And it looks like it's going to be a Kadita straight off the bat. That's their mid duo.
Yeah, and it's well, I wouldn't want to say it's flex pick, but there's a Kaja already. So Kim on Kadita, very, very comfortable with it, right? They are, and it also forces this Claude to either play a bit more careful or run with the Purify to try and kind of negate this, to kind of deal with this Kadita. So love the approach from Red Esports. We have multiple ways to deal with this Claude.
All right, let's see what else they're going to add to it, right? Red Esports can technically still look for knockups unless Team Secret denies it away. It's a tough combo to beat. As soon as you get hit by that Divine Judgment, you're in a lot of trouble. And now we see the Eve. Okay, interesting. I mean, this is a comfort pick for Mima for sure, but they're going to pair it up with the Terizla to ensure that at least this Claude can go into the back line with a Blazing Duet.
Yeah, they also set up a big kill box with the ultimates as well. I was looking between the Eve and the Valentina, but for Team Secret, I think the Eve is just fine. You get this area of control that you can absolutely work with. Red Esports, you do not have the liberty of the Terizla nor the Paquito in this game, so it does raise the question, what would Aaron go for? Is the export, it does look like an option if they want to go for it right now.
Do they want to pick it up so early on? Technically, I mean, they can flex it if they want to into the jungle if necessary, but I feel like as of yet, they don't have a dedicated frontliner to kind of do the work, but okay, they're going to be locking in Irithel first and then wait for the second phase to finish off their comp. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Don't see Malboy on Irithel too much. Normally, it's going to be the Melissa, but in this game, I think Melissa is going to struggle a lot. So, see Red Esports expand that hero pool in the goal lane a little bit. Second phase. Wonder what they're going to be focusing on though. They've seen the core 3 roles for Team Secret. Go, mid, XP lane. Feel like they're going to be targeting down onto Max in the jungle.
If they are going to be targeting Max in the jungle, they're probably going to start thinking about the things that he's already played. Fredrin being one of them. Hellcurd is another shout as well. I don't think they're going to go on Boxia again for the side of Red Esports, but we'll see. First things first, Kufra gets banned out.
Honestly, Hellcurd isn't too bad of a pick for Red Esports themselves, right? You don't really have a way to catch him. Terizla is horrible in catching Hellcurd because there's nothing you can do about it. And for Eve, you're always standing still whenever you use your ultimate, and you can't see if he turns off the lights.
Yeah, it can be very frustrating for artillery mages in particular to deal with the Dark Knight Falls, but we see Team Secret banning out the expert, making sure that Neo is actually going to have a decent matchup. If they are going to ban out anything else, if they're following just on procedure, you're looking for purely locking down your laners, making sure that they have decent matchups. With the gold lane already settled, the mid lane technically settled as well, do they also want to kind of pick up the Grok so they have a clean way to open up the map?
It does look like one of the remaining best options, right? For Team Secret. Lancelot gets banned out by Red Esports. Too much left in the pool. I could go down to just the Fredrin Martyrs, which surprisingly are still up.
Nobody has touched it so far. Nobody has touched it. I feel like it's a standard staple that nobody wants to get rid of, only because it's a comfort, but also, even if your opponent has it, you've played it this matchup so many times that it's muscle memory.
This is the last man. It's going to be the Uranus, so they really want to give Neo just as easy of a lane as possible. In any matchup beyond that, he's going to be able to manhandle it thanks to just being a Terizla. Red Esports will have the first pick for a jungler and an XP lane.
All of these heroes, all of which Team Secret has taken into consideration, and even Red Esports, these are heroes that have been played before, and they know that they're decently good on it. So you might as well get rid of it, right? The Uranus, Aaron has played both the X-Borgen as well as Uranus in his previous matches, and I think at least for Neo, he's not going to get shafted this game.
And you remove the sandbag for Red. What else is going to be there? The Martis does get picked up. Technically a flex.
You should.
And Team Secret will pick up the Fredrin, so we go back to basics. We still get the potentially the Fredrin Martis matchup.
I do think the Brock is not that bad to be able to open up the map. Is there any other supports we should be considering here?
Honestly, Akai isn't the worst.
Yeah, I think both of them technically work. I'm thinking about a means of like engage displacement, something to be able to kind of give vision over the map, because you never want to be caught out by this divine judgment out of nowhere.
Very fair. Even a Diggy would be nice, but they actually respond with their own suppression, which is the Franco.
Okay.
And that does bode well when you have to deal with the Mortis, right? Regardless of what he has, you are gonna get bloody hunted.
Yeah, but I feel like whoever presses their suppress button first is going to die. So it's a give and take. It's a management resource management in this particular game.
All right, Red Esports, final pick. Where is this Martis gonna go? I personally feel like you can put Martis in the jungle, give him a decent matchup, and just pick another solid XP laner. The Yudong, it's not the worst.
You're already dealing with the Claude, but there it is. I guess it's going to be comfort picks here. It's not easy to get on top of this Claude, right? Compare it to an Irithel, at least you're able to kind of set it up with the Petrify, but with the BMI, with some good reaction time, it's very difficult to lock on top of him. And worst yet, there is a good amount of peel. If we're talking about neutral objectives, at least Red Esports kind of like help out in terms of like going into it, going into the pit itself. You lock down the Martis, guess what? The Black Dragon Farm will zone everybody else off. So there is theory behind it.
And it is a draft that if it gets going very early on, you have heroes like the Kaj and the Kadita, right? We're always looking at these, level 4. If you can get the first Divine Judgment to land you a first blood or an objective, that is going to propel you forward and fast track that power spike.
Well, I mean, looking at the win conditions so far, it's just the standard team fight composition for the side of Team Secret, with Red Esports looking to try and pick off their opponents as much as they can with some interesting options when it comes down to neutrals. So let's see whether Red Esports can get that early snowball to propel them in towards that late game, or whether Team Secret can hold them back.
Yeah, Red Esports has tried a variation of early to mid-game centric draft plenty of times, but this one looks very, very solid. Game 1 between Red Esports and Team Secret kicking off right now. Again, I think overall, seeing Max in the jungle, see Team Secret, as always, they understand the priority, right? You get Matt and Max online regardless of which stage of the game they are at. And do enjoy how it's being handled so far. We get a standard start for both the junglers.
Yep, just making sure that they're being annoying. Oh, well, doesn't know. But Din's positioned himself really, really well.
He's gonna reset it.
He will eventually reset it, but man, that's got to be so annoying. Wait.
Oh, he reset it on his own. Oh no, he walked out of the radius.
I don't know. If I was Matt, I'm just gonna be like, I'll be really confused as to what's going on here.
He's gonna reset it again.
No, don't reset it.
Do it right now.
And
do
Hawk
it.
Steal.
Ah, I mean, it's pretty close.
It's not bad. It's good. It's good. But at least Max is actually nearby and actually retreats away the Beetle camp just to make sure he has an EXP lead, with still an opportunity to go to the bottom side of the map and do it again.
Yeah, both teams, a lot of emphasis on the top side, but at least they know that both the junglers are going to be jungling in a parallel manner. Max going to hit 4 off of this. Can't find any avenues. Again, level 4, Mao is going to be taking some time because he's struggling to kind of find where this Franco is.
Yeah, and Maimao just making sure that he's trading against Kim, right? He's trying to hold him hostage in this lane. If you try and walk up and try to clear it, I'm going to take a chunk of your life total, and you got to be okay with that.
No, man, this is being really cheeky to reset the gold trap. Whoa, he doesn't even get resetted. And that's a fuse back.
Oh, and stolen.
Use your spells, people. Use your spells.
Hey, no, not when the turtle is this close up. I can understand. You can have the gold crab. I need to get this turtle now.
This is a level 4. Again, both supports, they do not have the ultimates just yet. Aaron's going to be first point of contact. Madin's forced away. It's going to be a slow dance. Oh, look at where Neo is.
Yeah, I think Neo just spotted out where Kim actually walked from. Yeah, he knows exactly where he is.
He's going to be spotted out himself, petrified. Big damage in the rough wave. Neo, oh, he's going to go down to decimation. Connects at the end. Where's the rest of Secret? Disconnection from them.
Why did he just eat it? He just walked up and ate it. He flickered very, very late into that, but he... Oh,
Mao wants to drag Max back, but he's going to settle for the Franco, which easy enough. Kill goes over to A Mao, and he gets the turtle at the same time, and now Aaron powers that dragon form, force Mimer's flicker.
Alright, Red Esports, at the very least, they're able to secure the turtle for themselves, and now the snowball is going well. Mal, unfortunately, loses out his flicker, but, you know, the Divine Judgment is already on cooldown, can't do much about that. You already found you found 2 kills, so technically it's at no loss.
Definitely a very slow and staggered interaction, but this does put Amao in a very, very good spot, right? Up 2-0 on the smartest. He's going to be able to fast track that power spike. All things considered, Max not too far behind. He's still keeping up despite that blunder.
Yeah, and hopefully he's able to maintain it. At the end of the day, he should be all right. He just needs to power farm a little, but in terms of like the state of the lanes, there's no real opportunity to gank anywhere. Melboy is just going to freeze it for as long as he possibly can, and better yet, he's not willing to interact with Matt. All he wants to do is just clear that wave.
With Amao, he's going to start showing up onto this top side alongside Mao. Flicker, less than half a minute before it's available again. So Red Esports, they're going to do what they always like to do, get Malboy ahead as much as possible. And you can see Matt, he's losing out on XP, he's losing out on gold because he knows that Red Esports are around.
Well, he's going to walk up to the wave. Matt doesn't take any damage here, but so far, wow, he's holding him. He's holding him hostage. Malboy's doing a great job.
Yeah, just going to go in. No iron hook. Then instantly drop. Expand the Petrify just for him. It's going to draw Team Secret to the top side, but Red Esports, they're happy with that result.
Yep, at least they're finding 1 kill, right? You want the goal for yourself. You are picking up top position, so this is exactly what you want. Matt, smartly enough, using the Blazing Duet to not be another victim of a potential dive again. Might as well clear the way with the Blazing Duet.
The turtle is going to spawn right now. Red Esports go ahead towards the bottom side. They get to call dibs on this. Amao, surprisingly enough, because they spend so much time trying to set up that dive, he's a level behind Max.
Yep, he's just one buff camp behind. So at least you're going to be able to walk up here, but the team needs to open up the map. If you can hit anybody with that iron hook, that'd be ideal.
Yep, now they're going to try and jump onto Max, blow everything on him. The Petrify from Aaron used this time. Amao finding a decimation, finds himself a killing spree, and the turtle for himself. Neo also ends up dropping, and Red Esports so far so good.
Yeah, but they're doing a great job as Team Secret, unfortunately getting caught in as collateral, sticking too close to each other, resulting in a good attempt from Kim, knocking them both up into a full rough wave combo.
And Matt, again, having to use the Blink Duet to clear the wave out. He's the only lane so far that is able to hold his own ground as Amao opens up the bottom side.
Neo drop down bottom side, and so far the invade's great because now Amao a level ahead of Max for the time being. It's not like it's a very big difference.
Unfortunately out of range from the tier 1. It might need that extra bit of damage, but that's not coming anytime soon. Amao easily collects the destination kill. He is on a mega kill streak now.
Okay, great counter engage from the side of Red Esports, right? They were prepared for that one. You can see that Mal, as well as Kim, just holding that left side of the brush, started walking up as soon as they saw what was going on.
And now Max also is going to start getting threatened. If he tries to check that bush, he's going to go down. And not to mention that Red Esports have 2 Petrifies on their side.
That's true. They have 2 ways to actually set up against their opponents. I think at the very least, it's going to be tough for Secret to be able to get clean combos off. So it's about ambushing, right? You're looking for Team Secret. They are looking for choke points. Ideally, if my teams can hit an iron hook, that would be even better because then you're safe. But if they can find like a tri-bush point down by EXP, or at the very least that channel between the beetle as well as the orange buff on the side of Red Esports, those are very key choke points that Team Secret can take advantage of.
The window is definitely closing rapidly for Team Secret. But he has been struggling to find these hooks because Red Esports, they are just so aware with the spacing. You can see the idea is there. You send Claw to the bottom lane. Now we will try to punish Neo as much as possible without the iron hook around. There's no way they can stay there. Neo will use the penalty zone and try to clear it out as fast as possible, but the tower will still fall, and Neo will be sacrificed over to Amao.
And while this is happening, Max is going to start leashing the turtle early on, a level down on Amao. Rather interesting choice here.
And no way that's going to happen. A double petrify from Kim. Looking for Max, using the rough waves to get the suppression on top of Amao, but they need a lot more damage to kill him up. Amao just casually walks out of there with decent help to spare. And Red Esports now have full control of the turtle.
Now without any man advantage, too low to actually walk back into the turtle pit. Team Secret give this away to Red Esports. Not much they can actually do about it. Oh man.
This is looking a bit tough right now.
Yeah, it's getting even tougher right by the second. So far, Kim has been finding these two for one knock-up stun combinations, and that's been really slowing Team Secret because he's focusing down on Max to make sure he gets nowhere close to the pit.
Red Esports can now start taking the jungle of Team Secret again. Thankfully, it was cleared out prior to the invade. With the mid-tier one still up, Team Secret still has some sort of a cushion to fall back to. But every single time that hook misses, Red Esports will have a window to pounce.
Now with Red Esports taking control of the bottom quadrant of the map. Oh, but right
they're gonna use it right now just to make sure they secure this mid-tier one. And Max into no man's land to get the hook. Lovely stuff onto Kim. Doesn't get to use the rough wave. Your manipulation will be used as well. Taunt onto Aaron. He's taking massive damage by healing up with a Shard Residue. Red Esports, they're looking for the counter engage. Mao finds the target that he needs. The flicker not enough from Neo as Neo ends up going down. Mao will survive as Amao pushes the rest of Team Secret away. Red Esports seems like they're still posturing for potential fight. In fact, Team Secret, they will bite it. They jump right in, get rid of Aaron. But gotta deal with Amao, who is absolutely going ham right now. Godlike, in fact, on this Martis.
Ooh, what a start, what a start. And now Red Esports, with a 3.1k gold lead, are in prime position to start taking this game back into their hands. I mean, to be fair, at least Team Secret were able to find one turret, but compare that to 3 turtles and 3 torrents. Red Esports are developing a lead that's going to last.
See, the level lead also starts to build up as well. When Martis starts getting a lead over you in terms of experience, you are going to suffer a little bit. 81% chance of winning for Red Esports according to our AI winning prediction at 8 minutes in.
I think that's a pretty fair assumption at this point in time. I mean, it feels like Team Secret are playing a very passive route. They're not making too many plays. I'm not seeing how they disrespect the space either. They're very afraid of walking up into these bushes, knowing that at any time they could get hit by the Divine Judgment and then get comboed by either Aaron or Kim.
Yeah, I think that window was definitely closed, right? The fact that Red Esports had been able to get a hit. Prior to that, not sure. I think the Franco can walk in, but right now, he has to somehow land some sick hooks. He was able to find one just now on the Kim, but he has to do it again and again. Still use Mao. Forward Black Dragon Form used by Aaron as well. Who's going to be a target this time? Throwing up both Neo and Max. Mundin going to use his own still. Looking for Amao, but oh man, the Mortal Coil just in time. The timing could not have been worse for Team Secret. Then they're now losing Mundin and Amao. It's going to go to town again with the decimation. Matt wants to find something with the Blazing Duet. Couldn't find it, and Amao finds the 3rd decimation of this game. Might be deliverable form. They get the knockup onto Max. Amao still going. Here comes the Maniac, and Amao will get it.
Finds it. He finds it, no problem. Just chaining it after kill after kill after kill. And now, with a solid lead, no jungler to worry about. 2 levels ahead upon in front of his opponent. This is looking to be a swift game for Red Esports.
Oh yeah, talk about being disconnected. Mundin's idea was right. Follow-up was not there. His team was not ready. And also with a bit of bad luck to use the Bloody Hunt onto Amao as he was moving away with the Mortal Coil. And Red Esports, they can get a push going right now. The hook. Oh, that's on the Amao. Oh, he's gonna die underneath the tier 2. Some sort of hope for Team Secret, but man, he's gonna get run down by Malboy. The BMI is gonna be there. He used the rough wave for Kim. Matt, lovely joke, but actually tied. You're right at the edge of the knockout from this Kadita.
And we notice that the Lord has been pushing this entire time, so if Team Secret just lingers around this tier 2 for any longer, they might just lose an inhibitor for free. Luckily, the minion spawn is going to slow it down, but that means that mid-tier 2 has finally fallen.
The last one will be the bottom lane, and I believe that Malboy will take care of business. Look at this Iristel. 10 assists out of 14 kills total. He has been very active.
Okay, he has been very active. I wasn't expecting numbers like that, but we'll see it towards that end screen, right? Currently 3 to 14, and I don't know. Team Secret, they've got to make something happen. So far, they've been so very passive. Max is trying to make sure that he's keeping up with Farm and Amal. He's only one level behind, but that's only because Marnus has maxed out his levels.
The next door is in 30 or 90 seconds, but that middle lane is completely shut out. Team Secret knows that, I mean, if they walk up, someone will have to be sacrificed, and it might have to be Neo at this point.
Yeah, I think Neo has no choice but to actually do so, right? I think that if could they wait any longer than this? I think they can. I think Team Secret can actually stall this out. If we're talking about that high ground defense, it's actually not that bad. It's not the worst in the world, but if you compare it to Red Esports, it's significantly better.
Yeah. I mean, you have a hook, right? And you can know if you are ever able to hook someone, that's almost a guaranteed kill underneath the inhibitor nonetheless. Okay, just bought a Divine Glaive. This Kadita, the one-shot potential is it's gonna start to hurt.
Yep, it's so very high right now, and Red Esports don't want to make a mistake. 5K trying to develop into a 6K goal lead against Team Secret. They're just making sure that they can't even walk out of their base.
Mao looking for the Divine Judgment, gets taunted. Good timing by Max to stop that from happening.
If they want to do so, I think they first need to figure out a way to lock and kill Amal, right? He may be tanky, but oh wait, no. Maima doesn't have enough items at this point of time, right? He's only level 12 so far. Maybe at the 42K mark, okay? Give it some time. Red Esports are ahead by 5K, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and Matt was able to retreat with the BMI. The fact that he has to purify does make him a lot more confident to walk up and play waves like that. But now the lore has spawned and Red Esports will beeline towards it. Amal starting it up without hesitation.
Okay, is Team Secret going to do anything about this? They're going to get Neo to scout first. Find any information. Keep in mind, last time he did this, Mal just pulled it right back into the arms of him.
And he does have the immortality, but I'm not sure how much work can be done even when he comes back to life, so he kind of plays really careful. Max is going to show himself also. The rest of Team Secret is still hidden. Matt checking the bushes. That Iron Hook goes wide, and now Red Esports have more space to work with. Mount knows it. If the Iron Hook is down, he has a chance.
They're still posturing for such a long time. Even Aaron waiting for the right opportunity to come in with the Black Dragon form. The Iron Hooks have been throwing out, but they haven't found a single target just yet, as Max is trying his very best to pull this lore to his side.
Now Red Esports, they're going to pull the trigger. Penalty zone to keep Mao away. Real position is going to be there. Kim finding the big combo as Amal secures the lore, and 3 members of Team Secret instantly drop. There is no chance of them even fighting this. Neo might be the fourth to go as Max sent on the run in a completely different direction. And Mao was like, no boy, you're coming right back with us. Oh, you still want to run away? Don't worry, we'll take care of your base for you. It's between Neo and Max right now to defend the game.
Yep. How long can they survive? 14 more seconds until Matnins is back, but I don't think it will be enough here. Max can try his best to body block it, but it's up to Neo, who actually has a way clear.
Yeah, penalty zone right into the middle, and he gets instantly just blown up by Kim. Red Esports will need a mid wave, and that will not arrive in time, but it's okay. The Lord is pushing down bot.
They've got two fat waves coming in from top end as well. No need to rush this, but we're already 16 minutes into the game, and you can tell that at least for Red Esports, they're just taking their sweet time because they know that Secret has been playing so passive all game that it's unlikely for them to force play.
And Iron Fist just not landing on the necessary target. This Lord is going to help them take care of the bottom inhibitor. Black Dragon form used by Aaron very early on. And Red Esports, they're going to use the conceal. Actually, the hook this time lands on the Melbourne of all people. Matt is sneaking that up. And Red Esports will have to slow down your assault for a little while, and Aaron will be given away. Team Secret finding a breath of fresh air.
Ooh, dangerous. Dangerous stuff. With 2 inhibitors down off the second Lord of this game, the third one might put the final nail in the coffin, but at least we've surpassed the 42K mark. Now at 46,000 for the side of Team Secret. That means a majority of the members have actually scaled and gotten their full build. Oh,
had to use the rough waves just to get out. I mean, this is time for Team Secret to start dealing some structural damage, right? Shove him in the lane at mid-tier 2. There's no way Red Esports can hold it. I mean, it would not be a crazy thought that there might be a chance for Team Secret to come back because Matt is starting to really hurt.
Yeah, he is scaling, and he is scaling quick. Prolific Roar already purchased, invading and taking away all the camps at the same time, so It's only a wonder why he couldn't go beyond that 15. But in the meantime, Red Esports, how do they want to do this? Are they going to do the exact same way as they've done before? That simple formula of finding the lockdown with the Divine Judgment and then once again into Kim's combo?
I think it's still gonna work, right? You can still blow up Neo. You have the Divine Blade for the Kadita. Even with the Liquid Ignition on top of it. The items. Holy Crystal for Kim. He still has the potential, but they definitely need a way to break the Athena shoe off Neo first.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to give him that opportunity. Maybe, at least for Leo, he's going to look for the engage, and that's when they can break the Athena shoe. But any other time, I doubt he's going to be overextending himself 18 minutes into the game.
I mean, we saw the power of just one Iron Hook. Team Secret pulling it back. They were at what, an 8K gold deficit, and now they have sliced it. They slashed it by almost 4,000. We saw the Conceal play just now. Couldn't get onto man, unfortunately. Now they got a beeline towards the Lord where Amao and Aaron are at.
They're going to be posturing for it. The Lord dance is already kicked off. For Red, they love to do this move. Every single time you're on a neutral objective, they're going to wait the River Brush.
Flickering, gonna find Neo, blow him up. That's the first stab with the Black Dragon from Aaron coming in back to zone out the rest of Team Secret. 4v5 in Red Esports. They have the Lord reset it, now they're gonna start it up again.
Okay. Will they be able to kind of get on top of Amao? Is Madin's going to flicker for this?
He's gonna absolutely go for it with real manipulation, but it's not enough, fortunately. And look at Malboy, he's just gonna run a full circle to get on top of Maima and just blast him with the crossbows. This match might be done and dusted, Max. One final stand, he is gone. And it's up to Matt to keep this alive. 5 more seconds for you to come back. It's a 2 versus 4 scenario again, but this time they will have the plot with them.
Right, 4-1 in favor of Red Esports. Minimal losses all across the board. All their battle spells are down. Closing out this game is what they wanted to do, and this is going to be pretty clean, considering that the mid-wave has also crashed in.
Yes, Conceal, Neo, we're trying to use it right now. Matt trying to join the fight, finding a way to get in, but cannot get in. Neo will lose his immortality, but they find a point to Matt, which actually just gets away in time, comes back to life, ends up going down, and Red Esports finds a very straightforward game 1 in the series.
Nicely done by Red Esports. They played standard. I would say it's very, very passive overall, but it's not like Team Secret. We're trying to push momentum anyways.
Yeah, it's just a very slow and uninteractive game, but Red Esports will definitely recognize that, and they were the one calling the shots. They were the one dictating how this game would go. I think it's kind of a loss for Team Secret to play Red Esports game.
That's true. I mean, they do. We'll see. We'll keep the pessimistic thoughts for later. For now, GG well played for Red Esports. They have one more game, and if they can lock this out 2-0 against Team Secret, they are so close to making it out of relegation.
Yeah, they definitely would want that 3 points because it does put themselves in a slightly more comfortable spot, right? You know, you have a better chance of avoiding relegation. That is the first step for Red Esports, and it's good to see that, you know, with Kim back in the middle lane, and more cohesiveness in the play. The combos, they look sweeter as well.
They definitely look sweeter. I'm just concerned when I see like some awkward movements around the map and then see them slowly die down as they walk back into the lane.
Oh yeah, that definitely some of those moments.
And exactly, and I think, you know, these are the moments where you can actually communicate with the rest of your team and really start to polish down your macro, because at the end of the day, whoever's leaving their lane, either A, has already cleared the lane and is prepared to move, or B, is losing out on EXP and gold because they miss a minion or maybe 1 or 2 before they walk back to where the wave has collided.
And the identity for Red Esports is still there, right? You see, even the goal lane is very interactive with the rest of the team. Malboy at one point had, what, 10 assists with the Irithel. You don't see that every day. We're gonna go backstage to Red Esports side to check out who the MVP is for game number 1. And plus, the big reveal, Amao on that jungle role. This Martis completely out of control.
Yep, he's allowed to do whatever he wants, and more importantly, he's timing these mortal calls to make sure that he doesn't put himself at risk. 16-1 and 5 with an 88 kill participation. The man was doing it all.
Yeah, man was hard carrying the entire game. I wonder how many kills did the team end with, because Amao definitely is a major shareholder of that.
honestly more than a shareholder, to be fair. But this at least gives a couple of ideas over to Team Secret side to adjust for the upcoming game. Because the plan always seems to be very centralized around getting a pick off, comfort picks and things like that. So at least now that you know that the strategy isn't to design an overall composition, you can really start targeting the players and start attacking them in the lane.
And I think in this case, for Red Esports, it's a pretty straightforward game, right? They play by the books, very tactical, play to the objectives, get the lead, and they win it out. So nothing too out of the ordinary, but regardless, we've got to go into the mic check to listen to what the Red Esports boys were communicating in game number 1.
Tak. Iman cakap mic dia busuk. Cakap tempat siapa ni?
Ni beri mengkat dah.
Tak. Zanami.
Dan mengkat tu. Cuba sikit man. Banyak. Ajar borak.
Kau ajak lepak gila.
Itu menyusahkan dia gila.
Kau ajak je lepak sikit balik ni. Sorry abang.
Gole. Mantap. Kena. Nice. Boleh lagi?
Man.
Dah. Nice.
Nice.
Yep, Red Esports, you can hear from the comms, the job is not done just yet. It's just the first step, but look at this pure domination, 24 kills for them compared to 6 for Secret.
Yeah, looking at the item builds all across the board, I mean, Red Esports basically completed everything that they actually need that was relevant to them specifically. Like even Kim, going in with the dire hit blessing, he made sure that at least he's got a majority of his items ready to go, and that's why he doesn't necessarily need to be with Miles Kaja all the time. But we saw during the neutrals is where Red Esports finds the biggest punishes onto Team Secret.
And I think a big part of that also is credited to Maura on his Kaja, as making very proactive moves to get these catches. We talk about the Secret needing Neo to be there, and Neo got punished so hard in this game.
Yeah, I don't know why he keeps getting punished like this, right? He's making some very weird decisions. And even the very first death that he gave over against the Kadita, why even go for it? You just flicker out of the way. You know that Kadita will go for an immediate combo, especially with 2 of her teammates so nearby.
And of course, at the same time, very standard item build. And you look at the battle spells, the emphasis on battle spells for Red Esports. So Mao and Kim both having to pull yourself together. So the Petrify and the Flicker are always going to be a constant threat. And then on top of that, you have Aaron, who also is running the Petrify. So there's so many things that Team Secret needs to consider before they even engage with Red Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the emblems all pretty standard all across the board, nothing too out of the ordinary, and more importantly, just the Petrify's made it difficult, right? Because no matter what you want, no matter what you do, there's a way to kind of cancel out the important spells, whether it be the Bloody Hunt or if we're even thinking about things like, oh, the Blazing Duet, right? It's super easy to imagine that he can get away with anything until you start thinking about what knockups are there from the side of Red Esports, and there's a good number of them.
And we also see the power of Yutong. He is just constantly disrupting the backline with the Black Dragon form. We've seen it from RSG MY, and it's good to see that Aaron is picking that up as well. But aside of Team Secret though, this is definitely a very rough game. I mean, even Matt is decked out in his items, but he just could not enter the fight.
I mean, nothing is happening for this team. They're not making progressive plays. We're not seeing early rotations. They're just playing a very standard game of, I'm going to wait for the neutral objective to show up, go to the neutral objective, get that done, go back into the lane. We're not seeing setups from the side of Team Secret. We're not seeing dive opportunities being created by either one of the side laners. And worse yet, Madin's Iron Hook hasn't been able to make that great of an impact just yet. Maybe he finds 1 or 2, but at the end of the day, we need him to be a constant threat. Somebody uses their flicker, perfect. Go immediately and punish them. Level 4 is where we should have expected. Once Madin hit level 4, he should have been expected to attack people like Yuzong, to attack people like Aditya. Just flicker on top of them because they don't have any means of escape.
And this is where we also kind of can go back to the conversation of comparing both the Franco and the Kaja, right? It's so much easier to execute the Kaja compared to the Franco. We're also going to look at the numbers of game number 1. This one is very straightforward, where Red Esports dominate in every single sense.
Yeah, the numbers, there's nothing much you can really say about this. It's 24-6, just an absolute beating from the side of Red Esports. And as long as you're not making mistakes in the lane, it's pretty straightforward. And even Melboy pretty much untouched.
Look at Mao, he has 20 assists.
Yeah.
He had 24 kills and he has 20 assists.
Because all he had to do was wait for Martins to try and go for a bloody hunt. Oh, guess what? Nope, I'm just gonna stop that. I'm just gonna stop that right there.
Every single time he sees the iron hook thrown out and missed, he goes for it, right? It's again, it's just the difference between Franco and Kaja is just Kaja is so much easier to pull off. And of course, you look at Matt, right? Give him credit, he is dealing decent amount of damage, but he just was not able to get into these fights because the front lines are getting blown up.
Yeah, they're getting blown up too fast, and neither are they setting up a play for him to at least bait out huge spells from the side of Red Esports. And I think that's what's the most disappointing thing so far, right? We're not seeing enough aggression. We're not seeing opportunities being created by Team Secret. It's they're playing passive to the point where it hurts.
Let's look at the highlights of this game, number one, because from the get-go, Red Esports have full control. This was where it feels a bit weird for Neo, who just sees the Kadita, walks up and eats the Petrify instead of getting away.
Yeah, I mean, Red Esports were farming him for this very first turtle, right? And as soon as we get into the second turtle, same thing happened, right? Where is the coordination? We should be expecting to see a certain degree of coordination from the side of Team Secrets, especially amongst the Malaysian players. So to see them play a little disconnected from Matt and Max, I don't blame them. Too much. But people like Maima and as well as Neo should be able to say, hey, I'm going to look for that first initial engage, drop your ult afterwards, and communicate that with the rest of the team.
And I think at the point where they were making slightly more moves with like concealed plays and engages, it was a bit too late, right? At that point, Red Esports have already started snowballing, and even if you get these engages, you're not going to have enough damage. We got a few good hooks, that one being one of it, and one during the base defense, but aside from that, there was nothing that I think Team Secret could really look back and be like, yeah, we did well.
Yeah, and which begs the question, right? Is this Franco that's getting locked in by Coach Zico something that they practiced before? Is Martin more comfortable onto other types of supports, or at the very least compositions that require him to either engage or play a more Enchanter style? Because at the rate that we're going right now, you're not winning neutral objectives. Team fights are already a bit of a struggle. You might as well start committing to Enchanter style supports where at the very least, if a mistake is made, you can save somebody with the raw amount of healing you have.
Honestly, with how Secret wants to kind of dive in and make these plays, honestly, I would say Florent is not too bad of an idea.
Florent, even Estes, like, I mean, even if you use your ultimate a little too early, at the very least, you're still healing somebody and keeping them alive for as long as necessary.
And we even discussed about the Diggy being a possibility, right? I feel like that Diggy could have made a lot of differences because they were struggling a lot with getting jumped on by the Kadita, getting pulled away by Kaja. Hopefully Team Secret rectifies that in Game 2.
Yep, and that's what we're hoping to see, man. They just need to kind of just wash off the dirt.
Yeah, they gotta wash it away just like how you wash away that acne on your face. Very, very pesky. You can do so with the Garnier Man Acne Fast. Beat your MVP in real life and in-game. Look good. The Garnier Man Acne Fast right here. The real hero when it comes to battling those pesky, pus-filled pores on your face.
Getting graphic. Yeah, getting graphic.
If you want to win in life, use Garnier Man right here to smoothen out all those obstacles.
Yep, just gotta keep it smooth, just like your gameplay, just like the player from SMG. Is Garnier Man sponsoring SMG now that I think about it? Kind of, right? To a certain degree. Well, in the meantime, hopefully we do see, you know, the next evolution, or at the very least some adjustments from the side of Team Secret.
And I do want to start with just the Romero, right? I think if you really want Martins to make some plays with something like a Franco, I agree with you. The Enchanted supports is not a bad idea considering that they do struggle with staying alive in these fights and they're not making initiative. They can play a more backseated role. But if they want to make plays, I think, you know, supports that engages are so much better. We even seen Akai support at one point, Akai roam, and I think that would have had a lot more impact than relying on an Iron Hook or Flick of Bloody Hunt.
True. I don't know. As much as it's frustrating for us to kind of analyze these games and be like, yeah, so much could have been done more, I can't imagine what the players are feeling like, either feeling left alone, isolated, or at the very least, you know, having nobody to kind of rely and fall back on.
And of course, another very important topic to look at is this could be the final hope for Team Secret. And I know we're not trying to be as pessimist as we can. You look at the matchups that they have after this, it's only going to get harder. So if Team Secret can't even rack up a single point, for season 13 next year, it could be another qualifiers run.
It could be, but at least from the player caster standpoint, he's trying to keep the spirits up amongst his teammates. They've got to be vocal. They've got to say something in these matchups, and rather than having to do nothing at all. Like we've heard their initial mic check prior to this, right? The one time they won, we finally get to hear their voices. They are vocal. So the question is, why does it feel so passive in game compared to Red Esports, where yes, they have small synergies between each other, but that seems to be more than enough to deal with Team Secret.
And I think it's just cohesiveness, right? Do they agree on the call? Like, do they commit to it? We still see that disconnect. Of course, on Red Esports side, you have Aaron, coming in, replacing RenQT in the XP lane, and he has been making a name for himself. 7 unique hero picks overall, with his most popular one being the Terisla, Yudong, and Paquito.
Yeah, it's great that, Aaron goes back to his original IGN compared to his alter ego RenQT. Ah, man. It's a whole thing. You got to dig into the lore if you really want to get into it.
That's the best part, because I look at Aaron and I'm like, yeah, he's replacing Ren.
He's replacing
I'm gonna stick with that.
Yeah. No, it's great. Different jersey, different person.
Yeah, sure. I feel like he heard like a lot of comments from week 2 and week 3, and he's like, yeah, you know what, I'm going back to Aaron, which I do agree. He got me for a while because I'm like, who is this dude?
His twin brother. Matt and Max aren't the only ones who have twins. It's Aaron and RenQT.
That's the best part about him. I mean, it's good to see that he's also synergizing with his team a lot more, because at one point you look at Aaron and you're like, oh my god, what the heck is this guy doing? He reminds me a little bit of Neo in game number 1.
A little bit. Neo has definitely seen better days in the earlier stages of his career, but as of right now, it's pretty painful to see him in this current state, only because there's so much more potential within him. I'm just not sure what's limiting him, what's pulling him back, what's holding him back, as a matter of fact.
I think it goes by the communication, right? Like who is making the calls. In fact, he is given the tools to do a lot of these plays. I mean, Terisla, one of the best heroes to make plays happen, and yet it feels like he is not on board with his team, or it's either that or they're slow on the trigger. Of course, we have a picture of Sunfrost, one of our BN casters, live today. And what is that? It is a poem.
It's a poem for sure.
It's a poem to Sunfrost, 100%.
Oh my gosh, dude.
It seems like Sunfrost has traumatized some of the crowd, but that's what I got out of it.
We're just paraphrasing it. I'm sure there's an inbuilt joke inside there that we're going to have to start asking Sunfrost later on. There's more to it. There's even more people getting involved.
It's like, look, you're on camera.
Oh, wait. No, I get it now. She's talking about... okay. She's talking about previous dramas that she has had from, not specifically Sunfrost, but this is one of the pantuns that Sunfrost has mentioned before.
I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that, because if Sunfrost is the one who traumatized her, we're going to have a bit of a conversation backstage after this.
This is why context is important, boys and girls.
There is Game 2 draft. Paquito, Novaria banned by Red. And this time Team Secret, they've learned their lesson. They banned the Kadita.
Yep, they get rid of the Kadita this time. They're also getting rid of the Joy. Let's see if there's anything else that they want to get rid of. At this point, it's tough to say what the overall game plan is going to be from either side from a draft perspective, other than, they're just looking to get rid of comfort picks overall. Oh, Farmist, huh?
What?
The Reaper.
Now,
what a switch up.
Look, I'm not gonna...
I am the priestess of
Maimon plays Farmist, right? But why now? They could have committed to the exact same bans that they did in game number 1. They're still on the exact same side at the same time. So it's like, interesting to see, interesting to note.
Like how all these stats between for these two teams are on the lower end. Second lowest turtle control for Secret, whereas for Red they have a 40% turtle control ratio, but both teams are tied at the second lowest lord control ratio at 34.48%. Well, that's
so exact as well.
That stat is going to change for Red after this, because they have been controlling the objectives pretty well.
Or they can leave it the same if nobody takes the Lord. They just keep fighting it out. They're like, no win conditions, we just fight it out, no Lord.
We just play out like Brawl, right? Just one lane.
One lane, 5 guys.
That would be interesting. Man. So Bruno and And Fredrin is going to be the choice for Team Secret, and I like it, right? They leave the Bruno open and they take it away from Red.
Okay. So Mad Max were prioritized in well, okay. To be fair, the Fredrin can be flex picked. Not going to put it past them. I'm just going to say that Bruno, at least we know where he's definitely going to go. Red Esports can look to reply, and I'm interested to see whether...
Calm down, man. Calm down. Man, don't kick them when they're down.
They're already down, man.
Like how... You know, when you hit rock bottom, the only way is up.
That is true. That is true. If they can take a game off of Red Esports, hey, at the very least, you know, they got 2 points in total.
Yeah, they done it against SRG. Who's to say they can't do it against Red? Now, Plot will go over to Red though, and this is where I'm like, well, so is the trade-off worth it? You take away Bruno, sure, it's Malboy's most picked hero, but the Claude gets let through.
For context, Claude, one of Melboy's favorite heroes, and also in Season 11, something that he absolutely destroyed teams with. So it's something that he's well-versed in, let's just say that.
And also get the Martin back for Amao. If it doesn't, it's not broken, why fix it, right? Maybe he can surpass his record in Game 1 again. So we see the Kaja this time picked up by Team Secret.
What is happening here? Are they just taking each other's draft? Feels like they're kind of taking each other's draft. Maybe. Do they ban out the Franco? If they don't ban out the Franco, I would like to see Red Esports pick it up, and then we'll see how it goes.
We're gonna get Game 3 for sure. No, please. Okay, you know what? Get the Diggy, alright? Get the Diggy if you're Red. Does Mao play the Diggy though? I think that is the bigger question.
He has played the Diggy before. He definitely has. I vaguely remember it. I just can't remember from what season though.
Everyone at one point has played Diggy.
Yeah, somewhere in their lives.
Somewhere in their lives. You want to press the goal lane? Yeah, go Diggy.
I'm so glad the Diggy feeding meta is over.
Man, there's no counterplay to it.
What counterplay?
What annoys me the most is the fact that his passive deals damage. Right?
Yeah, it stops your recalls.
Yeah, the vision, sure, but the damage, I think that's a bit too much. You know, it's a stretch. There's a fanboy going on in the crowd.
Dude.
Look at that. Rose is like beside us, and yeah, she sees this happening.
She sees this happening, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. At least that guy was smart enough to be like, I have the text, and I'm utilizing my entire phone to swap apps to show the photo for extra context.
Hey, not everyone gets to go on the camera. And there it is.
That's so mean.
A good job, cameraman.
Oh my god. That's
the true MVP. Smile for the camera.
Smile for the camera, Rose. Oh man. Oh man.
Hey, making use of that screen time, okay?
Really making use of that screen time. We see the Kufra get banned out for the side of Team Secret. Red Esports looking to reply, but they've already gotten rid of the Yves.
I'm trying to understand where this. What's the rationale behind the Faramis ban?
Look, it's Maima. Maima has played both Faramis and as well as Yves at a high level before when he was still when he was professionally playing under teams like Geek Fam, for an example, and the other teams that he's been loaned to in that period of time.
I suppose so, but like you said, right, if they want to pick it, they would have done it very early on.
Look, I mean, the fact is, Team Secret still has.
They're reading into it really hard.
I feel like they are. I feel like they are, but like, let's see, right? Because Novaria is still up, Farsa is still up. If Red Esports really want to target down on Maima, they get rid of the Farsa here as well. Okay, they get rid of the Lancelot instead.
Payback.
So Team Secret, they can pick up the Farsa for themselves. No problem. Artillery Mage is still there. For Red Esports, now they got to reveal both the Roamer and the XP lane. So we did see the Kaja in the previous game, but this time it does get picked up by Team Secret. Do you go for the Yuzhong again?
I think you do go for the Yuzhong again. If you're Aaron, I think it's pretty straightforward. You get the Yuzhong. Even if you go up against the Fredrin in the lane, you can at least forcefully push the lane faster than the Fredrin, and it costs a little bit of your life, but hey, you know, as long as you have your regenerate off of cooldown, that's something you can actually abuse.
Honestly, I dig the Yuzhong. I think you just pick it right now, right? Because you have Argus that you can dive again, and as long as the Kaja doesn't pull you, you're fine, but they go for the Arlot, and the Terrorista is there. So it's an Arlot rule.
Reporting
for duty. I think kind of making life hard for themselves, but sure. My X-Ball becoming the last pick of Team Secret.
I think, you know, I can appreciate that Mal is like, you know what would be sick if I had the Arlet, because there's a lot of benefits to this. We've seen this before in other regions. Whenever somebody gets locked down by the Kaja and starts getting pulled, who's gonna save you? It's Mal with the final slash.
That is true. You prevent the Kaja from running away as well. So I don't know, man. I'm thinking of Yijong a little bit, but we'll see. Red Esports, they've shown us in game 1 a very, very textbook play. They've been able to shut down Team Secret. Let's see if they can do it again in game number 2 and close it out.
All right, let's get right into this. With simple win conditions, Red Esports are looking to lock down their opponents, cancel out huge abilities, and make sure that they clump up their opponents nicely in a tight, orderly manner so that Melboy can finish them off with a blazing duet. Team Secret, on the other hand, are looking to peel, looking to scale, and most importantly, play around Matt in that gold lane, and hopefully he's able to create enough space so that Red Esports have no means of coming back.
I mean, you've said it early on that Melboy's, one of his signature pick is actually the Claude prior to the Bruno. Well, we get to see it in action. What a treat. Game 2 between Secret and Red Esports kicking off right now. And instantly we see Mao going on an expedition to see where the Secret members are.
Yep, and unfortunately for Melboy, if I saw that correctly, was it? Yeah, Melboy and as well as Mao.
What?
They walked up and they made sure that Matt, who was actually helping his brother leash that purple buff, ended up losing a bit of EXP down by the lane.
You can see the commitment. Melboy even popped the sprint just to make sure that Matt is not gonna get close to it.
He's not gonna beat me level 1, I swear.
I mean, it's interesting ideas. I mean, I'm digging it, you know.
I think it's interesting as well. I do think, especially since you are playing the R a lot, I would have expected a fast 2 start from them, but instead going to the bottom side, checking out whether the purple buff, it was a hard read and it paid off.
Yeah, and he's gonna try and show up to help, but Amao is gonna already be there, and he hits level 4. That's such a fast level 4. But considering the fact that Team Secret, they also play parallel, it's gonna be first blood for sure to decimate. Buffer just in time.
No, don't take his wave as well.
Oh my god. I mean, the brothers are having a rough time.
Yeah, he is not. He's going to need some support, and Maima and as well as Max are on their way to kind of relieve some of the pressure here. Matt, he's already down a level, but let's see. Mal is out of position.
Can they punish Mal at least, though? They're going to get away.
Praise around.
Mal? No, don't go. Ooh, thank goodness. I mean, Mal greeting out a little bit does force out the praise of wrath.
Yeah, and well, I mean, good flicker coming in from Mal. He's not going to have it for the upcoming turtle fight, but then again, he's not going to be level 4 at the same time. So Team Secret are going to start making the rotations here, but that's a lot of damage economic-wise coming in from Mal. He's able to recover a little because he was close enough to get the gold as well as EXP by just, you know, stutter stepping in and out of range.
But thankfully, they do have a matchup in the XP lane that is very favorable. Neo, Terizla, you know, the X went to Terizla. Amao showing up on Turtle this time.
Oh wait, he's level 5.
He is level 5. You can stay the same for Matt as well. They can break the Braga armor first. And Neo will break it himself with the last standing. In fact, Flicker Pratty zone into the backline by Aaron, and that's going to allow Amao to use the decimation again. Number 1 is there. Number 2 coming right through for Amao. Neo instantly runs away. He knows this fight is done. As Maima picks up a kill onto Aaron, but again, Red Esports finding the win.
Like, they were winning that fight already, but Aaron had to make that super cool, catching so many in that penalty zone flicker. Was that necessary? I mean, I don't know. They could have just sat on top of the turtle, but they can greet it. If they want to start snowballing, sure. Let's do it, Red Esports.
I mean, Kim is starting to spam a bit of that recall, so they're feeling themselves for sure. I mean, this goal lane, Matt gets no rest at all.
I mean, he's only, I don't know how much gold exactly he's behind by, but he really shouldn't have missed that minion earlier. But still, in terms of EXP, it's only slightly behind Melboy. That's not the worst in the world. But Melboy, the reason why he's getting ahead is not because he's only denying his opponent, but he's taking the,
they're going to be able to bait out Melboy, so Melboy ends up falling.
It's so real, it's so real, it's so real. Can't do anything about that. I was about to say that at least for Melboy, he was able to get the bull crab, he was able to get the beetle, but I don't think it really matters now after that death.
At least Team Secret will be able to stem the bleeding a little bit, open that lane up for Matt. Aaron actually breaks the Braga armor of Neo. Penalty zone right now used. I mean, if Neo dies,
dead.
Oh my goodness. That was not supposed to happen. That was not supposed to happen.
At what point do you really question life? And I mean, I definitely think that Neo is not in a good place right now. He had many opportunities to use his ultimate to get out of that, or at the very least, even if the penalty zone connected while he was in the last Insanity, it would break the Firaga armor and at least he will be safe underneath the turret. Either way, that should not have happened, and with the second kill actually happening in the mid lane, at least Team Secret are playing towards the strong side of their map.
At least MyMy is having a decent start, right? He's 3-0 on this far side. We see Neo finally getting that Ice Queen one. On the bottom side, Madins will show up just to make sure that Matt is going to be safe. Second turtle will be up on the top side again.
Oh, that was some dangerous stuff. Matt could have lost this flicker there technically, but all right, still fine. Mal trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible, right? He wants to make sure that his battle spell is up to cancel out key abilities like the Divine Judgment in case he's displacing the Divine Judgment, pulling it back to his team rather than Team Secret's, and if he's able to catch the Feathered Airstrike, even better.
Nice, gonna leash it out. Aaron on the top side of the bush. Came out, engage again, penalties on use. Firaga armor is gonna break. Neo will use the last Insanity to at least do some damage in. The Feather Airstrike completely out of range, and this time actually Max will get the turtle. They got a Divine Judgment used. Mao loves if they can find a slash, but they need some finisher. Amao is down, so there's no decimation. Kim steals the last Insanity to find a kill onto Madin, so it's a 1-for-1.
Love it, love it. Love the flags. Love the stealing of the last Insanity to secure the kills, but fortunately, at the end of the day, Amal ends up trading his life for Madin's. Not exactly the greatest trade in the world. I don't know. It felt like earlier Red Esports had a very clear lead. Team Secret coming back with it.
Team Secret, at least they are keeping that goal even, right? In fact, it is definitely a more even game. You're not letting Amal snowball out of control. I think that is in and of itself good news for Team Secret. Maima 4-0 already.
Yeah.
He's having a decent game.
Interesting. Aaron decides to go for the Blade Armor as his first item priority, knowing that the biggest damage dealer is going to be Matt. I would imagine that he wanted to go for the Athena Shield, considering that Maima is 4-0 and Matt's 0-1, so okay. He's thinking ahead of time. Wow, do they really want to sit under this? Oh, no, they're not going to die this, right?
Yeah, I mean, did he really want to just babysit Malboy? And they spent majority of the game doing that. Neo's gonna use the last Insanity just to get away, no problem right there. Red Esports will not be able to get him.
No, they gotta be careful here. Oh, penalty zone actually connecting.
And Mandin is gonna be first on the goal. Malboy last with the Blazing Duet will get rid of him. And lovely cancel with the final slash, but it's a bit too late. Maima still finding that 5th kill of the game, and Matt is starting to hurt Kim. Second to go, and Matt going to work. Malboy can't stand it. Amal wants to go back in, taunted up by Max. And his brother, alongside Neo, will finish the job.
Oh no, this evens out the score, and now Team Secret are in the lead with the goal. These are the moments that we're looking for. Maima's Feather Airstrike is making such an impact, and if Red Esports don't cancel it out instantaneously, they should not be letting Maima actually get that many shots off. 1 or 2 at most.
Feather Airstrike just to help them secure this mid-tier 1. That's Insanity from Neo onto the back. Aaron has the flicker to get away, and Mao doing his best to clear the wave. At the same time, Neo maybe a bit too far forward. Malboy tries to run after him with Blazing Duet, finds nothing, and the turtle goes over to Max.
All right. Turtle going over to the side of Max. Team Secret really starting to find their footing here. They feel a lot more grounded this time with the clear winning condition being Matt. And if they can snowball him out of control, that'd be ideal. Currently, very minimal lead for either one of these gold laners, but a Zerker's Fury as well as a Haas Claw already complete means that he's got plenty of damage inbuilt into him. If he gets the GDS, that gives him a lot more.
Again, it's a slowdown for a bit until the next Lord, right? If Secret gets another good skirmish off, I think Red Esports are going to be in a very tough spot, especially when they don't have snowball for game 1. It's going to be a bit harder to contest for the upcoming Lord. And now they have Vision. Mandin's going to find the Divine Judgment into a better airstrike, and Maima is having the time of his life, is showering the members of Red Esports. They do get a Decimation kill in return. Both last stand is used, but Neo is the one that finds something in return. The Team Secret right now are going absolutely to town with Red Esports. Amal trying to keep it together, get taunted up, taste the Grey Sword, and then 4 for Secret.
Things are falling apart for Red Esports. They are hyper confident It's just disgusting. It's disgusting with the way that this game is actually progressing out. Team Secret right now is continuing to move this momentum, breaking that tier 1, and with 45 more seconds on the clock before the first Lord actually shows, I think Team Secret is in prime position with a 3K gold lead against Red Esports. Such a blunder has occurred for the side of Red Esports. They just need a breather. Just need a moment to recollect themselves. Their composition works. They have the correct ideas. But if Melboy is not there to really capitalize on these situations or have the right items to do so, I don't think Red Esports recognizes the problem. Now with Mott already being able to purchase the Winds of Nature, it's going to give him an added layer of security if he ever has to deal with the Blazing Duet all by himself. The Clock of Destiny is purchased by Kim. Means that he's going to scale, but he will need some time. It's a pretty late purchase. In the meantime, Team Secret looking for opportunities. They open up the map. They're going to give the orange buff over to Matt. Amal going to open things up. Still, Mandit's just holding on. Not using his Divine Judgment just yet, as they've already used the Concealed, making sure that they can kind of cover as much area as possible. Some counter Conceal coming in for Team Secret. Final Slash knocks Mandit into position. All 5 are going in, and they flicker into the penalty zone. The backline's getting a tap, but the Winds of Nature keeps him alive. Matt and Melboy go head-to-head, but they've already lost 2 members. Appraiser's Wrath takes out Aaron, and Melboy and Kim are the only survivors left to run with their tail between their legs. Team Secret might have just found an opportunity. Divine Judgment onto Maima, shutting him down. Melboy finds the kill, but will not take the 1v1 against Matt. Team Secret, as much of a goal lead as they found so far, they managed to breathe a new, fresh breath of a life, and more importantly, secure a Lord with a 4.8k gold lead.
We talked about Team Secret potentially getting the extra point in the rankings. Well, this looks like it. So much more cohesion in this game. I mean, Neo in particular, Neo and Maima, the way that they're comboing their abilities, allowing Maima, in fact, to kind of scale up 8-1 on this process so far, and Matt being able to do his work. We compared both these goal laners when they're allowed to play the game as they wish, they really do dish out the damage, and Matt is having a fantastic time.
Yep, he's having a phenomenal time. He's getting free hits after free hits, but right now, it feels like Mal, he's waiting for Maima to make that first initial engagement. It feels like nobody is able to kind of capitalize it at the right time. Red Esports have thrown away such a huge early game lead.
And Neo, he is not going to be shy with the last Sandy. They need to do something. Lovely flicker, final slash into a penalty zone, and right in front of their home base. Amal responds with a triple kill. Looking for more though. Maima next on the chopping block. Amal is coming for ya! Another maniac for this guy! An absolute lunatic on this Martis, and Red Esports have just saved the game.
That's all they need to do. It's so simple. Their composition is so combo-based, and it's difficult to mess up, especially if the right targets are within range. They're gonna find another one.
Is the timer do that, or can they get the Savage for Amal? It seems like it could be a possibility, but unfortunately it timed out. I'm gonna count it as an unofficial Savage for this Martis. And how the tables have turned.
Melboy, he's got his items now. Amal, he's just sick of being a punching bag, and finally we see Mal with a good final slash. That's what we've been waiting for this whole game.
Definitely takes a bit more effort to pull it off, but this instant replay brought to you by Hotlink.
Yep, so well played. I mean, Mal, he flickers into position knowing that, remember, the final slash always goes from left to right. So you generally want to be on the left side of the screen a majority of the time so that you can pull enemies in towards your territory.
Wow, look at that goal swing. Almost non-existent at this point. When you look at the goal lead, it is no more. Team Secret 1000. Doesn't really matter too much unless Amal or Rex dead. They found Kim. He's going to be blown out the Aaron. Wow, 4-man penalty zone alongside with Malboy's playing duet, but they need a lot more than that. Malboy is out of the fight already, and Neo, he's just going to fry him with the last insanity. Mao is going to be the next to follow, and wow, the tables have turned again. Team Secret, this time, they're going to be the one that finds 4 kills.
They're just getting aggressive. They're just getting warmed up, and if they don't stop Maima, nobody will right now. He is just so strong.
What a back and forth game. Team Secret looked like they were about to win, and Red Esports kind of turning around, and now Team Secret might really take us to game 3. And he's going to be used. Kim back in the fray. Aaron just lost his immortality. He's going to come back and instantly go down again. Malboy will be back. Mao needs a lot more time. Kim's going to throw everything that he has in his being alongside Malboy. They're juggling these respawn timer. Malboy gets the reset and Mao comes in with a final slide to try to stop Team Secret. And so far, they're doing pretty well. But Matt will take care of him. And Red Esports, they have 2 more members left. 2 versus 4. Not the easiest to pull off. But we've seen Amao and Malboy do some miracles.
Yep. Man, it's difficult. Matt, he's so strong. He's got so much lifesteal at the same time.
Malboy's gonna be able to dodge kind of the airstrike. Amao finds the destination, but no reset for him, so he's gonna give his life for this. But it's bought enough time for Kim to come back.
Okay. All right. This is a game. This is a real game. 15 to 23 right now. And Team Secret have now regained their 5K gold lead once more.
And Red Esports at least stall it out until Amao returns for this Lord. Easier said than done though. Team Secret knows that they have some time to work with. Mao looking for an angle. No flicker, but maybe that ultimate's gonna be enough. Taking the long road. Gotta speed up a little bit. Mao's gonna use the conceal a bit too late. They found the Divine Judgment.
Oh
Aaron instantly dies without doing anything. This is gonna be over for Red Esports. They just could not do it in time. Surely Team Secret will close it out.
Oh, this is so painful. This is so painful. Mao getting his first final slash canceled out. Had to use it a second time. He just does not know how to space with his Arla. He can stand way further back if he wants to get that ultimate off. But here we go.
There it is. Mundins just found a man. He's found the boy. And he's gotten rid of Malboy. Amao's not going to stand this time. Team Secret not done just yet for the series. And what a series we have.
They finally pull it back. Martins coming in strong as Team Secret finally take another game to break the 15-game lose streak already.
Oh, when they put it that way, it sounds glorious for Team Secret.
I mean, any single one of these points is going to be glorious for Team Secret. They need to buffer themselves to a point where they can actually get out of the relegation so they don't have to go through the qualifiers all over again.
I mean, this game is definitely a weird one. All these coin flips is just so back and forth. Everyone getting hit by major abilities, and it really seems like Red Esports have found that glimmer of hope. And it was the same person that pulled the game back that ended up giving it away. Bit unfortunate for Red Esports. They got one more game to play.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know how I feel about how this final game is going to go. With the second game, like I thought I'd seen it all of the first one. The second one, I don't know, man.
It was a weird one.
It was.
I'm not gonna lie, it reminds me of some of those games that I played where my team is in the lead, throw it in front of the enemy base. The enemy now has a lead, they throw it in front of our base, and it's just, you know, you flip the coin enough, you're gonna eventually win.
It's just a never-ending cycle. It's just a never-ending cycle of pain, and nobody is enjoying it.
You can see, I mean, on Red Esports' face, they were definitely frazzled a little bit.
Yeah.
How did we give that game away? We had a chance, and we get it away. And this is definitely going to be a rare sight, but guess what? We get to go backstage and look at Team Secret's MVP for this game. It's going to be Matt on that Bruno, finally able to show what he's capable of. One of the twins that, you know, Team Secret did highly praised when they brought them in, and this is one of the few times we get to really look at his capabilities as a goal laner.
You know, the funny part is that the early stages of the game did not go well for him at all. He was zoned out of his very first wave, chunked down to 50%, had to call the entire cavalry to save his butt, and then he was like, you know what, just to repay you guys, I'm going to go 9-1 and 15 with a 931 GPM and an 86% KP.
Yeah, I mean, you all spent like 5 minutes pressuring me. Let me show you what real pain is.
Oh, he did not make it easy. Red had to commit so many, like an unbelievable amount of resources just to get that one kill off of him in the first place.
Let me tell you the best part that's going to come up in a little bit. We finally get to get the mic check of Team Secret.
Oh, the mic check. These are rare, boys. You better gotta make sure you have your recordings ready.
Well, second mic check for Team Secret for this group stage coming out. So ladies and gentlemen, cherish this moment and listen to what the boys are talking about.
Iya, gemas. Nanti yang besar. Tadi lu toko. Kasih anjing. Nanti gua disembur selebel. Mister Bombastic.
Bombastic, taktuk. Terus gua diselebel, terus di
Palanya miskin banget, Teo.
Iya.
Assalamualaikum, ya Robi.
Guys. Selemeng. Alhamdulillah, guys.
Kontok.
And Matt did had his hand off the phone already before the game ended, but pretty quiet mic check, honestly.
I wouldn't even say it's a quiet mic check. I couldn't even figure out what they were coming. Something along the lines of get the pick, immediately collapse on it. Is that what he was trying to say? I wasn't even 100% sure.
Oh, you can make out something? I made out nothing.
That's fair. That's a fair point. But let's look at the item build so far. Because in this 15-minute game, it was just power farming all the way through. 45k to 55k. Quite the difference.
Craziest part was that they had a 8k goalie at one point. They lost a base push. It got cut down by 4,000. They won a team fight. And they went back up to 6,000. And somehow, when the game ended, it was a 10,000 goal lead. I'm not sure if it matters too much at that point of time, but it definitely was an interesting game with Maima and Matt having the game of their lives.
Yeah, I think, Maima especially giving him so much. I wouldn't even say so much of the farm. The fact that he got those first few kills definitely put him in the driver's seat, especially since he was working together with Makdin to lock down his target, to really take apart his targets, right? Focusing Mark. Oh, you think that's bad? Go with a Farso who ended the game at 9-3 and 13 and started off the game with three kills in the pocket already. That feathered airstrike was destructive.
And even had the weapon mastery, right? So even more late game damage. Honestly, game 3, first thing I want to see, just ban the Kaja, because both teams have won with the 0.
Yeah, Kaja's definitely the problem in both of these games, right? I mean, I don't know. At least for Neo, he's made his mistakes this lane, but after he got out of the laning phase, it looked a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. And again, the distinction, right? You put the Kaja on the Roma, it just does so much more. I mean, look at Red Esports. Aimao, he still had some heroic moments on his margins. Don't get me wrong, with the help of Mao to set up the fight and Aaron and some crazy 3-4 man penalty zone, and even getting a solo kill onto Neo in the early game. But it just started going downhill because at one point, Mundis was just finding these pickoffs, and Red Esports ended up looking like the team that was disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused, right? Because we've seen Kim do this 2 times in a row. I don't know whether he is purchasing the roam boots after the 4th minute of the game, where at the very least your jungler can actually get the farm. It explains a lot.
Yeah, we gotta look at the numbers as well, because I wonder if there's gonna be anything interesting. Oh, there it is. I mean, Matt dealing the most damage, almost 100,000 on the Bruno, and overall it's just Max on this Fredrin, 22 total assists.
Yep.
Helping out his brother well.
Hey.
Look, the synergy going.
I mean, the synergy is definitely going. They've covered every single one of the possible trophies you can earn in this game.
Hold on.
Guy to Forgotten One.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I cannot get over the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
By the way, it's actually 2 different persons, all right? They are twins for those who just tune in. And the main difference is actually their eyebrows, all right? One of them looks a bit more fierce, and that's Max.
Really?
If you really look at it, Max's eyebrows are a bit more fierce.
Really? I was looking at the hair for sure. I was definitely trying to figure out, like, one side part was like a little deeper than the other.
All right. So Matt's hair is slightly taller, right?
Yeah.
Slightly higher.
Slightly taller. Slightly taller. Overall, there's nothing much to really cover in this game, other than the fact that it was back and forth. But again, teams need to be clean. They can't be able to get away like this.
But for those who would like to get a bit dirty in these games and play some scrappy fights, we have some examples in this highlight. The first few minutes, it was just pure oppression on this bottom lane, where they do not want to let Matt get off to a good start at all. I mean, Red Esports, they had some pretty good moments, but definitely that seems like they definitely found a certain ways to stall them out.
Yeah, I mean, like, as you can see, like, the game slowly falls into the favor of Team Secret after having such like an early game presence from the side of Red, trying to go for even flashier kills. It gets crazy, right? It's clear that Mal is trying his absolute best in finding these cancels, but the nerfs to Arla, his final slash is not as quick as it used to be, and the timing of the final slash to make sure you can't react to it is a little different.
This part is my favorite. Kim just steals the last insanity and just bails on his entire team. Oh boy. But of course, Team Secret, one of the first big team fight wins against Melboy, doing his best on this Claude, but Matt is just dishing out way too much damage as the rest of Team Secret just keeping them at bay. But this was the breath of life for Red Esports, which they kind of let go a minute after.
Yeah, I mean, they were clumped way too close together. Way too close. If they were further apart and sacrificed 1 or 2 members, at least maybe Maima would be able to get more shots off that feather airstrike. But in the end, Team Secret were just too strong with Matt on this Bruno playing the full crit build to make sure that he just out-damages the AoE from Melboy.
And with Muttons on this Kadra as well, just finding crucial pickups. This one, the game ender, just saving it for Melboy, and then the fleeting time definitely did help out and get a cooldown reduction. But overall, Team Secret winning the second game, nothing too big to brag about, but for them, I think it's a good step forward. Because again, this is their best chance in racking up as much points as possible.
I mean, considering how this game goes, I think Game 3 is anybody's game.
It's up in the air now.
It really is up in the air, right? But throw your predictions out of the window. This one has been by far the biggest fiesta we've seen in the league thus far.
Yeah, I'll tell you the best part is that I bet a lot of people in the predicted someone on the side of Red Esports, and right now they're scratching their head like, oh boy, it could be Team Secret. And how? I feel like a lot of people will not get their prize because Team Secret wins.
That or the people who are like, no way, I'm just going to type it in for the memes, and they end up winning as well. So at the end of the day, some names are going to be popped up.
I can't wait to see if that actually comes true, because ruining predictions is a very sick but fun activity.
Oh, I can think of all the times.
I mean, we still have one more game coming up between these two teams. It's been interesting so far, but we will go to a break, and later on we'll return for the last game between Red Esports and Team Secret. Stay tuned.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 12. It's week 4, day 3. We call this the Royal Weekend, and we have one more game to close out this weekend. And it's going to be between Red Esports and Team Secret. I cannot believe that we got to this point, but there it is. Both teams got to settle the score, and one team will walk away as the winner, as they both need the win. They're with us. My name is Husky, and I have Gidiki with me.
I'm not gonna lie, I am a little disappointed with how the series is ending, is turning up. I would have expected one team to be at least a little bit more polished or make some clean decision making, but the fact that then both sides are throwing in each other's faces, kind of strange for game number 2. Game number 3, I'm hoping that they kind of recollect themselves, because they need to end strong at the very least. You know, it's not about the middle, it's about the beginning, and it's about the end.
It's not how we start, it's how we finish. That's what I like to say. I mean, game 1, there's nothing flashy in game 1, but Red Esports at least play a textbook game, right? Everything was going according to plan, as you know, step A to step Z. Game 2, well, both teams were kind of running it down.
There's no better way to put it. There's no better way to put it. You just turn off your brain and hope that something works. And unfortunately, it was for Team Secret's side in Red's case. But I think there needs to be a better showing here in game number 3, and I'm expecting it at the very least within this next couple of minutes. The coaches, at the very least, need to start thinking about the overall draft. They can't be experimenting with things that clearly they haven't played enough games on. I mean, Miles got the mechanics, don't get me wrong. He's able to kind of dash around, do the basic stuff, but when it comes down to the instincts of how to use the final slash, it's clear that he hasn't adjusted to the new changes to it, being the speed of the final slash.
And I think there's also a possibility that he is just, they didn't practice with the Arlet enough, right? It could be like at the spur of the moment, they were like, you know what, we're gonna go for the Arlet. Just go back to what you're comfortable with. This is where I think comfort picks are the best for teams who are struggling when it comes to high-level execution. Just go with what is easy to pull off. I think Team Secret is a very good example of that. And when you give the basic draft, they give you better game qualities even. So, but I also want to see the Kaja get removed. I want to see what the Romans can do when we just play a standard game of Mobile Legends.
That's the thing, right? I think Kaja has been the biggest perpetrator in both of these games that have been really stalling things out and honestly finding that big turnover rate that each side has been looking for, especially when they're down 8K, for an example.
I mean, both teams are willingly letting it go. I think that is also a very frustrating part to look at. I think for Red Esports, if you are Sora Payong, the pep talk during the break just now, it has to. You gotta tell your team that, you know, game 2, it was very unfortunate that it ended this way. We definitely kind of mucked up on a lot of aspects. Let's just go back to our comfort picks and close out game 3 strong, because they were, I feel like they came in looking for 3 points, and that game 2 definitely left them a bit puzzled.
Yeah, again, you cannot be underestimating your opponents. At the end of the day, these are going to be the top 1% of players. Honestly, 0.5% of players in the league overall. So let's get into the draft. Hopefully we get a better quality game.
Right, spend more time playing the game and not recalling, okay? We are not Zorn. That would be advice number 1.
Hey, unless you got like social numbers like Zorn, I don't know, man.
Yeah. He can get away with it for sure, but not everyone can do it. See the bans already. Yep, Red Esports this time on the red side, banning out the Kaja and the X-Borg. Whereas for Team Secret, no Kadita, no Edith, no Joy.
Okay, at least they got rid of the Kaja. Has been the biggest problem for Red Esports in game number 2. They also follow it up by the Bruno, so taking away the success from the side of Team Secret, which begs the question, do we see a Claude first pick?
It could be. You just go for it, right? I feel like you just full send the Claude.
Come on!
Come on, do it, do it!
Be brave, be bold!
If you don't pick it now, Red Esports will pick it. Nah, Team Secret?
Hey, who knows? They could just be like, you know what was the biggest problem last game? Arlet.
Oh man, come, don't do it. Please do not do it.
Hey, show them how to really play
I mean,
Arlet.
you're not Storm.
Also true. I can't deny the logic.
We've seen Momo play in the XP lane and that didn't turn out well.
Also true, but to be fair, I don't think it was his fault.
Yeah, definitely not, but of course it takes some time to get used to.
Yeah.
It is Valentina first pick for Secret, now for Red. Are you gonna get the Claude?
All right, let's see. So you have the Valentina on your side. I'm going to assume the fact that Bruno's already banned out. You're already playing around Melboy, given the Claude once more, unless you're really not feeling confident with it. Brody is also a pretty good option too. Did I hear the export? Okay, no, it's the Kufran as well as the Frederick.
Love it, back to basics. Some Sora Payong fans down in the crowd. Yeah, lovely coach over at Red Esports side. Yeah, I like this, Just basic openings, very easy to pull off. You don't have to worry about too much. Big margins of error. And I think for Red Esports, one thing that they have been falling back is just, we see Malboy's hero open, we first face it every single time. And I wonder if, it would reach a point where they just decide, you know what, I think Malboy can take a backseat a little bit. We're going to focus on getting our XP lane going, let Aaron have a good lane. In this case, Terizla can still be an option. Never mind, Team Secret took it.
Yep, Team Secret staying ahead of the curve. Making sure that Terizla on their side. At the very least, they have a clean engage. They also take away the Claude. So again, this is just stealing each other's comps.
Do you go for Malboy's hero? Or the Paquito can also be an option for Red Esports.
No, that's not too bad, unless Red decide, you know what, I'm going to get Export here, I'm going to take Farsight.
I mean, Export is banned now, so I suppose Farsight is the next best one on the list.
Dude, I was about to make a bit. It's funny when it comes on true, but I didn't even get to execute the full setup. But all right.
Ahead of the curve.
Yeah, they really are. Both sides seem to be ahead of the curve as we move on into the second phase of the bans. Let's see what it's going to be.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, they are going to get first pick in the second phase anyways for Red. So they don't mind putting Malboy's pick in the second phase. The fact that you get Kim ahead, because when we saw him on the Kadita, he has some good playmaking potential. So now you give him an artillery mage, and I think he's going to be able to deliver even more. For Team Secret, though, that's going to be the focus. Both teams, well, I say both teams, but Team Secret are still looking for the jungler.
Yeah.
And they don't have the Fredrin anymore.
Yep, they don't want the Fredrin anymore. Red Esports smartly ban out the Rock so that the Farsa doesn't, they don't cancel out the Farsa super early on. If they're really thinking about other things that can cancel, they could get rid of the Paquito as well. They know that the Claude is available. They could look to ban Farmis like the previous game, knowing that Maima plays it, but they've already locked in the Valentina, so there's really no use to that.
Unless Madiz plays it, right? And
there
is a possibility.
If we're going that route, hopefully Magdiz is going for the Arlet to show Ma how it's really done.
Oh, I like it. I like this. Positivity. Finally, no trash talk for once. There's one match left. Just do your best.
I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate it, especially from the fans who are willing to stick around for game 3, a very final match here, week 4.
We have one guy from Red Esports, this loyal supporter. He has his drums with him. And every time you hear a drum, like from this point onwards, if you haven't noticed it yet, every time there are drums, just know that it's that one guy.
It's this one
ride or die guy.
Ooh, okay. So Red Esports, smartly enough, they also get rid of the Helcard, something which we've seen Max actually play, and it does well into artillery mages. We do see Team Secret also get rid of the Beatrix to try to make this lane a little bit more volatile.
There's either going to be a Bruno or Irithel for Red. If they want to go back to comfort, I mean, I wouldn't mind a Melissa if they want to lock it in right now. It's definitely not the worst pick.
Melissa, I mean, it's okay in terms of the lane, especially against Claude. A slight advantage, of course, but it ends up just becoming Claude looking to clear the wave, and Melissa trying to harass him, but most of the time it's just clearing the wave. You see the Brody, now that's a lane bully.
Yeah, if you are able to snowball, then suddenly you make the life of Kim so much easier. We see the marches this time on the side of Team Secret. Max will get his hands on it. We're gonna have the Roma left. What else is left? Honestly, I know I've been harping on this for quite a while, but the Akai doesn't look too bad.
Hey, I would agree with you on that one. The Akai, only because you're able to kind of, block the initial engagement that's expected to be seen from Miles' side. Is there anything else that's open? Franco, still open as well. Arlott, still open as well. I'll be curious to see what Team Secret decide to take.
You see the head pat just now from one of the brothers, which means that they are certain that Franco is going to be the pick. Well, at least you're not dealing with Kaja, right? There's definitely some more space for you to work with, but in game 1, not as impressive as we expected from Madins. Hopefully in game 3, this will be the game where he's landing these insane hooks. Yu Jong will be the final pick for Red Esports. Go back to basics for comfort for Aaron. I'm liking this.
I think right now, both Red Esports as well as Team Secret, if we're going to go back to basics, they need to keep in mind the timers of battle spells whenever they are used as accurately as possible, because it's going to be a huge difference maker in this game.
Well, one last game. Never thought we'd get to this point, but for Red Esports, the pressure is definitely on. They need to close out the series, and the window has already shrunk by a little bit, considering the fact that they are not going to get a three-point addition by the end of the series. But like one of the fans said, just do your best, and for Team Secret, it's good to know that they are in good spirits.
Yep, let's see if they can end strong here. Team Secret, again, the second time they've gotten this close to a series win, and they've got a pretty decent draft, but it's heavily dependent on comboing off of Neo's initial engage, and if Max can get some early snowball momentum, that will be able to kind of slow down Red Esports, who are looking to scale and bully out the gold.
There's this game 3, the final one, the decider between Red Esports and Team Secret. And some people might have forgotten, but if Team Secret wins this, it's going to be the first series win in 2 seasons.
I mean, that's how many games would they have played? 9 in total, so 18 overall? No. It'll be 9, and then plus this one, which is current 5. So that's still a large amount.
Yeah, it was like 28, 29, because they had a 2-1 game, right?
Yes.
And plus this will be 30.
Yeah, right? Plus this will also be 30.
Once
You're right.
30 games, goodness gracious.
Look. It's been a long road for Team Secret. It's been arduous and it's been difficult.
Yeah, had to go through a revamp. I mean, they do have some of that potential to work with. And again, a lot of focus not only will be on Neo, who definitely has struggled a little bit throughout the series, but also on Maima, who has been the playmaker in game number 2.
See, that's the thing, right? He's extremely volatile, and coming back into the MPL, getting picked up by Team Secret, his first ever game where he got pretty close and actually doing something, he positions himself too far forward, ends up costing the game, and now with the rust inevitably setting, is Neo gonna die here? Oh,
no way he dies, right? Ooh, thank goodness.
So very close, so very close.
Yeah, Max will be late to the party, but he'll be able to find aim out at least. And forth with a better way. The gold crab stolen by Max. That's good, man. This will be there. Actually, it doesn't let the Iron Hook a bit out of range.
Oh, just slightly out of range. The angle was good, though, especially with the Yashura's aura just slightly displacing him. Would have connected if the Iron Hook was just a wee bit longer. In the meantime, Melboy just making sure that he can harass Matt as much as he can. Force him to actually trade against him with these POIs.
It's going to be left on the island, unfortunately. Team Secret will focus on trying to get Neo better lane, especially for Maima. No decimate for him still this time, unfortunately, but he does have the Black Dragon form, which he can utilize. Unfortunately for Team Secret, it's a slow start for the Red Esports will get the turtle uncontested.
Yep, pretty clean so far, so good. Martin's deep in enemy territory. Mal has no idea about the situation, but will go and invade to figure out where exactly Max has been since he didn't contest for the turtle.
And I mean, all things considered, he's not doing too poorly, right, in a matchup against the Bruno. And finally, we'll see Red Esports show to the bottom side to provide some extra bit of pressure, but Martins, he's gonna, I believe he has spotted Mao. With Max around the corner, it's not gonna be easy for Red Esports to make any moves, but Martins though, oh boy, what's gonna be his next decision? Is he gonna just stay there?
I don't know. He could look to cancel out this purple. Ah, there we go. Oh,
I didn't get it. Oh.
Ah!
He might end up dying. He can't use his flicker. It's a bit too late. First blood given over to Red Esports.
Oh my goodness. Okay. The initial Tyrant's rage did whiff, but at least the recovery from the Tyrant's revenge made it all worthwhile.
Yeah, And I mean, it would be a heartbreak if someone walks out of that. So Mandins, fortunately, not able to do too much. The idea was there, but again, when your team is not supporting you in that position, you gotta be ready to give your life away. So you can't do it again. Max carrying at the bottom wave easily with the blazing duet. And on top side, Aaron taking trades against Neo. You like this, but the petrified Furious dive. Kim shows up, my ability to the party. Actually, Neo will flicker away. They try to look for Aaron, who used the Black Dragon form to get out.
Okay, Neo actually surviving that entire interaction. I thought he was going to be dead for sure. It was strange to see Aaron persistently going for this trade. And for an EXP laner, that should give off red flags, especially when you're in a winning matchup.
Absolutely. Right now for Red Esports. For Red Esports, yeah, Melboy and consistently just getting that experience and goal advantage. I mean, the AI winning prediction says that it heavily favors Red Esports. It's gonna have to be at a second turtle again. It's gonna be a 4 versus 4, but it seems like Melboy wants to join.
Yeah, Melboy, he's actually going to absorb that mid wave at the same time and then run back down towards bottom side to make sure that he can maximize his time as well as gold. Because Red Esports, there's no reason for them to actually take this. They want to actually farm out Team Secret.
Red Esports, it's starting to turtle back up. Down to less than half health. Aaron able to keep Team Secret away. Mao trying to find a catch on the button, can't find it, and now Neo is going to start walking out alongside Max. Better airstrike use. Lovely penalty zone for Neo to zone on the rest of Red Esports, and Max secures the turtle, and now trying to look for some destination resets, but Neo actually ends up going down instead. Ama getting out with the praise of grab, but Max will find a destination nonetheless. Mao's going to be next on the chopping block, and Max finds a double kill.
And now Team Secret have some insane momentum on their side. With Max 2 kills in the bag already, could potentially look for more. He should start invading. He should start looking to play for the strong side of that map and not let Red Esports be able to breathe if they want to secure Team Secret's very first series win.
And I had to correct a bit of our stats early on. This is actually the 32nd game.
The 32nd?
Yeah.
Oh, brother. That's a lot of games. Okay, I'm trying to put it out of my mind because right now Team Secret could be on the cusp of turning things around. They got a little bit of early momentum on their side. Yes, they ended up sacrificing Mountains as well as Neo, but at the end of the day, they were able to secure the turtle.
Again, Max able to find a bit of that snowball, right? 2 kills for him. The Guardian helmet already completed for the smartest. He has a level advantage. Oh boy. Mountains caught out again. Easy kill over the Melboy, but they do find Aaron. Decent trade over for Team Secret, and Max looking for more. He is zooming out of this. And now, not gonna stand a chance. Max finds another double with the decimation.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see Max just run them down. And if Matt is able to keep up with him with a PMI, then so be it. Nobody else has sprint on this side. And that's what you want to see from the side of Team Secret. Invade, find those picks, get messy with it, get your hands deep in the mud, and pull out as much gold as you can.
And that is definitely going to make Matt's life slightly easier. He's just going to commit to this Melboy. That's at the corner by memory. Uses it. Actually, Kim! Oh, study both of them as they decide to jump in, but at least it's going to be a trade. And Max will be getting this bottom tier 1 for his team. No problem. But can he get out though? Times the Mortal Coil. Lovely stuff from Team Secret.
Nicely done coming in for Max. Really nicely done. I mean, they set that up perfectly, right? Matt was going out of his way to try and get his brother ahead, and this allows him to actually eventually get the golden staff, which is good. He's so close to completing the trifecta build. More importantly, this turtle could make it or break it for either one of these teams. It has been in Team Secret's favor for a while now, and Amal 2 levels down once again against Max.
And Mountains, that is the golden hook, finding Mao. Black Dragon form actually used by Aaron very prematurely. Mao misses the engage. Not looking too good for Red Esports, and Aaron kind of in no man's land. Will be forced to back off. 2 crucial ultimates expended from Red Esports side, and I think they gotta give away this turtle.
Yep, they have to. Ooh.
Unless Mountains walks up. Doesn't get the bloody hand on this, and he's saving it, and actually Ama ends up taking the turtle for himself. And there it is, flick apparently zone from Neo, and now stolen better airstrike, unleashed by Maima. The damage gotta be there. But mid-side, Matt is not in the fight. It's a 4v5. But Team Secret are still holding on pretty well. Aaron re-engages, finds the knockup and the petrify. Better airstrike used by Kim. They find 0 kills out of this.
I'm surprised that nobody died here, considering how game 1 and game number 2 have actually went. Wow. Just wow.
I mean, Red Esports saying a prayer that Max didn't get any decimation kills because they were all in the red zone. 67% win percentage for Team Secret by the AI winning prediction at 8 minutes.
Man. Oof, okay. Okay, considering everything that has happened so far, looking at the item builds, wow, okay, Neo is going for a full tank build. We haven't seen him actually try and rush out a Fury Hammer or anything along that sort. He is running very standard fighter emblems. Pair that up with the Vessel of Blood.
Oh, for memory, not enough. Flicker in on Salaman. They're trying to look for Melboy, can't find him, and now the counter engage from Red Esports commences. But the airstrike used as well. Unfortunately, the IM this time does not connect. Red Esports should be able to get this top tier 1. Neo will be around, but you need to have Max with you. And Neo, he's taking a big punishment. Able to get away. Maima still to fight the airstrike, and now they find a hook onto Mao underneath the tier 1. But the damage is not there, and Malboy takes care of the turret.
Yep, and Max, he doesn't want to waste his resources on just the support. There are bigger targets out there. So far, hero hit rate at 22%, 21%. The timing could not be worse.
There are some comedic moments in the league. I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving the API.
The API is great.
Live tracking.
The API is great, but right now, I don't think Red Esports realizes how fast Matt is actually farming. With so many distractions happening across the map, Matt has been able to pick up the mid waves, pick up the entire bottom side jungle, and also the bottom waves at the same time. It's a full level ahead of Melboy.
Remember at the third turtle fight, it was a 4v5, and Matt was just clearing mid waves, taking jungle camps. Now Red Esports, they will have to dance with Team Secret for a little bit. Martins with the conceal. Runs into A-Mao, can't find Iron Hook. Now you see the flank, Neos can spot all of this. Be able to zone out the rest of Red Esports. Tough positioning from Team Secret right now.
Team Secret is making sure that they want Red Esports on this Lord first. They don't want them to be the ones that started. They know that the counter engage coming in from Red Esports is so much more devastating, so they want to bait out these tools. Ideally, if they can get the Feather Airstrike from him, that would kind of set things up for bigger plays.
Charging out, getting knocked out. Needs to burst on Max as fast as possible when Max ends up going down. Yo, finding the penalty zone onto Kim. They need a bit of follow-up. They get a Bloody Hunt on top of A-Mao. Matt did as much damage as he can. They find a hook in Mao. Drag back in, and Matt now unleashed, but instantly having the Blazing Duet cancel and taken out. A bit unfortunate for Team Secret, but they still have Neo by their side. Can he find the kill? Button lands the hook. And Team Secret actually walks away with an even trade.
Ooh, considering how that started, at least Team Secret ended it by finding kills in return. 3-for-3 trade from either side, and nobody will be able to get this first Lord at all. They're going to start repositioning and do it all over again, but look at the waves in favor of Red Esports on both top and bottom side.
Not gonna lie, that could have been a maniac moment for Matt, right? He was on top of the entire Red Esports team, and A-Mao, thank goodness, with that knockup. But now we're back to the same dance at the Lord Pit, and some crucial battle spells expended. No Purify for Matt for half a minute.
Let's start moving on backwards here. Somebody needs to open up the map, but it's very dangerous when you don't have your Claude. And by the way, he needs to start stacking up that Art of D3 again to have some relevant damage.
No Iron Hook, so Red Esports has some space to work with. Matt's trying to stack up that passive, that artillery mid lane. But this does have Flicker. Neo's one is coming back up in half a minute, so there are some playmaking potential for Team Secret.
Setting it up. Mal wants to go in.
Neo knocking into the wall. My man dash away. Now Feather Airstrike. Neo hits the backline instantly with the penalty zone. Still ends up going down, but Matt is able to stack out the artillery for a little bit. Ready for finding the first kill, and Mao looking for engage again. This time missing the jump. Gonna be hooked back into Max, suppressed by the Bloody Hunt. Decimation is gonna come through, but Matt, with the Wisdom Nature, hits the backline instantly as they take care of Baron as well. Malboy is gonna be third, trying to get away with Corrosive Strike. Not possible. Team Secret finding Tree, and A-Mao might be the fall, but Appraisal's grab is big, but it's not big enough. The rest of Team Secret piling onto him, and Matt's gonna look for the fourth kill. Maima by his side. And Team Secret have found the fight that they want.
They found the fight they want. They've gotten a fat lead as well with a Luminous Lord on their side. This could be big for the side of Team Secret. 13 minutes into the game.
I mean, how did we get to this stage, man? 54% win chance for Team Secret, and that one's definitely going to go up after this Lord is obtained.
I mean, from what used to be almost a joke, almost like, hey, we're not looking to play to win, until you realize it's 1-1. Now, everything on the table with stakes involved, Team Secret are not going to waste the opportunity to break the lose streak.
And there's an actual chance. I know a lot of Team Secret hopefuls when they play against SRG, and we're really hoping that that could be it. Well, guess what? It might come true a little bit. Team Secret just need to close it out strong. I mean, Matt and Max, again, having a very decent game, and even Maima, even Neo, in fact, right? This is probably one of the better games that he has, finding those engages, and sure, he's throwing his life away, but he's keeping this Farsa at bay.
Now they've got a split push going. They're just going to let the Lord walk with the minions in the mid lane and get these sides pushing as quick as possible to start collapsing it towards these inhibitors. Now, with no outer turrets left except for bot tier 2, which will fall shortly, let's see how Team Secret is going to look to pick apart Red Esports.
Instantly, having the SIU jump in from Penny Zone, from hitting on 4 members of Red Esports. Smash looking for his moment, no more Black Dragon Farm on the side of Red. The Lord will be taken care of very quickly. Team Secret walks away with full health on almost everyone.
Yeah, almost everybody we have full health. They're going to use the Magic Sentry to reveal all the positions of Team Secret down by the bot side, but they need to get another inhibitor to make this worthwhile.
Neo, find the hook! It's going to be that Kim! Oh, what a target to get caught! And they're able to find 2 kills already. The third is going down. It might be happening right now.
This is it.
The unthinkable.
This is it.
After 32 games across 2 seasons, Team Secret have accomplished it. Their first series win in MPL.
Finally, after 2 full seasons, they get a win for the fans, for the people. Oh, it was a messy game 1 and game 2, but when all the marbles are placed in game number 3, Team Secret, wake up!
Absolute shatter if you are the Red Esports player. Started off so strong, but the ending, definitely not what they were looking for. I mean, Team Secret, of course, this is not 3 points, it's just 2. But man, it feels good to finally break the curse that's been plaguing you for 2 seasons.
Finally, Team Secret fans get to be part of the end screen. They get to scream for joy. They break the curse 1 step at a time.
I wonder how long has that guy been holding up and waiting for this moment to hold up that card. But Team Secret, it's not the happiest of moments, but something that they can be proud of. Red Esports, I don't know how many more times can they go back to the drawing board at this point.
It must be devastating, devastating. They have things to fix, things to actually work on. But for the first time in forever, I cannot wait to see what an interview is like with Team Secret.
Yeah, I saw Rose just running straight to the stage because she was like, oh my goodness, Team Secret just won. We get to talk to them finally. Oh, I could not have been more excited. I mean, I came into this with a clean slate, right? I just want clean, basic mobile Bang Bang, and I'm not gonna lie, Team Secret delivered that. Well, guess what? We finally get to talk to Team Secret about their first win. Let's throw it over to Rose on the stage to talk to the boys from Team Secret.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Secret, 2 berbalas 1. Kemenangan yang sangat-sangat penting untuk mereka. Guys, give it up once again for Team Secret. Alright, ni first time I interview Secret. Okay, kita bagi Maima. Maima kan selalu kacau.
Ya, Assalamualaikum.
Alright Maima, I usually dah tak tanya soalan ni, tapi I think kita kena tanya soalan ni. Selepas menang, apa perasaan Maima dan juga Team Secret atas kemenangan ni?
First of all, thank you kepada semua yang datang. Kita orang tahu kita orang nombor, walaupun kita orang nombor belasan, still korang datang untuk support. So thank you kepada semua. Dan kita orang memang rasa sangat-sangat, kita orang sebenarnya bersedia, tapi kita orang untuk game ni kita orang kasih all out. Sebab ni memang last chance kita orang. So bila kita orang menang, memang kita orang sangat-sangat bersyukur. And alhamdulillah, ni atas usaha sama-sama, coach, semua orang dalam tim ni.
Alright. Okay, kita tanya Neo pula.
Terima kasih.
Alright, Neo. Kita tahu your journey dalam Team Secret bukan satu journey yang mudah, kita boleh cakap kan. So, how do you cope? Macam, apa yang action korang ambil atau apa action yang korang buat untuk actually secure kemenangan ni? Because we all know that this could have been your last shot untuk masuk playoffs.
Kita orang harus percaya semua setiap role lah. Kena trust masing-masing punya role macam tu untuk menang.
Alright. Okay. Okay. Oh, Mak Din. Okay, Mak Din announce MVP kita. Boleh? Okay. You cakap 3, 2, 1, lepas tu MVP akan keluar on the screen. Boleh? Okay. Alright. Mak Din, go.
3, 2, 1.
MVP kita ialah Max. Okay, kejap. Ni I nak tanya soalan. Mana satu Max, mana satu Matt? Dia Max.
Enggak, dia yang
Mana satu?
Dia yang Max.
Okay. Tengok guys, orang dah troll. Alright, Max. MVP of the match. Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Secret. Do you think boleh lagi layak ke playoffs?
Dari awal mulai nggak ada expect apa-apa, main aja. Udah main aja. Nggak ada mikir menang kalah, main doang.
Max rasa Team Secret dah ada chemistry yang cukup ke dan juga konsistensi yang cukup untuk continue further and maybe win more games?
Semoga.
Alright. Okay, I think maybe we could give the last words to the coach. Okay, coach. This season, Team Secret finally won. And what drastic measures did you have to take in order to get this win today?
For me, we worked so hard. I'm really proud of everyone because even if we lost so much games, we still try hard and try our best together.
All right. Okay, one last words to everyone who's supporting Team Secret from last season all the way to this season.
Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting us since last season until now. And we will keep on getting better. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Dewan Sri Putra once again, Team Secret. All right, nampaknya semua sangat-sangat happy. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to dissect apa yang menjadi dalam kemenangan pertama pasukan Secret. Casters, silakan.
Thank you once more, Rose. I'm not gonna lie, it brings a tear to my eye. Right? Finally, we get to speak to Team Secret after 32 long games across 2 seasons, and the faithfuls, they were rewarded with this win.
Yeah, I mean, it must be tough having taken so many losses already. Finally finding this win, it could go 2 ways. Either it feels really good or almost bittersweet that they didn't win sooner. But obviously, we have to give it over to our MVP of the match, Max, coming up huge in both of these games, making sure that he continues to have a 2-level lead over his opponent jungler.
Not the easiest journey for him as a player as well, right? He started the season playing mid lane, and halfway through, they brought in Maima and he gotta go to the jungle. Took some time to adjust, but he definitely gave it his very best in the last 2 games. I mean, game 2 was a bit shaky, but game 3, he absolutely dominated it.
Yeah, he made sure that there were no holes in his gameplay, was making sure that his mechanics were tip-top, and it looks great.
Well, guess what, Secret fans? We got a mic check coming up for Team Secrets for game number 3, so everyone, enjoy and listen to what they have to say.
Main buat bantai guys, bukan buat menang.
Oke, men.
Bang. Boleh minta air minum nggak? Air minum.
Air putih.
Tapi warna kuning ada nggak? Yang warna kuning ada nggak?
Milo dinosaur.
Bebas. Itu murni mak.
Tadi gue belum bersinar cuy, pemanasan.
Pasca udah lollipop.
Tadi gue dapet turtle guys, mana nice ya guys?
Nice, nice Meng. Di motor aku 30 lagi.
Santai, relax, bantai guys.
Ya sini ya. Aku pras ini.
Nice one, first win guys.
Alhamdulillah.
And there you have it, game 3 of Team Secret versus Red Esports. Heartbreak on one side, but joy on the other. Team Secret is the one that's celebrating in this case. Again, Matt and Max both having a phenomenal game, and Maima delivering on that Valentina.
Yeah, finally being able to actually, contribute in these fights. It was a little tough because Kim was making sure that zoning out a majority of the members within this Feather airstrike was key, but at the same time, I'm just waiting for that right opportunity to actually bounce back into this game, and he finally found it towards the later half. I mean, so many of these assists is just making sure that he is peeling backwards, making sure that Martis has some free space to work with or opportunities and windows to utilize the second half of his mortar coil without getting CC'd in between it.
And even Neo, he is a lot more. He has a lot more chemistry with the team in his game, right? Landing combos, able to follow up and lead the team into the fight. And of course, Team Secret takes a lot of confidence to put Mantis back on the Franco, but he definitely paid it back tenfold.
Yep, it honestly felt like, Game 1 and as well as Game 2 were the big warm-up coming in towards Game 3, where at least in Game 2 they woke up, and in Game 3, this is where they are actually going to start really thinking about the ways that they actually approach the fight. I mean, Neo definitely had a couple of low moments, of course, but that's the thing. Slowly pulling it out, and a lot of his moves are based on raw trust of the rest of his teammates to collapse on top of him.
And just the experience that he has. Even when you look at Max, the item builds, right? He had the Fury Hammer built in just so he can get a little bit of that extra snowball going before just leaving it there and transitioning to a full tank build.
Yep, I mean, that's his overall idea. He needs to chunk his opponents out. His main job is to chunk and complete the kills, nothing more, nothing less. A lot more peel definitely helps, but Red Esports, on the other hand, this is where it got really devastating. Like, Kim is so close to his item power spike.
And honestly, I'm looking at Aaron's item build, I kind of feel like the Dominus Ice would have done so much more if you got it early before the Blade Armor, because you have some healing that you need to take care of, right? The Claw, the Valentina, the Martis reset, and the Terizla of all people. It is a bit puzzling that we are seeing the Oracle and the Blade Armor before Dominus Ice.
Yeah, it's strange. Personally, for me, it doesn't make sense why, especially when you're in a lane that's so heavily dependent on sustain, why not get the Dominus Ice to slow down your opponent's regen?
And it is post-game stats for game number 3. Once more, Matt and Maima able to do whatever they want. I mean, don't get me wrong, Malboy also has been able to kind of push Matt back in the early stages of the game, but when that mid-game rolls around, when Team Secret started breaking those tier 1s, you can see even Malboy started to struggle. No lanes that he can go into without him risking getting ran at by Madins, and no fights that he can join without getting dove by Max and Neo.
Yeah, and I think, Max was the biggest problem, right? Because he's not only is he so tanky, but he can basically manhandle Melboy, so there's no real reason for him to actually commit to these fights without some form of peel. I would say that a lot of this game just came down to when you are looking to counter-engage your opponent, and also how to actually play out the neutral objectives, because a lot of the time Red Esports got punished during turtle fights, during Lord.
And also the ability usage, right? When do you press your cooldowns? And there are certain moments where Aaron, he thought that his team is going to be in danger. Very early Black Dragon form alongside kind of the Feather S, right? And once those spells expire, you can see Team Secret, they just start walking up. And I love the initiative from Neo and Mantis to just take the space, which was something that was missing in game number 1. We're also going to check out the goal graph of game number 3, because this one is a lot more straightforward than the ones that we've seen in the previous 2 games where Team Secret had the lead the entire game.
Yep, a lot of going back and forth between the two, making sure that the early game actually works out in a more comfortable way for the side of Team Secret, making sure that, Matt at the very least is able to farm and he doesn't get zoned out at level 1. And with none of those shenanigans going on after the second turtle, and specifically at the 7th minute, this is where we start to see the upward trend of the economy for Team Secret.
Even when you look at the turrets taken, right, you can see the first turret taken by Red Esports was around the 9-minute mark, and when you have running a Brody Brody lineup, you definitely want to do it slightly earlier, and unfortunately Red could not get it going because they were not able to kind of win out in these turtle fights. They are always Team Secret keeping it even, and of course they were the ones who were able to crack the side lanes first.
And making sure that the lane bully isn't able to kind of do its job definitely kind of speeds up. And let's not forget about the overall macro movements that we did see from both Matt and Max. Both players on opposite sides of the map, especially when it comes down to these neutrals, at least there is something going on.
And Matt definitely held his ground, right, being left alone on an island with the Brody for quite an extended period of time. We're going to check out the highlights brought to you by Republic of Gamers for game number 3. Of course, we definitely had some moments, Madis getting sacrificed and Neo getting these engages off, but again, when you see Max being left alone on an island with his target, he just goes to town with them.
Yep, he's making sure that he's not dying 1v1 against Melboy, but but more importantly, he's utilizing the fact that, hey, if Max is busy getting fights, getting these kills, and honestly having more than enough gold for himself, I might as well start taxing the jungle.
And we also kind of talked about how Matt is just so efficient in terms of farming, right? We had this 4v5 skirmish around the neutral objective where Matt is just farming waves, taking jungles, and the trust that Team Secret had in this game 3 was nothing like I've ever seen before. They were playing so cohesive, they were peeling back when needed to, and when the time is right, I mean, they just pounced.
Yeah, some of these fights did get a little messy because of misexecution. When Neo tries to flicker in forward and doesn't actually connect onto Kim, so the feathered airstrike didn't get cancelled out. It did cost the team a little bit. It can be polished up, but it's not the end of the world because the recovery that we saw from the side of Team Secret, especially with the help of Matt as well as Max, let's not forget Maima, to actually get these Terrifies off to create that space, it really helped it out.
The game-winning moment when Martins got that hook, and of all people, it was Kim, I believe, that got dragged in. That was a death sentence because that was the only time that Kim died, and when he went down, there was no more defense for Red Esports. And with that win, Team Secret, unfortunately, are still in the red zone, but they put themselves slightly closer to make it out of it. For Red Esports, they only got 1 point, so they're still sitting in the red with 4.
Now, if Team Lunatics or Todak don't get any points next week and Team Secret is able to 2-0 their next opponent, which is not going to be easy, by the way, they might just pull themselves out of the red zone and pull Team Lunatics or Todak closer towards it.
Yes, I mean, even for Team Secret, it is a very tall task. They're dealing with homeboys who are currently sitting in second place. They're dealing with MPNC sitting in 6th place. And of course, the scariest of all, they're going to be dealing with Team SMG, the pack leader of the regular season.
Dang, that's going to be one heck of a hill to actually climb here. Boy, oh man. Well, good luck for Team Secret in those upcoming matches, and hopefully they're able to kind of crawl their way out. I think it would be quite the story if they manage to pull it off.
Well, I mean, I love myself a good underdog story, but sometimes I gotta temper my expectations because, you know, I don't want to get too heartbroken because crying on broadcast is not on my bucket list. For Red Esports, they have 2 more series to play as well, right? They're dealing with RSG MY, and they're also dealing with Team Lunatics, which brings us to next Friday's schedule. Week number 5, we're going to be kicking it off with MPXNC against Todak, and Team Hawk gets to take on Team SMG.
Ooh, I mean, Team SMG, they've suffered a defeat. They've already suffered a defeat today. Coming into next week, and they have to face off against Team Hawk, who is looking a little bit more revitalized and polishing up on their latest new weapons. But then there's the MPX NC matchup versus Todak. Todak desperately need the points. MPX NC, kind of a toss-up for them. But also, they've been taking off games from some of the big dogs.
Yeah, and at the same time, the MPX NC, they have 2 variations to go around the draft, right? They play a conventional tank engaged roamer. They also can play enchanter-style supports. And at the same time, you also have Zavs, which again so far has been a very consistent goal laner.
He has. I mean, especially when the draft is designed around him. Sometimes even when the draft isn't designed around him, I think he's been maturing a lot in the league from based off the first time we've seen him last year. No, sorry. Not last year.
Season.
Last season, season 11, where he was a little bit more timid. Now he's feeling so much more confident.
But speaking about being confident, I think a lot of people feel confident when they go into the MVP prediction. Now the results are going to be down below our MVPs for the day. You can see it's going to be Yura, Loliao, and Max. And if you got all of them right, your name might be flashing down there in the lower third. And if it is, check out your in-game client. You're going to get a gift from us.
Yep. I don't know. That would be a really hard prediction to get, right?
The Max one in particular.
Yeah, that could have gone so many different ways. I mean, first of all, you would be banking on Team Secret. Second of all, you need to get 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 chance of actually nailing it.
I have a wide guess. A lot of the names are actually Team Secret loyal fans. And who else would bet on Team Secret?
That's fair.
Think about it.
That's fair. But everybody is winning here today, and thank you to all the viewers who have been watching, you know, showing up their support, coming down to Stadium Juara.
Well, this is
They want Sri Putra, my bad.
Putra. You're still stuck in season 11. This is the last, I mean, we're signing off for week number 4. Any last words before we sign off?
I think, you know, today has been surprising. The overall week has been quite the shake-up in the meta itself. Thankfully, it's been going well.
Well, there's more to come next week. It's going to be week number 5, the final stretch. We're going to sign off right now. My name's Husky. It's Skin and Kill. Wait for you guys. Goodbye. See you guys next week. Goodbye. Good night.